Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Voice of the College Nation radio show. You know, first of all, this is where the person's not even said, I'm going to report your show to YouTube because of the title. I said, will Black America give the white man the race war he's finally asking for? You know, all across the internet, the white man keeps saying this stuff about a goddamn race war. We didn't ask for this. You know what I'm saying? Are we going to basically step up and say, hey, look, you guys want a race war? We can do it because that's what they're itching for. When I hear even the president saying that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake and stuff like that, it seemed like these people wanted their race war. Other than that, the Princess Nambi, whatever the hell your name is, right? This is you're talking about somebody who's not a coward. I'm not afraid of anybody. You know, and I'm gonna talk about some of the things everyone else is scared to talk about. If white people keep spoiling and talking this shit about a race war, it says you keep knocking on the devil's door. As soon as later, he's gonna answer you. Keep beating this drum about a race war, and we're gonna answer you. So the bottom line, that's what we're talking about tonight. You're talking to a warrior, you know. So I don't know what else to tell you. But look, folks, when you got titles like this one and title like last show, I mean, things are gonna go hot tonight. It's gonna get heated tonight. I'm gonna have my usual suspects coming in here. My usual suspects, some of my good panelists, my goofballs, clowns. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, tell somebody that this is the right place to be. We don't need cowards in here. We don't need scary ass people in here. The question I ask is, will Black America give the white man the race war he's asking for? Finally, I'm not the one starting this. All I'm doing is addressing it. There seems to be a growing consensus among white Americans that they want some sort of racial conflict. That's what they're spoiling for. Let's discuss this shit tonight. They're discussing after everything. After 400 years, after everything we did, the civil rights movement, the integration of baseball, Jackie Robinson, after hip hop, after rock and roll, after all the things that basically could have built a nation, could have built sports, entertainment, and everything like that, the good times, the bad times in this country and whatnot, you still got a large numbers of white people that basically is talking about a race war, and like I said, finally, I just want to address this shit tonight. I want to address it. And I hope some white people listen to me. If the white America decides they want a race war, I think for a fact of the matter is we're gonna meet them. As simple as that. We're not cowards. We're not gonna back down. What I think is they want to do is bluff, and bluff. And then we call that bluff and whatnot, like we did during the Million Man March and whatnot. We call it bluff. Let me tell you something about the Million Man March, folks. Let me tell you something. I was part of the local organizing committees, right? We was watching on screen. I forgot, live stream, whatever the fuck it was, in a local organizing committee. We organized people who couldn't make it to DC, so we organized them around my city, whatnot, back at the time. The Million Man March, all the people that was going there for a confrontation. And I give Minister Farrakhan credit for calming the temperature down. People were going there expecting a war. That was, look, before we had the internet, before we had all this stupid stuff, before we had all these coons out there, entertainers, before we had all these clowns out there and media, stuff like that. That's what you talking about, Gen Xers. Those are Gen Xers. That's me. All we knew was Martin Luther King failed, and we will listen to the message of Malcolm X. So you got all these people coming, the children of the Black Power movement, like I was, and Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam, all these people like that, Black Panthers, whatnot. Those are the people that came. And then after the Million Man March, they said this can't happen again, right? They began investing money into the destruction of Black America. Look, I'm gonna tell you, tonight we're gonna get down. No holds or bars tonight. So all you coons that want to call in and I'm gonna crush you. After the Million Man March, what Farrakhan didn't calculate was He thought that we'd go there and use that energy to friggin' go back to our communities and build. No. We went back to the communities when next year. What happened after that? We had Tupac Shakur killed. Suddenly in the media and Vibe magazine and Source magazine start talking about East Coast, West Coast war. Conflict between black people, East Coast versus West Coast war, you know? And so, look, I'm not bashing Kirk, but he was asking for a race war, Mr. Trump, you know? And the bottom line, we're not cowards over here. And I'm like this, if you want peace, we'll give you peace. If you want war, we will give you war. Charlie Kirk won a war with black men in America. I know war talk when I hear it. When you say stuff like, I don't want to get on a plane because of black pilot, whatnot, you know, I'm like, dude, man, where the hell is this coming from? You know, when you start talking about black crime, you don't talk about white crime and everything like that. When you basically make it seem like black people are the worst things in the world, that we're to blame for every fucking problem in America, that's war talk. You know, and Charlie Kirk was the biggest war hawk, race war hawk that ever was. So the bottom line is this. We basically, after this Million Man March, right, we watched the destruction of our community, right? But gangster rappers, East Coast versus West, people openly talking about drugs and crack, celebrating. Look, when you think about it, right? Think about it. You're going to the Million Man March, right? It's Black Power and everything like that. Revolution. Then you had a counter revolution that was well financed, right? To tell us to talk about it's all about the Benjamins. It's all about getting the money, you know? It's all about all these things that basically destroys a people's soul and heart. Materialism, sex, drugs, alcoholism. Man, Chris, I didn't know what a damn Cristal was. I didn't know what some expensive shit. Prada, Fendi, Gucci, Rolls Royces, you know, Rolex watches. The culture changed. They took the warrior spirit out of us and basically turned us into materialistic. We're not. And then on the other side, they came up with people like 1776, who's a coon, you know. So I'm saying the fact of the matter is, after all that, after all the destruction that they financed, they put a lot of money. Harry Belafonte, I'm gonna find that video of Harry Belafonte. He said the destruction, and see, you understand something, how this works. Back in that time, right? You know, back in that time, black people, I don't give a damn. Report me. I don't give a damn. You know, I don't care anymore, you know. Look, black people at that time were really into conscious hip hop. You had Poor Righteous Teachers, you had Brand Nubian, stuff like that, right? We were on this thing. We had Arrested Development. We had a lot of stuff going on, and we had some street shit, you know. But tell me why, after the Million Man March, right? It seemed like these people that, although all the rap records are pretty much selling the same, right? Next thing you know, all the conscious people, right, weren't on the radio anymore. All you saw, if you were not talking about the club and money, get money and shit like that, you disappeared. So therefore, the culture of Black America changed overnight. By the late 90s, man, we were finished. The spirit of the Million Man March had died. The white man did that deliberately because he was so terrified of what he saw that beautiful day. We sat there and we came there for war. It was with peace. We were like ready to forgive America and move on, become good Americans and everything like that. But they said, you know, the fact that we even came there in the first place, right? That's how I tell the people you're dealing with. They basically financed the literally cultural destruction of Black America, you know? You know? Yeah, call in tonight, Mr. Trump. You know, call in, you know? They literally financed the destruction of Black America. I watched that. That's my generation. That's why I'm so angry right now. I'm really angry. Because I began, before the Million Man March, I used to preach a lot of knowledge and everything like that. But after the Million Man March, people start calling me corny. They start calling me player hater, clown. Oh, you're lame. You're talking all that conscious stuff. You're talking about protecting a woman. You're talking about education. Kumo D had an album out called Knowledge is King. KRS-One has a song called You Must Learn. So nobody wants to learn anymore. Everybody wants to get their money. It was all about get money. It was all about drugs. It was all about crime. If you didn't have a rap sheet, you couldn't get a record deal. Who was behind all this? I said the white man comes with a race war in many ways. It's not just him coming at this. It's psychological. Why do you think they have 360 records? Yeah, overnight. The vibe changed overnight. This was a war. This was a race war. We didn't see it coming. We didn't think the white man was this like this, but we understand something. He considers us his worst enemy. Overnight, the Million Man March was such a beautiful thing leading up to that. And all we wanted was our chance at the American dream. That's all. To be treated like human beings. That's all we wanted. But the white man said no. You're not only will you never have a nation, but you're never going to be an American. Because you can't be in a country where you're seen as the dregs of a society forever, where you have no ability to friggin' build yourself up. You have no really, like I said, the whole thing is, that was a chance for the Million Man March was a missed opportunity for white America to make it right with us. That was a missed opportunity, right? After the Million Man March, it just came to the conclusion that they don't want to make right in us, They're going to let us destroy ourselves right in this country. Right after that, the prison rates start shooting up, the killings nationwide. Tell me why there was a spike in crime, gang violence on that right after the Million Man March. What happened? So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. It's a sad situation right now. We're just basically in a quagmire, right? No, I don't know what Truco's talking about. We talking about re-enslavement, No, I don't think so. We're not the people we were a long time ago. Truco's a little scary ass thing. Truco believes in the white man's narrative of black people that, oh my God, if we wanted to, we could put you back in the chain. I don't think so, Truco. One thing the Million Man March told us was we're stronger and more powerful and more feared than we actually people believe. Because the bottom line, that was like a million plus brothers standing together, and we were down for whatever. We didn't know the white man was going to attack that day. But it turned out to be a beautiful, peaceful day. No rest, no nothing, right? But it could have been one left. It could have went left. It seemed like the white people let us vent for one day, and that was our day. So the bottom line is this, if they wanted a race war, it would have happened on that day, Yeah, well, I don't know about that, Dark Mingo. I think the fact of the matter is I'm still seeing too many of these white people up there online talk about a race war, They're not talking about Somalis. Let's be honest with ourselves. I don't see them talking about Somalis, I don't see them talking about freaking the Muslims. You got people out there, Dearborn, Michigan, in the streets talking about we're going to make your sons and daughters Muslims. I have never seen anything like this in my life. You're inside this country, right? This country is taking you in, and you're saying that the Muslim crescent is going to replace the stars and bars of this republic, and you're getting away with it. And the average white person hates Black America so much that they all they want to do is focus on Black America. Yeah, we got crime in our community. Yeah, we got ghetto ass annoying people and that, but we have never been a threat to America. You got people here that's a real threat. I'm not trying to say, focus on them. I'm just saying we're just tired. We're just tired. We are not going to kiss white America's ass. That's not going to happen, Chukwo. So whatever's going to happen, we need to happen. And after that, when it happens, if it goes down and whatnot, we'll finally be free. Even if we're all dead, we'll be free. That's what the mindset we have to be at right now. Do you want freedom or not? You want to be free or not? But we cannot continue living under the threat of these people forever. If these people don't want us here, then let's come to Let's come to some sort of consensus and say let's how we can have a gentleman's agreement and solve this thing. But what the bottom line is, but just sitting here doing like this, just sitting there, it's like waiting for the freaking the axe to fall on some race war, and we're walking around tippy toeing around white people. No, I'm sorry, man, we can't do this. We can't do this anymore. If it's gonna be a conflict, then let it come, and maybe that be the last final conflict in our war, in our final chapter in our quest for redemption and liberation. We'll be free. That's what it is. It's unfortunate, man, because we spent now 80 years, 81 years, the last 81 years, Black America has been fighting for integration, civil rights, and which we call civil rights integration, doing all these things. When I think of Thurgood Marshall, all these people believed in America. I think of Harry Belafonte. I think of Sidney Poitier. I think of Bill Cosby. All these men believed in this country, in all their work. All these people that came before Martin Luther King, all these people, all their work is being flushed down the toilet right now as white America decides that it wants to have a white cracker stand and whatnot, and it wants us to be here, but we're not going to participate in the blessings of America. The right of living in dignity, equal opportunity, and all stuff like that. Oh, no, you can't have that. That belongs to white people. Respect. Look, when people talk about white privilege, right? What they're talking about is human normalcy. The fact that you walk in a store and you're not judged by what you look like, right? That shouldn't be a privilege. That should be a right. People call what basic things white people have is what everybody should have, a privilege. That's freaking insane. So I was driving on the street one night, and a police officer saw me on the side of the road. He came by and helped me change a tire, right? Stanley Crutchert was out there in Oklahoma changing his tire. He got his brains blown up. But the first part was white privilege. I got help. The black guy, we're not, he gets his face blown off. And we accept this as normal. No, it should be normal for a police officer to help anybody on cyber, regardless of his color. And like I said, Black America is getting so sick. They're resorting to accepting this. I want people to think tonight. You are basically willing to accept an inferior status because you fear these people so much. You fear the white man so much. I'm telling black people, stop fearing these people. No matter what it costs you, stop fearing them. Don't listen to this 1776 and the Magamezes of the world. Don't fear these people. They're nothing but a paper tiger. Rico Bill said they know we're greater in a fair situation. Yeah, they don't want a fair situation, They want to make it seem like, oh, they got these numbers and whatnot. How many of them are really ready to die? How many of them are really ready to get their heads blown off? How they think there's going to be some Aryan nation that's going to go around and shooting black people? That's going to be, but we got guns too. Talking about a fucking race war. I would love for these motherfuckers to call on my show, come in my show tonight. What's the one night I would let some white people join me, if they want to call it with their freaking nonsense, They talked the race war because their plan was going, yeah, like a sniper. Yeah, it's still coward shit. Their race war is based on cowardice shit, they're police officers, they pose as National Guard and all shit like that. When it goes down, man, it's gonna go down. Sniper rifles and all this kind of shit, blowing people up. We're not setting bombs in churches and bombing buses. That's their race war. They're not gonna face you eye to eye, man to man. But like I said, man, tonight I'm just sick and tired of hearing about a so-called race war. I'm sick and tired of it. And I said a lot of it is how a lot of this is why the FBA ADOS movement exists. These are scary ass black men and cowards. They're terrified of a conflict with the white man. So basically, when you're terrified of your real enemy, you focus on people who are really no threat to you. African immigrants and Caribbeans are annoying as hell. I admit it, but they're not no friggin' threat to you. These people out here threatening a race war is a mortal threat to you. Really. It's time for black men to stand up and say, stop saying so. Yeah, we're in a bad situation. The slave descendant, the slave descendants, and the descendants of the slave masters are in conflict. Where you may have forgotten about slavery, they haven't. They really feel guilty about the debt they owe Black America when they feel guilty and ashamed. And instead of dealing with that, what they try to deal with, right? Their whole thing is just to kill us all. That's their mentality. Genocide, extermination, eradicate the problem, eradicate the threat. That's who you're dealing with. This is not a fun time. This is not a fun topic. I don't like talking about this. But the bottom line is this. I have to tell my people to warn them. Be prepared. Get yourself in the gun range. Start taking shooting practice. Start taking survival skill practice. If this is going to happen, we have to be prepared for this. And whatever may call like this, because we didn't start this. We didn't start this race war. I just I want to tell people all the time. People say, Carl, you talking about this? Look, I did not start this. I do not want this. But we have to figure out sometimes we gotta be men and stand up for ourselves. They started this race war 400 years ago. Now it seems like they want to finish the job. I'm looking at what's going on in the politics of this country, right? And it really cringes me. So I don't know what a Chuko was talking about. Good evening, classic man. But we didn't start this. I tell you all the time, we did not start this war. They started this war. They started this 400 years ago when they brought the first Africans here. They started this war after the Bacon Rebellion. But after that, they deemed all people of African descent to be slaves for eternity. They started this thing when they basically were rather, after the Revolutionary War against the British, the black men who fought on side of the war, this country to free it, and they enjoyed their freedom, they're finally a republic. They put those same black men, our grandfather, your grandfather, right, back in the chains on their fields. They started this race war after the Civil War, right? When after the Civil War, instead of giving us land and something to say we're sorry, whatever reparations for slavery, whatnot, they proceeded to kill us, murder us, burn our farms, burn our houses, everything like that. They burned down 100 black cities and towns. We managed to pull ourselves out of poverty, and build something. They burned them all down. They burned down Black Wall Street. They burned down Wilmington. They burned down Forsyth County, Georgia, Durham, North Carolina, Rosewood. They've been having a race war against us since we've been in this country. We have never had any rest or refuge. Now they want to come to me and tell me, oh, Kala, why are you talking like this? Because I'm talking like what my ancestors are saying to me. My ancestors speak to me and they tell me what to say. They know that there's somebody out here. All the people you see, the Tariq Nasheeds, they're all cowards. I speak for my ancestors. My ancestors grave. They're rolling in their graves. They're turning in their graves right now. What they see in Black America, how we act, and they're really turning in their graves by the fact that you got an ADOS FBA race trader movement that basically is cursing their freaking very existence and whatnot, you know? So it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. Look at TV. It seems like Rahm Emanuel is gearing up for the presidency. Now that could be a good look. That could be a good Democratic candidate. You know, right? If he stays, if he don't kowtow to the LGBTQ and all these people like that, the LGBTQ could be a right wing psyops movement, right? It could be. It could be managed opposition. You know? Yeah, man. I was cooking on Diane's show tonight, man. I had to break it down. You know. I'm trying to cook wherever I go. I'm trying to get my message out there, classic man, you know. Dan show was like, yeah, well, we're talking about I'm just telling you like it is. Black America right now is in a serious situation. You know, we got crowns, we got this really, really bad situation. I don't know what how this is gonna work out. Which had Rahm Emanuel, you know, he was chief of staff under Barack Obama. You know, if he stays away from that LGBTQ and open, look, any Democrat could beat the Republicans if they stay away from two issues: the open borders and illegal aliens and the friggin' transgender. Then you have a chance. Then it's a battle for the middle of America. But we take how stupid can you be that you take a friend? I could only think of the only answer I could think of is the Democrats are financed, and these trans people. I was told one time that these people had real money. That could be it. That these gender neutral people. I heard that the world's controlled by trillionaires who are hermaphrodites. You know, and they're trying to use America as a test tube where there's not going to be a gender anymore. You know. Well, I'm not fear mongering nobody about a race war. I'm just saying that's the way it is right now, right? There's people online. I take things I see online very, very seriously. You know, I'm hearing more and more white guys showing their chest, showing their face. You know, not hiding it, not they're showing their face, right? Talk about there's going to be a race war, you know. And so I'm saying to myself, why aren't we responding to these people properly? There's nothing to keep. What gets me is black people will sit there and say, "Oh, I ain't worried about that," but yet you worried about a fucking what a Nigerian says or a fucking Jamaican says. You all up in arms, ready to go to war, man. They're ready to knock you upside the head if you're a black Caribbean or black African, and you say something like them, right? All you're saying is black people in America need to stop being what do you call main character syndrome, and you guys aren't all that, and you guys ready to go to war. But a white man sits there and talks about how you ain't shit and all that. You guys need to be exterminated, call you the roaches of society and all stuff like that. That you need to be exterminated and whatnot. You know, you need to be deported somehow, whatever like that. You ain't got no smoke for the white man. You know, I don't freaking understand. When I let these goofballs in tonight, watch how they gonna pivot to the problem. Their problems is other black people, so-called tethers. And people, if you think I was joking, that I just don't like FBA because I didn't find, no, you're gonna realize tonight how much I hate that movement. You know, if there's any doubt in your mind tonight, I'm gonna show you how much I hate that FBA movement. Let me see, white racists. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy. Pastor Manning. You niggas are crazy. Y'all niggas are crazy. Yo. Like I said, he even knew something was wrong, man. Something's wrong. everyday thing, Oh, for you, Mr. Trump. Let's see. What's wrong with you, Pastor Manning? I hated Pastor Manning when he first came out because he went after Obama. Now see, he was right, man. He was like, Christians ain't got no devotion. They're not willing to die for Jesus. I understand. We need to move beyond color. I'm not about that, but y'all raised it. If you start it, I'll end it for you. Don't start nothing. It won't be nothing. But we got a problem. Black people got a problem. Now we can move to color blindness and always look at the man by the content of his character, never the color of his skin. I'm down for that. You get my vote. Yay and amen. I'm for that. But before we get there, we need to hear some truth. Black people and white folk. Black people got a problem. And it's a God problem. When black people see the world, I don't care. You can train them. You can train a black man to be a physician. You can train him to be an astrophysicist. You can train him to be a lawyer, but you can't train him to understand the world. He doesn't know. I'm telling you. There's not 2 cents worth of difference between a mass murderer. There's not 2 cents of difference between a petty thief that's locked away in prison than a black doctor when it comes to understanding the world. Listen, you listen to me. We got to deal with this. And we need to begin to acknowledge it, talk about it, ask God to help us, because only God can help black people where they are. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy, not one. There's not one monument in Africa, in all of Africa. I know you're talking about Egypt. Egypt is not Africa. There are no great cities that were built. Even before the first colonization of white people coming to the shores of Africa or the slave ships, black men built nothing. No sewer system, no houses above one level, and none of them made out of stone, all of them made out of grass and wood. Black men, before the white man ever got to Africa. The worst thing that could ever happen to South Africa was when they gave it to Nelson Mandela and black folk. That was a great nation. Now, notwithstanding apartheid was wrong, we all know it's wrong. I'm against it. There should have been some other resolution, though, than turning it over to Nelson Mandela. Disease, AIDS, and crime is running wild in Johannesburg. They're killing one another over there. They're dying of sickness. The government is mismanaged. The people who ran the nation are now leaving the nation because black folk don't know how to run no nation. They don't know how, and we need to admit it. I know you don't like it, but you need to stop shucking and jiving. We got a problem. Nigeria produces oil every year, yet the children over there are hungry and pot-bellied and walking barefoot. We got a problem. You talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look what's going on in Zimbabwe now with Mugabe. We got a problem, black folk. And forget about Zimbabwe and South Africa, Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold on to Harlem. We got a problem. Black folk don't understand the world. You can get mad with me all you want. You can say what you, but you can't prove me wrong. Now, I'm not saying this because I hate black folk. I'm saying it because I love you enough to tell the truth. And the only person going to ever help us get out of the situation is going to be God. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. There's something wrong with his mind. He does not understand the world. He doesn't. I don't care if he learned medicine. He doesn't understand the world. He can't even hold on to Harlem. When he was here, he moved out. We got to talk to the Lord. People, we got to talk to God. And black women, Shirley Chisholm, Harriet Tubman,
Coretta King, one of her boys. Yeah, okay, then we got a black president. But you black women, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all gonna let that white woman, what's wrong with you black women voting for Barack? Don't you understand? It should have been a black room if you're gonna have a black president. What's wrong with you? Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like the dogs, like your dogs. They walk all over you. They make you pay the bills at home, and then the preachers pimp you in the churches and make you pay the bills. Y'all crazy black women buying these black men private jets, the tune of $50 million for a nigga to ride around in a private jet. And you talk about, look at our pastor. What's wrong with y'all women? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And what's wrong with a black man that would take that kind of money out of a poor neighborhood and buy himself a private jet? What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, black women? What's wrong with you voting for Barack Obama? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy. Black people, let me tell y'all something. If you don't ever hear me say preach again, they can kill me tomorrow. Let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He could be a doctor. He could be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense. You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing.
Now, would you go? That's really some really hard, damning thing of Pastor Manning. You know, he said black people in Africa did nothing, that we built everything in America. You know, that's a swipe at our African brothers and sisters. You know, so it's just look. The bottom line is this: I believe black people. Look, the black man in America has to prove to himself and to the white man that he's capable of building something of his own. Now, people may hate when I say this. Oh, we built America. No, the fuck you didn't. We did not build America. We built America, blah, blah, blah. But, and I have these dumb, you ever hear these people that come up here and try and building America, all this kind of stupid shit? How the hell are you going to have a hand in something that you don't benefit from? That you a slave, you know? I believe the black man is capable, Mr. Trump, you know? I think if the only thing we're not capable of, as long as we're here with you guys, the white man, you know, it'll never happen. Liberia proved that we're capable of doing this. Now, what should have happened was during those sensitive industrial years, right? The 1890s to like the 1950s, had there been a steady procession of black people from America to Liberia while we were building technical colleges like Tuskegee and whatnot, because we helped Mr. Trump in the chat room, you know. We built the Tuskegee. Do you understand what Tuskegee is? You know, while you guys are running around the South doing nothing, we built Tuskegee institution, agriculture, everything, industrial schools. Do you know that by 1850, do you know that 50% of all skilled labor was done by black or slave labor? 1850. We continued that skilled labor. We were needed. That's why they didn't let us leave this country, because we were most of the skilled labor in America, in the South, particularly here on the East Coast. White people, if you look at the thing right now, the system that was there, the evidence is it's still there right now. The white men were given things like journeymen and stuff like that, you know? Well, why don't you come down here to the South? You know? We still got farmers, we got roofers, we got everything here, you know? No, a lot of people do. Most of the people who do hard manual labor here in the South are black Americans. Mr. Trump in the chat room, go to Norfolk Shipbuilding, Newport News Shipbuilding. Go to the shipyard of Norfolk, right? I'm going to play a video. The shipyard of Norfolk. All the welders, everybody go to the shipyard. Thousands of workers every day. 90% of them are, guess what color? That clean the ships, build the ship. Newport News Shipbuilding. Who do you think is down there? You go to Baltimore. Black men have been building there were black shipbuilders in the 1800s in Baltimore. So when you don't know, you just don't know. The media doesn't talk about this. So, Mr. So-called Donald Trump in the chat room, you don't understand. But I'm here to talk. I'm here to tell my story of my people, the story of the African American. Yeah, we work hard. We don't get the credit, you know. All they do is sit back and that can tell you when a people is your enemy, they always think negatively about you, but they don't ever talk about the useless white people that's in the South. I see every day and whatnot. You know, they don't have nothing. They're on meth, whatever like that. Yeah, someone working whatnot, you know. But as you look down at the shipyard, right? Like one guy told me, one of my clients told me, he retired from the shipyard years after 20 years. And he opened up his own auto body shop. You know, he told me, he said, well, I thought I had, when I got on Social Security, I said, no, that's if you're on SSI. You can keep your business. So he was going to sell his business, right? And so therefore, he told me that in the shipyard, he said it was nothing but black men down there. That's hard, dirty work. Cleaning the ships and whatnot. You're in this thing where the ships come in and you're cleaning barnacles and painting the ships and whatnot. That's hard, dirty friggin' work. I said, do you have any white boys down there? He said, no. They would work. He said, white boys come down there and they'll work for like 5 months to buy a motorcycle or something like that and then bounce. But he said, the men who stay down there for generations and retire and build home, he said he bought his first home at the age of, what did he say? He was 30 years old. Him and his wife, his wife. And he showed me his picture of his wife, which I said, yeah, I know his wife, right? I said, she's beautiful till this day. She's 65, but she's beautiful. He said, he showed me a picture of how she looked like when he goes, we've been together since we were 15 years old. I said, man, that's a good life, man. Cause he goes, yeah, I've been in love with her since we were teenagers. We're not, so we married, whatever, built a life together and not, had one kid. Well, he told me his story, but stories you don't hear, because everybody makes it seem like we're just like this. I talk to real black people who's really doing things in this country. That's what I want to showcase. That's what the college nature is all about. I'm not going to say and talk about the friggin' failures in Black America. I'll talk about the real Black America I encounter every day. People got beautiful stories. Anyway, after 20 years of working in the shipyard, he bought his own auto body shop. It says his son doesn't want to do it, but I say he wants to sell it. Then I told him, I said, you don't have to sell your shop. So I don't know. I might talk to him again. I might have somebody that might want to lease it out to him, sublease it out to him, and he can make some money. He thought that he had to give his business up once he retires. I said, no. That's only if you're getting disability or something like that. It's not disability. That's Social Security. He had it all wrong. Somebody told him some wrong information. He came to my office. I straightened him out. But yeah, you go down to the shipyard in Portsmouth and Newport and Norfolk shipyard. Most of the workers down there, the welders, all sheet metal workers, all black men. They've been there for 20, 30 years, going down there every day. Without which, the USS George Washington, Mr. Donald Trump in the chat room, the USS George Washington is under repair right now. Who's down there making sure that aircraft carriers and all these other people get seaworthy? It's black men down there. Black men are vital. Also, the trucking industry. Most black truck drivers in America are black, particularly in the East Coast here. So the bottom line is this: we're sick and tired of people making it seem like we're just some useless people that with some cockroaches you could just friggin' just squash and get rid of. Black people are an integral part of this country, what makes this country work. Forget a race war. If we had a boycott, a 1 week boycott, every black person said, we're going to boycott. We're not going to go for work for 1 month. We're not. This whole country would collapse. Right away, they'll bring in all the civil rights people, the Al Sharptons. Next thing you know, Al Sharpton be at the White House or whatnot. Oh, I guess Donald Trump eating dinner at Mar-a-Lago and whatnot. We got to get these niggas back to work. Look, folks, don't fuck with us. Remember when we organized that Texaco boycott? You guys don't remember this. 1996, we had a Texas boycott. Texas boycott. He's a Congolese, so that means to tell us what the hell are you talking about? Who's a Congolese? Bibi Rodriguez. I don't know what her problem is. I don't know what she's all about, you know. Remember the Texas boycott in 1996? This is what happened. It was actually kind of comical. I thought it was actually funny. I didn't think it was all that thing, but there was a lot, evidently enough black people pissed. That was it was actually in 1997, right? A few months after the Million Man March, right? White America saw the power of the Million Man March and they were in terror, fear. They thought finally Black America was organized and everything, right? So the mere mention of a boycott sent them into terror mode, right? This is what happened. Some white guy who didn't get promoted, white people crack me up. They are the funniest people on earth. Yo, look, when a white guy, man, you'll say, you know how easy it is to get white people divided, man, because these motherfuckers have no loyalty, you know? Some white guy basically was at a board meeting. He got passed over for a promotion or whatever like that. So he did a secret recording of a board meeting, right? In the board meeting, one of the board CEOs said, "Oh yeah, at Texaco. This is Texaco, right? Texaco was a oil company out of Texas. You know, they had gas stations and everything nationwide. Anyway, one of the CEOs said that he said, yeah, we got to worry about, because there was a class action lawsuit pending at the time. They were talking about some black people said filed discrimination suit, right? And then the CEO said, yeah, we got to worry about the black jelly beans stuck at the bottom of the bag. Talk about the black people in the corporation who's always stuck at the bottom of the bag, mocking the fact that black people never move up in Texaco. Yo, when that aired, man, black people nationwide said, let's go after Texaco, right? Texaco stock plummeted. Where I live at, right, all the Texaco dealership was like, we ain't racist. We hire black. We love black people. They were all, please don't boycott us and whatnot. And then what happened was they called in Al Sharpton, as usual. They called in Jesse Jackson. And then they started the narratives, like they did the March on Washington. They called in a bunch of Negro leaders and started negotiating, right? So the Negro leaders were our spokesmouths all of a sudden, right? We didn't elect Al Sharpton. We didn't let Jesse Jackson to speak for us. So therefore, they started negotiating and everything to calm black people down. That was coming on heels of the Million Man March. They should have went to Farrakhan, you know, because he was the man of the hour right then, right? So therefore, Jesse Jackson almost said, oh, well, they got to with the plaintiffs, the original black plaintiffs, right? And we reached some sort of settlement, whatever like that. That's all over with and everything. You know, Jesse Jackson got a payoff with his Rainbow Push. Al Sharpton, the national activist, got a check when that. Everything was quiet. It's called putting out fires. So I realized back then that no matter what movement you do, when the white man could always buy their leaders, your leaders, give them a platform, give them media coverage, and make him the spokesmouth of anything you try to do. The Texaco situation was classic. Bib Rush says, Kali, you ain't U.S. us, so move to your homeland, Liberia, and build that mother. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Montgomery boycott, they brought in Dr. King, Dr. Kang, and whatnot, you know. The Montgomery boycott should have netted black people ownership of that fucking bus company, you know. But we're Heritage Americans, you know, look, Heritage Americans. Okay, Tucker Carlson, Tucker fucking 1776 coon, you know. You ain't no damn Heritage American, you know. You're a coon, you know. You're a coon buck dancing, you know. You're a Heritage American. Black ass ain't no damn Heritage American. The only heritage you got is a chain around your neck and a whip on your back, nigga. You know, you a Heritage America. Oh Lord, man. You know, it is what it is, folks. You know. Yeah, but the white man is spoiling for a race war. Like I said, the bottom line is this: it starts with a boycott, right? One day we're gonna have a massive boycott of work and play. Well, for 1 month we're gonna boycott buying anything, working, or contributing anything to the economy. A day without black people, right? You know, see what the hell happens. You know. So it is what it is. I'm a freedman heritage and proud. You ain't no freedman. You're a freedman heritage American. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Freedman. What the hell's a freedman heritage American? That is fucking hilarious, man. You guys crack me up, man. You guys really have it going on, man. So like I said, man, it is what it is, man. But yeah, man. So it is what it is. I had some videos I wanted to play. I can't remember what I did, but I saved some videos. You guys like the video the other day with Tariq demanding his reparations check, and then they're laughing. You remember that video? That was pretty funny. Might play it again tonight. As I take my little pot shots at the FBA movement. Always fun clowning the FBA. Let's see, civil rights. Let's see. What's this TikTok? I can't remember. Sometimes I put these TikToks up here. I can never remember what they're about. Yeah, this is about. What do you have to say about this? 776. Donald John Trump, says that civil rights was a mistake, because Negroes like you could basically drive for Uber and Lyft and take money out of the white boy's pocket. This chick is hot, man. I don't know who she is, man. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
Were treated very badly, arguing the civil rights laws cost white Americans jobs and also some college opportunities that they deserved. That comes after Vice President J.D. Vance said America does not need to apologize for being white anymore. Let's be clear. Civil rights were created to address centuries of legalized racism in this country, slavery, Jim Crow, redlining. I could go on and on and on and on. But that's not the point of these comments, not the only point. The real question is, who are they talking to and why right now? The message is simple. If you're struggling, it's because the system helped Black Americans and hurt you. That message is aimed squarely at white voters, especially white men who feel like they're falling behind as the country changes. It creates a scapegoat. It also may motivate them to vote in the midterms, believing that the GOP has their backs. So President Donald Trump is now framing civil rights as something that took away from white Americans. And that framing, as you can imagine, is intentional. He recently said that after the civil rights movement.
Yeah, Rico, that's true. Rico is a changed man. He says, I feel the same way, but I don't talking bad about, like, I'm done talking bad about Africans online because I don't like when white people say, yeah, when it gets to the point where white people are picking up these dumb FBA talking points, you're doing something wrong. Now, when you're doing something wrong, that's when when you're doing something wrong. When white people like Tucker Carlson is endorsing what you're saying, talking about heritage American, all this kind of stupid stuff. Now you got these FBA repeatedly talking about heritage American, all this kind of stupid shit like that. You're doing something wrong when they're attacking Africans and other Black people and not, that's ridiculous. We're the majority in this country. Black America, what do you call foundational Black America, whatever you want to call yourself, Black Americans, African Americans, we're the majority. We have a responsibility as a majority, Yo, look, Baby Rodriguez, somebody have to tell you, right? Some people, somebody can't give you freedom. Oh wow, Baby Red, now she's attacking Rico, because Rico has basically been colonized, you know. Yo, 776, you will never be integrated into a mainstream American society. They don't look at Vivek Ramaswamy. Have you realized what Vivek is going through? They don't want your black. You're blacker than him. You're 100,000 blacker than he is. You know, they don't want your black ass. You know. No, you talking about you assimilate into a fucking American society? Okay, you know. I'm a Baby Rodriguez. I don't have to go any place. Why are you telling me I gotta leave? You know, I'll be leaving soon, and I'll be broadcasting from over in Liberia, right? Annoying you, you know. What are you gonna say then? Kala, leave Liberia. Well, now I'll be over there. I'll be over there in a few weeks. I want to read some of the comments from the past shows. All right, let's read some of these comments. All right. African Goddess says, Kali should keep Elvis in 7076. The dialogue between you guys was hilarious. Person, well, I'm not here for a freaking comedy, you know. Eddie Thorne said, Kala, I was number 4, thumbs up last night. Not only Elvis, but Prince have come to be more disagreeable. Not just more than disagreeable, but disrespectful. Yeah, I'm monitoring that shit too. I can't take disrespect. Morris has a Scottish or Irish name. He spent very little time in Africa. Dollar Bill Focus, a few other might, and all the women all right. Okay, that's good. Somebody easy like Sunday mornings that throughout the this is a comment I want to focus on. He says throughout the decades, Africans and Caribbeans have constantly expressed anti-Black American sentiments, while Black Americans have sought to promote pro-Black ideas. In contrast, they have distanced themselves by saying, I'm not Black. I am certainly not a Black American. This attitude is both anti-Black and particularly anti-Black American. Witnessing one of our own, like Kala, perform for these individuals, and only after tonight, only reinforces the justification. Look, first of all, I'm not basically performing for Africans and Caribbeans. I reply to say 2 wrongs don't make a right. Africans and Caribbeans were wrong in what they were saying about Black Americans taking on white supremacy talking points. They were absolutely wrong. But what's even wronger is the fact that you're basically taking that and blowing it out of proportion. You know, so 2 wrongs don't make a right. Let me see. Another comment I was talking about. Okay, let's see. 2 comments. Okay, yeah, this is from a guy from GT Million 514. He said everything you said about I felt bad for Ja. How's a smart man? He's one of these intellectual dudes from the Caribbean, don't know shit about America, you know. He really thinks you can come to this country and just point your finger and everybody's gonna roll over before you're some immigrant that, oh my God, let's bow on our knees. Immigrants are here to save us. You know, them days are over. He says GT Million 514. Everything you said about Botswana and Southern Africa about diamonds, also building industries, is correct. It seems people who don't understand the simple business. And also, Botswana even owns 15% of the beers. I heard that Botswana and Namibia and South Africa was about to buy De Beers. One of those countries was about to buy De Beers altogether. And Beers is pulling out of selling all his assets in Africa. So Elvis don't understand that part. You know, he don't understand how corporations and business work. That's what this guy's saying. He says Botswana, even though, yeah, I do know about the 15% of De Beers Corporation, you know? And I think they're making a play. Debswana is making a play for all De Beers assets in Southern Africa, you know? That's how, if Botswana does that, it's going to corner the whole global trade on diamonds. That's going to be that's going to be big, you know? But you got people like Elvis running around. Oh, no, Kala, you need white people and whatnot. It's like I said, we got to put people like Elvis out to pastures, you know? They come in here telling us how we gotta need white liberals and all this kind of stupid shit like that. You know, like I said, we are basically not just a physical war, we're in an economic war, a global economic war. You know, the white race wants to dominate us forever. We want to be free. We want to look, like I said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? I don't contest the white man's right to rule over these lands he's conquered. But when it comes to Africa, man, you know, it's time for them to go elsewhere. Really. Go elsewhere. Because Africa belongs to us. You know, the wealth of Africa belongs to us. I'm sick and tired of seeing crackers and devils sitting back, sipping champagne because they got some multi-business because they pay off some freaking African leader. Some days are over. He finished by saying the Botswana even owns 15% of De Beers Corporation, for example. This white worship only exists in West Africa. but Botswana is not successful because of whites, but being smart. But yeah, whites didn't have anything to do with the success of Botswana. You know, they have smart black leadership for generations. Smart, intelligent, and all these things that Botswana did could have been done in the rest of Africa, but the African mind doesn't think long term. He only thinks the African mind, for the most part, only thinks what's in front of him, how to loot, steal, and look big and whatnot. Nigerians had all that oil. All they did was built a bunch of dilapidated houses and whatnot, you know, and you got a halfway developed country. You know, what you call it? Shut the hell up, 1776. Don't know shit about Liberia, you know. Liberia, like Chinese don't own shit in Liberia. You know, if you ever went there, you understand what I'm talking about. You know, and you can't just own anything in Liberia, bro. It's not that type of country. You can't just own land and property in Liberia. Everything you have in Liberia, if you have a property in Liberia, it has to be 50% owned by a Liberian group of businesses. And trust me, that's the only way it goes down. So 1776, let me delete your comment. And you keep it up, you're going to be blocked for good. Delete your comment. Goodbye. I wasn't going to let them team up on you and talk about liberal. Yeah, I was tired. I had to start my own show. That's why I dropped off. You are willing to fight for your homeland, motherland, so I'll talk. You know, I am fighting for a homeland, you know. I know the best fight we can have is bringing Black Americans to back home in Africa. That's the only chance Africa has, you know. Baruti says, Kyle, you shouldn't clown FBA, hug them. FBAs have much in common. What the hell are you talking about? You know, Baruti, you're a goofball, you know. You are a separatist, but they desire. I have no idea what you're talking about, you know. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Baruti. You know, that's really goofy of you, you know. By the way, our good brother Dollar Bill, the Ubuntu King, has told me today that he has reached 300 subscribers. So we'll give Dollar Bill some props on that. Let me see. So we're gonna salute Dollar Bill for reaching a 300 subscriber milestone. If Liberia got $100 million loan from China, you can rest assured that basically they're going to Liberia has the means of paying it back like tenfold. Liberians always been smarter about not that Liberia has no debt, no external debt, you know. So if they got $100 million loan, the Chinese just realize they're good the investment, you know. No, I mean, look, we congratulate Dollar Bill, you know, 300 people ain't nothing to sneeze at, you know. I had 300 people when I first started. A year and a half ago, I was at 300. So maybe another year, he could be at 1,000 people too, you know, making this YouTube thing. So, like I said, my subscriber stuff hasn't moved in I don't know how long, man. So I don't even know how many people I'm at right now, you know. Oh, I got 2 more subscribers in the last 2 days. Jeez, you know. Look at what you all. Shout out to Dollar Bill, true intellectual. Is that a jab at me, Elvis? You trying to say I'm not a true intellectual? Is that what you're saying, Elvis? That a true intellectual. Who is not an intellectual? Hudson Smart's a true intellectual. You know, as dumb as 1776 is, he's an intellectual. So who is not an intellectual that gets on this panel, Elvis? You know, shout out to Dollar Bill. He's a true intellectual. You know, Elvis, shut the hell up. You know. We know your fucking games, you little fucking crime boy. You know. Read my comments clearly. Pastor, you get understanding. I said, you say I'm a goofball. Yeah, you are goofy, you know. But you behave as an asshole and Mazungo, butt-looking Cajuns, you know. What the hell are you talking about, you know? What are you talking about, Broody, you know? Yeah, look, hold up. When you said somebody's a true intellectual, but as opposed to what? You know? You can give props to somebody, but when you say somebody's a true intellectual, it's just like sitting in front of a box of in a room full. Remember years ago they had a Champions Forever. It was a documentary with Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, George Foreman, Ken Norton, all of them. They all got together, right? And a few other people all got together. Ernie Shavers. It was called Champions Forever, right? And it was on the field. It was going around and making the rounds and whatnot. You know, it was a series celebrating these great men of boxing. And basically, and Larry Holmes was on it too, right? And that was right around the time they made that documentary, right around the time of the height of Mike Tyson back in the early 90s, right? Imagine you going up to George Foreman and say, yeah, George, I'm glad to be your true champion showed up. Well, you got all these people that had the crown and distinguishes on boxing. You only give credit to things. That basically is not just you trying to give credit to somebody. You're taking a swipe at the other boxers sitting there. You would say, yeah, you know, one of the great intellectuals that's on this platform, because I only let intellectuals up here, right? So what you said was disrespectful, you know? What you said was disrespectful. What I'm doing is checking people's disrespect. You know what you said. So you got people coming up here. I don't let people come up here that sound like an idiot. People can at least articulate themselves. That's all intellectual is. The ability to articulate yourself a point, an intelligent point. So now if I wasn't an intellectual, I would not have a fast-growing show like this, you know? If you were such an intellectual, you would have a show, Elvis. You know, I do this stuff. I do this show in my sleep. I come here with material and stuff like that. I've talked about history. I can't wait for Black History Month next month in February. Oh my God, I got so much stuff planned for the audience. You don't have no idea. You know, we're gonna really do Black History Month up there like it's never been done before. Every night, Black History. You know. Black History Month continued. It's called. That's what the series called. Black History Month continued. You know. So the bottom line is this: it's not being about it being insecure. You know, it's not about me. It's also what are you saying about fucking Hustle Smart? What do you say about all the people I have up here? You know, I mean, I don't agree with Ja, but I think he's an intellectual. He has intellect. What about Nakmeezy? You know, was he? I don't agree with Nakmeezy, but how can you not call him an intellectual? You know, you were just saying that to be a smartass. You know, that's all it is. That's all you were trying to do. You know, I don't gossip about you. You know, but I was talking about what this guy did. He responded to Elvis. Since you're here, I will read that again. Where he's responded to you about your about Botswana. He said a couple of messages. I'm gonna read all of them, right? He said, "You don't know what the hell you're talking about." You know, you're the one who talked about Botswana and not know the fucking thing what you're talking about. You know, not me. All right, let's go here. I said, let me read it again. You know, from GT Millen 514. He says, everything you said about Botswana and Southern Africa about diamonds and bullion is correct. Yeah, because I've been studying this for 30 years, you know. It seems people who don't understand simple business, right? And also Botswana even owes 50% of the beers. In fact, the Botswana is in line to buy the beers altogether. Botswana is trying to own the whole, just take over the beer. Botswana is about to take over the beers, right? It's already Botswana is basically controlling the upper management of the beers. So the Africa you're talking about, Elvis, was 50, 60 years ago when whites came and run things. Now you got young black professionals. Now, if your country can't keep up, you know, so the bottom line is this. The bottom line is you make it seem like white people are needed. White people are on their way out. That's my point I'm trying to say. In fact, with the beers, the Botswana owes 15% of the Beers Corporation, the largest diamond mining in the world. They own 15%, and they're about to take over majority stake. And then he goes, for example, this white worship only exists only in West Africa, like Nigeria, where the friggin' white corporations have all the oil industry, and they give the government of Nigeria 10%. Ghana's oil, they only get 10% of their oil revenue. That's West African shit. You know, that's that slave shit, you know, West Africa. But Botswana has always been a model of how you can take natural resources and build industries around them to basically, which we call them. No, they own half of Botswana, but the major parent corporation, De Beers, Botswana is moving to take over a majority share of De Beers, you know, by the 2030, you know. Yeah, 50-50 deals in Botswana, but the international corporation of beers, Botswana also got 15% shares in that. They took that money they made and bought shares into the company, you know? Can you imagine a Nigerian company owning 15% of Shell or BP? You understand where I'm coming from? That's what you call intellect. So you got this. He goes, I asked me one kind of do out without white. Look, the bottom line is this. Investment is investment. You know, it's investment that has nothing to do with somebody white. It has to do with what you call investment. Because soon, right now, you got Asians and everybody else investing. At the time where it was Jews and white people were the only ones in the diamond industry, you know. You know, Dangote's refinery thing. Look at who's running Dangote's refinery. There's no Nigerians in there. You know, put some respect in Nigeria. Please. Please. Nigeria should have been at the able where they could built the logistics to supply its own oil with oil refinery. Other countries, basically like Venezuela, refine their stuff from their own oil. No African country has the ability to refine products in a synchronized fashion with its own natural resources, right? If you got to export the natural resources to process overseas, and or process this stuff from foreign suppliers. It's like ass backwards. Nigeria exports oil, but Dangote has to import oil from the United States because the infrastructure is not there. You know, but I think Nigeria will get it one of these days. You know, they stop with the corruption; they'll get it one day. You know. But yeah, so Kala. So what do you think trigger a race war? Look, the bottom line is this: it ain't gonna start with just a fucking race war. You know, first of all, you need when you talk about a war, the first thing that has to happen is people have to go into a war state of mind. As long as black people are out here, well, we got the Hightower group, which were oil storage and distribution, same thing, you know. We got the Stephen Hightower group, and you know something, I just found out I'm friends with the Hightower Corporation on LinkedIn. I just found that out. I can't wait till I get to Liberia, man. I'm gonna send my formal letter inviting him to Liberia. I can't wait, you know. So I'm gonna be set up, folks. I got big things planned, folks. So like this. South Africa does color. South Africa Oil is a state-owned oil company that operates in the United States. Okay, Lozy, maybe you can come up here and tell us some more. I didn't know that. I thought it was just Botswana. Yeah, we don't have a country. That's why we don't have an oil refinery, moron. If we had a country, we'd have that and then some. If the Western countries are a rapid development, and why is Africa under Western? Africa didn't start growing until the Chinese got there. Something immediately said, well, Africa has not been growing. You know who basically made Africa grow? It was Turkey, South Korea, and mainland China and Japan. Any sort of development you see in Africa comes from those countries and the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, whatnot. But Western countries, man, don't do shit in Africa. They ain't got the means to do anything. They're freaking a joke. Europe is broke, man. Yeah, I know those black Americans that went there after apartheid, I know. And had we kept that momentum up of black American experts going to South Africa, we'd be in a better position right now. I don't know what the hell happened, man, but one thing the South Africans did that other African countries didn't do, they reached out to black America, they reached out to black America and brought the experts in from America after post-apartheid, So it is what it is, folks. Let me put the link in the chat room, right? We're talking about a race war. Like I said, before you start talking about war, we have to start thinking viable. You don't have. I know. Look. I have a homeland, which I consider Liberia my homeland. I know I don't have a country. I don't have a country where I have a government on my own. I know that. So why is everybody gonna fucking keep beating over my head that I don't have a fucking country? Yeah. That's my whole fucking point. That's why, basically, I don't respect any black man that fucking holds the American flag in his hand. I can't, I love my brother Nakmeezy, but I can't respect that shit, Can't respect my brother Nakmeezy with his fucking Captain America flag on his face. Can't do that shit, 1776 who needs the 1776, It's primarily known for pioneering world's first largest commercial oil for coal run. Yeah, coal. South Africa. What do you think about your president, Ramaphosa, basically shutting down this coal thing in the name of clean air with that idiot Joe Biden? Lozy, you got to call in tonight, man. South Africa took an L. What the hell y'all got rid of your coal industry for? That was the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life, man. Go ahead, Ja.
Yeah, man, you dropped off earlier from Dynas, huh?
Yeah, I had to start my own show, man. So I had to.
No, that's cool.
Leave.
You should advertise your show,
what y'all talking about, man? What y'all talking about?
Over, tell people to come over, man. I mean, it kind of went all over the place. Afrodamas showed up. Simple East,
oh Lord,
hog the mic, stuff like that, But Simple East said he'd kill 85% of black people, man. He said he supports racism essentially.
Well, what type of black people? The black people that's just stupid, or just black
It doesn't
people?
matter, bro. 85%.
Oh, you don't think some black people need to go?
No, bro.
So what about the people who are chronically destroying our communities, robbing, killing?
And that,
Yo, hold on. Check this out. The other day, right? I told you about this. I got an update for you guys, right? I told you guys on New Year's Eve, a young black man, good-looking young black man that was killed in a house party. I don't know why young people keep having house parties, right? A fight broke out, and they said guns came out. Next thing you know, this guy was running away, and he got shot in the back and died, right? Update, that was in Virginia Beach, right? They arrested one of the guys in the connection with that in Chesapeake. You know? So so I'm saying that's a good sign. So what I'm saying like this is, why do we have John? Why do we have to keep dealing with this shit?
Can you hear me better now, or
yeah, loud and clear? Why do we have to deal with fucking crime, all this shit like that?
Because, Kala, ever since man has been on this earth, there's always been crime.
Not like this. Not like this. How come white America is not affected by it?
Even starting off the answer like that is weak. You ask him about today's society. This motherfucker went back 1 million years ago, bro.
And cuts me off right away.
God damn! No, I want you to continue to talk though, because you sound weak. I want you to continue. Go ahead.
You don't want to have a discussion, okay?
Go ahead. Tell us about 1 million years ago.
If you don't want to deal with history and facts.
He ain't asked you about history and facts. He ain't asked you about history and facts. He talking about today.
Brother. Crime will never end. Facts.
What they got to do with what he asked you?
All I'm saying is you have to figure a way to reduce it.
How then? How we reduce it?
Now, you reduce it by enforcing the law. That's one way. There are other ways also, because there's plenty of societies that don't have the murders and stuff like that that we have in the United States.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? When it comes to black people,
they don't have the murders.
You know what the difference is?
Japan.
Those other societies, right?
Canada.
Hold up.
All these places.
Hold up. What you have in those societies, John, is this. When somebody in Japan, right, the person that would commit crime in Japan could look up and see that the president of Mitsubishi has the same culture, race, everything as him, that's what inspire him to meet Mitsubishi in the middle and become an auto worker and raise a family and stuff like that, because they have a role model, right? In America, right, the black people, they look up and the people with all the power. That's why I said this title of the show tonight, right? It seems like white people are determined to make sure that they have all the power. They're the symbols of power, right? Everything like this. And I'm saying to myself, the average black person has no role model to look up to, and say, I want to be like that. I want to be like this person right here. So therefore, they're more likely to get into crime. As simple as that.
Now, Carla, I'm not going to say that's not a factor, but some of the places I called have diverse populations. The UK, Canada, significant black populations.
Yeah, but those people, those countries, if you notice, Ja, those people, I noticed something, right? You'll see, you know what's the sad part about this? You'll see people, even like Frenchie, she swears she's black British, and basically they completely assimilated into they become Brits. America is still this country where they want you to call yourself American when it's convenient for them, right? But the blessings of America, right? Let me tell you something, Ja. If you're broke down the
metric, right? If we should kill them, right?
Hold on, no, I'm not saying it. No, you're twisting
right now.
Hold, that's not my position. That's not my position.
Because he has.
Hold on. You talk, hey, Ja.
Now he's a working.
It's the same thing he was doing on Dinah show, bro. The same thing.
Hey, Ja, you're talking. Hold up. You're addressing me right now, right?
All right, go ahead.
That's not my position, right?
Oh my God.
Right? That's not my position. Now, let me say this, right? If you're stuck on the side of the road, changing your tire, right? A white person will say, yeah, I was stuck on the side of the road. The police came and put the markers down and they waved traffic on, whatnot, you know, and one even helped me change my tire. When I say, yeah, I love officers. They like this. Stanley Crutchard broke down the side of the road, right? Changed his tire. Some police rolled up on him and blew his brains out, right? What I'm saying is this. Some people will say, well, that's white privilege. I'm saying that's not white privilege. That's just normalcy and black degradation. People call what's supposed to be normal and what's called degradation, right? It's supposed to be like, oh, that's black. No, nobody should have to get their brains blown out on the side of the road. You know, that shouldn't be a privilege walking around with white skin in the country. If you're walking around with white skin in the country and you got privilege, there's something fundamentally wrong with the society. You can't reform that.
Let me give you another example, Carla. Let me give you an example, Carla. Say, for instance, if you got a black person in a Rolls Royce and you got a white dude walking down the street, you get what I'm saying? And a white person, and they say, hey, I got to invite one of these, a white person say, I got to invite one of these in the house and I can share a meal with you. And if they say, hey, the person that's in the Rolls Royce, who they can see that's clearly rich, but they black, and the person, the homeless guy they ain't gonna even say he's homeless. It's just a guy just walking down the street, just normal. They will invite him over first because that's the one thing I give white people credit for. They can, even though whatever we got to say about their race and that their numbers are going down, they still feel like race is right. See, they trick all these black people and these immigrants that the law, right is right, wrong is wrong. The laws, white people don't give a fuck. White people don't see that. This is the one thing that I like about Trump. He is showing you that the majority of people don't give a fuck about the Constitution. They'll do it and play it and switch it around. But hold on for a second, John. Just hold on for a second, bro. The people that hold the law as written word is black people. And immigrant black people. That's why how we do it with religion. White people don't give a fuck about religion. They'll bring out a Bible while they electrocute somebody. They'll bring out the Bible when they injected somebody. They'll bring out the Bible and say anything. But it's black people who got there when white people kill black people start talking about the Bible verse by verse. That's the same way that shit happened in South Carolina when the white dude went in there and killed them shit in the church. That goddamn dude sat out there and started reading the Bible. Reading the fucking Bible. But you let a black person go in a church and kill 18 white people. I guarantee you all the white people at that church would go home and get their guns. And hunt his nigga ass down.
Simp.
That's my point.
Simp, is that because of racism?
No, that's because white people. Bro, are you slow, bro?
What's the definition of racism? Apparently, you don't
right
know.
No, this don't have nothing to do with racism. This has something to do with skin color. What the fuck you think we're talking about?
Simp, do you know the definition of racism?
We're not talking about racism. Why do you, John? Let me ask you a question. Why, John? Please, man, for the love of white Jesus, why do you always start talking about something that we're not talking about?
Because you don't understand definitions.
I don't give a damn. We ain't talking about racism. We're talking about how white people see their skin color.
Simp, you just
Carla, what part of that he don't understand, bro?
Not everything is about racism. We're not talking about prisons and crime. We're not talking about racism all the time.
What he just explained a second ago, was that racism?
No,
is that racism by definition?
No, racism
what you talked about is racism by definition.
You know? Hold on, he could be talking about prejudice, right? That's all white people.
Oh
prejudice,
my God, man.
Racism is prejudice plus power. That means you have the right to systematically control somebody and deny them their rights, or based solely on the fact that your race is superior to theirs, and you have every right to do it, and then nobody can stop you. That's racism. Racism is when you take race and you practice race, in other words, because you benefit from it, and you could oppress somebody else. You know, you could deny them. You can't look. It's like you. I guess you believe black people could be racist, Ja.
Okay. Racism.
Do you believe black people could be racist?
Definition. I'm reading it. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Another one, the belief that different races possess distinct characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as inferior or superior to another. What you
Yeah,
guys
but you have
explained
to
a
have
second
the
ago
ability to
is
enforce that.
racism. And if you said it's white people, they
Hold
definitely
on,
have the
hold on. Let me
ability to enforce it.
let me say
So
this,
you're talking about
John.
racism. If you don't understand the
John,
definition, I
John,
can't
you
help
missing
you.
one. Oh, as an immigrant, you missing one single point, right? In order for
Okay,
you to
Tariq
have
Rashid, I'm
race,
listening.
you have to be racist. You have to be able to inflict. Like, let me give you an example. You could be on a job, right? Hold up. Does your
I
boss
know
really
that
care about?
example. I know the
Hold
power
up. If you're,
dynamic. I understand how that
when you go on a job, hey, Hustle, you've been on a job before. You ever see the boss? You come around and he asks you, what was the score last night? Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. Whatever he says, you better answer, right? So if you talk, does he have to answer?
Nope.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, he does not have to answer anything, right? It's a power dynamic. Racism is a power dynamic. You know, one person who has power. You know, who has power? People who can do stuff to harm you, take something away from you, deny you something. You have to have power to be racist. You know, it ain't about discrimination. You got to have power. You got to be in a position of power. The majority will vote. White people could be racist because their vote could basically swing an election, right? And if you have a racist people running office, when that white people have the power to put those people in the power, they do stuff. White people have the power to look the other way when police
And we
brutalize
also have the
that's
power
power. You know,
to
we
vote
can't do
in
that.
or cast our vote for people that are racist or not racist.
So tell me, John, who's not racist? Tell me who's not racist.
And what I'm saying is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Simp Police Academy said tonight he supports racists.
Tell me when I support a tell me.
For a racist.
You said what?
Salute to everyone on the panel. Peace and blessings.
Shout out 17 Cents. So let me hear what he said again. Say that again.
You said tonight you support racists. That means you will vote for racists. So that means if in the civil
So hold on. Just stop for a second. What races that I said I would vote for?
You said tonight you support racists. I brought it up.
I said I support racists.
Yes.
I said that. Look, I said that.
What are you talking about? I ain't saying that.
You said that, and you said you'd kill 85% of black folks.
Let me tell you what I said. I said that 85% of black people are useless. 85% of black people.
If it was up to you, you would.
If it was up to me, 85% of black people would be gone.
So what does get rid of them mean? You would kill them. I said, damn, I'm not lying on you. That's what you said.
Ja.
Hold on. Just stop for a second. Stop for a second, 17 Cents. Stop for a second. Yeah, if I had the power, if I had Thanos power, I would get rid of 85% of black people, but it would be a certain type of black people.
So what I'm saying is you will vote for someone that would kill 85% of black people.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's how
do you equate what I said that who I'm gonna vote for, you dumb son of a bitch?
Hey, Hustle Smart, he doesn't understand nuance.
Are you dumb?
That's how
he doesn't understand nuance.
No. Back up for a second. Let me say it again. Because I said that I want 85% of a certain type of black people to be gone. Because I think 85% of black people are useless.
Let me interject real quick.
Hold on. Yes, I did. You just want to listen because you was talking at the same time like my second baby mama. So you didn't hear me. I always said that. Hold on, 1776, bro. So what I said was, I said it from day one, that because 85 at that point, it was 85% of black people that would vote Democrat. I think any black person that vote for the Democrat Party in this last election is useless. And I think they shouldn't be breathing.
And that's why, and that's 80% to 90% of black people. So that means you're at least saying you're going to kill 60% of black people in this country.
Ja, let me say something real quick.
One second, brother.
Yes,
but you already got killed on the last show. You gonna get killed on this one?
One second. And by the way, that means you said you support killing That means you're not.
Oh, why?
Even,
Oh,
you
why?
don't even
If
like
you
the
say get rid of,
Constitution. You don't
hold
even
on,
like the
get rid
Constitution
of,
of the
hold on,
United
yo,
States.
John.
Because
And get hold
all
up, get
those
rid of
Democrats
don't
you're talking
necessarily mean
about, they
kill
have freedom of
somebody.
speech.
It
They have
just
the right
means
to
be
support
hold
a
up, hold
political
up, John,
party.
John,
And you're
John.
willing to kill them for that?
John,
What
you
are
can't
you
talk over
crazy?
me. Look, let me say this, right? When somebody says get rid of them in our culture, that means y'all just don't matter, right? It means I don't have nothing to do with them, right? It
That's
don't
not
mean
what he's
necessarily.
saying.
It's like metaphorically, whatever like that. It's
That's
not
not what
literally,
he's saying.
It just means these people are useless or whatever like
Wait.
that. And I'm like this. I'm at the point where I'm just like, yeah, most of them people are useless. I just have nothing to do with it. I just do my own thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you want to actually physically.
I have a question for Sid,
lives.
by the way. Would he get rid of himself?
I'm gonna fall
Because
back.
he used to be the same person he's talking about. Would he get rid of himself?
But John, check this out, John.
Well,
You already got a.
man, are you like a transvestite or something, bro? Like the
Sim,
question that
if
you
you
ask is
can't
so
understand
stupid, bro.
things, right? I can't help you, bro.
But what you got? What you
I
got?
tell you what. Ask the question. Ask the question one more time. Ask the question one more time and see if it makes any sense.
Would you get rid of yourself?
Why would let me tell you? Hold on. Let me tell you why that's an oxymoron, you dummy. Because why would if I think a certain way, then that means that I would never think of the way of the people that I say that about stupid. That's an oxymoron, dummy.
Were you committing crimes? Would you get rid of yourself? That's my question. Huh?
You say what did I do? What did I got to do with commit crimes?
Carla said he'd get rid of black people that were committing crimes. Maybe Carla would have got rid of you. Got rid of you.
I'm saying like this.
You wouldn't have a chance to become a business owner.
Hold on.
Oh my God, bro! This dude act like a female, bro.
Hold on, I gotta put him down. Let me clear this up because you're gonna interrupt me, right? Let me put it to you like this, right? I believe we're in a race war in this country. I do believe that, and we're in a serious situation. That's what the topic of the show tonight, right? I'm saying the fact of the matter is we have a certain amount of black people in this country, right? That not only know that we're in a race war, but they're helping the white man destroy us, right? I believe that. Look, Hustle Smart, right after freaking the Million Man March, right? I remember that we were on a freaking upswing, right? Everything applied. A few months after the Million Man March, guess what happened? Tupac Shakur, that Vegas thing happened. Tupac was killed. Remember that?
Yeah, I saw it on tape.
Yeah,
a whole bunch of niggas doing nigga shit.
A few months after the Million Man March, not even a month, and then therefore, Vibe magazine started talking about East Coast versus West Coast. People put away the African medallions, all the positive stuff. Everybody started talking about Cristal, Gats, guns. What's it called? Desert Eagle. I didn't know what the fucking Desert Eagle was. They're talking about all that shit. So there was like a Black America basically said, on the whole, like I would say a good majority of us said, we want to go down this road of sin and destruction. So I don't say kill black people. If black people keep going right now, we're gonna kill each other. Kill each other, So
that's why I say we're doomed. Carla, do you know that every 2 years, black people come up with a new gun to glorify? You know what the new gun is now?
Yeah, it was the ghost guns.
No, it's the new gun that they rap about now. It's called It's called a FNN.
What the hell's that?
It's a new type of Glock. It's like a Desert Eagle. Look it up. It's called FNN.
Yeah. So this is what you're dealing with right now in Black America. You got a culture of death, right? That basically for the last 30 years have been pushing in Black America. So you have John. We're looking at genocidal levels of destruction.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick, man. I'm giving Hustle Smart another felony for bodying Ja on both shows, man. So like that's another felony to your charge, man.
That 3 strikes I'm out. You know what I'm saying?
My point I'm trying to make is this: we're basically at genocidal levels, right? I mean, literally genocidal levels right now in Black America, right? And also, let me tell you something. If anybody don't believe what I'm saying, I heard Muslims, Hustle Smart, talk about we're gonna take this country over for Islam and whatnot. That doesn't even fucking bother white people,
right?
I've heard friggin' Somalis talk about we're gonna take Minnesota or we're gonna take much. So what? White people are like, Look, let me tell you something. When it comes to Black America, whatever like that, they're itching for a race war so they could just destroy us once and for all because they know nobody's gonna give a damn. That's the freaking truth, you know.
Now, Kyle, let me say this. Let me clear something up to y'all. And now we that's why I tell you about, you remember me and you was having this conversation, Carla, when I was saying like you got to watch what you say, because they're gonna take you literally. Like if you just like the other day when you kept saying community, you know what I'm saying? Like I knew what you was talking about.
Yeah,
You
no,
get what I'm saying?
and I flip and say it all the time.
But
I know
let-
there's no such thing as a black community.
But hold on though, Carla, but this is what I say. But when people is trying to make a point, they're gonna, you're talking figuratively, like community as a whole. You're being suggestive when you're talking. But when I'm telling you, when you got people that's trying to make a point, they're gonna hold you. They're gonna they're gonna dissect.
I didn't know you caught that.
They're gonna dissect, bro. I ain't got nothing to do but hold this wheel and blow this horn, bro. I don't have nothing else to do but to focus on those where I can watch how they act. You know what I'm saying? It's the gorilla hustler in me. But what I'm saying is that let's go with George Floyd for a second. Now, of course, he doesn't deserve to die. But when he died out there, I didn't give a fuck because I knew what type of nigga he was. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I knew what type of I knew what type of person I was when I was out there in the street. So if I would have died, nobody would have gave a fuck. When you in the process, when you're in the mind frame of what you're doing, if you're being a degenerate, people don't give a fuck about degenerates. That's why in my neighborhood, this dude named Kicky D. You know what I'm saying? He was out there he used to rob little school boys, you know, on their way to school. He wouldn't fuck with adults. He would rob women and kids. And the police came behind him. He was running behind the building. They shot his ass 16 times. Nobody said a word. We didn't give a fuck. And the police was wrong. They shot him in the back. Not one black person in the neighborhood said a word. We saw him and walked past him. So what we're saying is he didn't deserve to die, but he was a detriment to our community. You're a detriment to the community. You deserve to die.
Just like this white lady, good. A lot of people isn't feeling remorse for her. She left Missouri to go to Minnesota to start shit, and she got put in the head. A lot of people's not really protesting
This is what
about her.
Doing. Hold up, they have a coordinated effort. They were like this. They were walkie-talkie. They knew ICE. They will block streets. You know, they knew where they were sabotage.
Oh, did you know they got an app? They created an
app out there. I was like, damn, man. So they were well organized. She was out there blocking the street. When I hope those Somalis were worth it. Worth her life. You know.
Yeah,
they got whistles. They got these. 17 said they got these special white folks whistles, bro.
like a lot.
No, they're important to white people that's doing the thing against ICE. Man, let white people deal with that shit, man. Black people, we ain't with that dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
They out there in the snow, in the ice.
Not organized, they're not anything like that.
But they're part of Antifa, you know. They're getting paid to be protesters, you know.
17 said, black people, we're not that organized. You know, we'll go out there.
Antifa hijacked Black Lives Matter.
Yeah,
and see what they did, you know.
See, a lot of
but
these.
Carla, hold on, 17, I got to be on your side though. Hey, Carla, look. But goddamn, when white people take over shit, they get real strategic when they take it over. You get what I'm saying? These motherfuckers got apps. These motherfuckers got a head person, a sub person. They got them donating money to these funds, giving people
lawyers. They got lawyers.
They got Carla. They got lawyers working pro bono. I got to give it to 1776 on this. Once white people took over, they became a better referee.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, the bottom line is,
hold on. This is the last point, Carla. I promise. And the funny part is, Carla, they don't even need 1 million white people to do it. Yeah, they can do it. They do it in small number. They get strategic. They start when you get black people out there marching. We marching on the same street. We tear down the same targets. Don't you see when we tear down shit? Well, I know it ain't us, but when black people tear down shit, we tearing down the same shit. We tearing down Targets, and then we running them all and want to steal some shoes or some Gucci. Them white people ain't stealing shit.
Black people are organized on
They not we organized, bro. We ain't even organized with the fuck shit.
White people out there, man, when they the shit that I saw in 2020, man, they had Molotov cocktails. They'll deliver Molotov cocktails or whatever. Little Indian girl, I'm like, God damn.
Yeah.
We're believing what they're saying, man. I'm like, God damn. Black people never did that shit. But the bottom line is we got to pay the bill because they say they blamed it all on Black Lives Matter. And that was a whole bunch of leftist groups. Now, black people have stayed back on this shit right here because I know for a fact of the matter is if we get out there right about now with ICE and whatnot, the race will.
I just want to interject real quick. This is the thing I don't like about the Democrats. The Democrats are working with these immigrants to fund the government. Like you had all these daycares getting 1.2. Democrats never did that for black folks. $1.9 million daycare with nobody coming. So the Democrats have really become an immigrant and a homosexual party. That's what Hustle Smart was saying. Like anybody who really die hard for the Democrats, either you're homosexual, you want to be a homosexual, or you're an immigrant, right? Because they gave these Somalis $9 billion. They never gave African Americans $9 billion in phony businesses. That's fucked up, man.
Well, they're billing the government. It happens all the time, but there's always.
But listen to but think about what he just said though. They gave them money for them to have daycares to take care of other Somali kids because they ain't have regular black people.
And they didn't even use it for that. They're funneling the money.
That's my whole point. But you got these black home care places. They don't goddamn get that shit to us, and the black people take anybody kid.
And we vote for the same people, the Democrats,
See, and that's why I say that 85% of black people are useless. Don't get me wrong. Let me say my whole statement. I think 85% of white people are useless. I think that the only thing that'll help us out as black people that we don't be doomed is that 85% of every race of people just die off. And we start with the knowledge, that we have now. Start from there. We're not gonna beat white people. We're not gonna beat. Hold on, let me finish, John. Let me finish. You can say whatever you want to say. I'm a realist. I'm and I'm practical. Let me tell you something. We're not gonna beat them aircraft carriers. We're not gonna beat those destroyers. We're not gonna beat those submarines. We're not gonna beat those Abraham tanks. We're not gonna beat those F-16s. We're not gonna beat those F-22. We're not gonna beat those Apache helicopters. We're not gonna beat them, no matter what type of sob story, no matter what type of feel good, no telling what type of speech Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, hell, motherfucking Bobby Brown give a speech. That's not gonna help. If you ain't gonna knock over one of them aircraft carriers or one of them destroyers, then we ain't doing shit in the man. We sitting here sputtering. We still here turn around in a circle.
What I want to say is like this. Wait, John. Let me finish this up. It's all about being solution based as a mature adult, right? We need to reach out to the political right or left, right? So that we can get businesses. If you can give some fucking Arab Pac-Man wearing uniforms $9 billion, you can do that same stuff in Baltimore, Philadelphia, where we have programs to uplift the community. We have to use the system. Going to war, that shit ain't happening. We only 14%. You drive trucks, Hustle Smart. This country is really white. People just because we live on the East Coast, we get this delusion like there's a lot of black people here. But you drive through Montana, South Dakota, these are the white states. Kansas, Oklahoma, there's a lot of fucking white states, so we're only 14%. So we have to learn how to use the system, the apparatus of the system to make money. Whether, like, you can open up a truck business. I'm teaching picky-headed niggas how to drive trucks. You should get $1 billion, Hustle Smart. Kala is teaching people how to have insurance, how to take care of yourself, a wellness business where he should get $1 billion. If you're going to give it to the Pac-Man, you got to do it for us, right or left. That's what I'm saying.
Damn. So let me get this right. I'm telling you, man. 1776 tonight. It's sounding really logical. This is amazing. And the thing is, Kala. The thing is with the Somali thing. By the way, the investigation started under Biden. Biden is the one under his administration, the DOJ, is who convicted the Somalis for
I
the
don't
fraud.
know about that, bro.
And the
You gotta
other
give, you gotta
thing,
give me
the
some
money,
receipts,
look
man.
it up. I looked it up on Sports
No, the
Market on the Fanny show.
investigation did start, but not the
And
enforcement
they
part of it.
convicted him under
But that wasn't
Biden.
all of it. John, the way you're talking is like they would. It wasn't no more after Biden. It's plenty of more. It's $8 billion. It's $8 billion. You think it was those? You think it was those only ones that was convicted under
Oh,
Biden?
yeah. Oh, I know what that was. Look, that was
By the way,
the Biden thing was a COVID scam. You know why? Because Biden believed in a COVID thing. He was all about if you use that COVID. He was all about vaccinations and shit like that. They were scamming the COVID money. That's what that was about.
And
This is a different thing.
After them and convicted.
I don't remember anything after that. I just remember the COVID thing.
That's time.
That's what the Somali thing got on my radar.
But Donald Trump took it to the next. John, what part of that Donald Trump taking it to the next level? Listen, hold on, John. Let me explain to you. John, and don't think that I don't like you, John. Hold on for a second, John. Let me ask you. Let me say, just because goddamn Obama did deportations, right? Deportation, right? Yeah. But goddamn Trump is taking it to another level. You're saying it like just because they started on the goddamn Obama, that's enough. What I'm saying is that hold on, let me finish, bro. All I'm saying is that Trump, but it doesn't matter, John. I'm talking, bro. We can't talk at this. We can't talk at the same time. No, we can't talk at the same time.
Yeah, one at a time, bro.
We can't talk at the same time, bro.
You are the one cutting.
We can't. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me, bro.
You've been talking.
It doesn't matter if I've been talking, nigga. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. You fucking homo.
This is how we're gonna do it. Hustle smart. You say your thing, then I'm gonna give you a chance to respond.
I appreciate that. This nigga ain't acting like a fucking female, bro.
You cut me off, bro.
Why you wasn't?
All right, let Hustle Smart say it. I'm gonna
let me explain it like this. It's just like when Obama did the deportation collar. Trump has kicked it up times 10. The same way how they was catching some people on the fraud. You know what I'm saying? In Atlanta, they was catching maybe one person a month on the fraud thing. But since Donald Trump been in office, they're catching 20 and 30. It doesn't matter who started it. It doesn't matter who's goddamn taking up. It's the same way how black people started up hip hop and jazz. But who don't take it to the next level and making billions off of it? It don't matter who started it. That's that dumb nigga shit that I don't understand that black people and black immigrants talk. You gotta pass the mic, man.
Hold up. Before I get John in here, let me ask you a question, right? Now, I'm going to be alone in this, right? And I'm seeing something going around. Maybe I can answer you, right? You know Ryan Coogler's movie Sinners, right?
Yes, sir.
A big movie. Everybody liked it, right?
Yes.
Now, there's some people, like one guy proposed Ryan Coogler at 5 times, right? And proposed a back trilogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
They, Sinners could be like Twilight or any other series real big, right? And they're saying the central character everybody's talking about was Remick,
right?
The Irish vampire. Everybody, I'm interested in Remick. I'm like, he stole the movie, to me.
Right. What's his origin story?
Yeah, his origin story, right? All these black people online talk about, oh no, they're trying to steal the Black American story. We got the juke joint and the black culture, okay. But tell me we can't learn about the Irish and the vampire and the Choctaw, their story that might be intricate. Why are black people gatekeeping something that I don't get it,
It's our brain, Carla. I tell you all the time, is our brain only lets us go so far. Because he asked me a question, you fucking sissy.
Let him answer that question, man.
See, this is what I'm saying.
He asked me a question.
John, let him answer that question. I want to know about this. And you got
hogging the mic, bro.
He would have asked you. He would have asked you the question, John. But you such a female, you'd have started talking about 1985.
I know you hate women.
John. I took your time.
I know you hate women.
Right? I took 3 times. I'll give you more time.
I know you like men, apparently.
Hold up. I took some more of your time, right? Well, I'll give you time back. Hustle Smart, are you done?
No, the thing about it is the brain level of black people. We want it to stay at a certain level. We want to let it stay at the soul food, the juke junk, just like you said. We don't want to elevate the movie to take it to a higher level because a lot of the movies,
penetrate white America, like a black man introduced a character that's resonating with the majority. He could be in a position where he could be, oh my God, he could take over Hollywood with that.
Yep. They don't want to see him grow. They want him to stay there. That's why they always talk about certain black people he got enough money. Or he doing no. He could be the bigger, he could take that thing and make $1 billion out of it.
Warner Brothers Studios,
But then they're gonna say if he take it to another level of 300, 500, 800 billion, then they're gonna say, oh man, he wasn't real. He was trying to do it for the white people.
Sell out and whatnot, oh yeah.
That's why black entertainers
he fears being called a sellout.
And that's why black entertainers and black people that stick with that nigga shit, they die broke.
Yep. All right,
but
John,
they real.
John, the floor is yours.
All right. I'm trying to find these numbers on deportations, right? Because a lot of times people just be talking and they just imagine shit. You know what I mean?
Yo,
but
look,
they ain't spitting reality, man.
Over 100 million people are gonna be out of here, bro.
Brother, 100 million? That's a quarter of the country. That would kill these.
Well, these people, you don't understand America.
They're not even 100 million illegal immigrants in the country.
Oh, I don't know. He's talking
million.
about going after illegal and illegal. He wants to get rid of all of them.
Get rid of all their ass.
That's still
get rid of them Jamaicans
20, 30 million people.
Yeah, but he wants to get rid of all immigrants.
Yeah, that's going to kill the economy. If he wants to do that, that's fine.
Good.
That's fine. Yeah, exactly.
Send y'all ass back to y'all regular ass, stinking ass countries.
I know you guys are praying for the destruction of this country. I know it.
I'm not praying for destruction.
You say it all the time.
See, Carla, even you answering that question right there, that's what I be talking about. Why would you even have to answer a question about, Carla, you work, you make money, you take care of your family and everything. It's asinine for you to even answer that question that you want to see America fall.
I want to see America fall on my head. No.
But what I'm saying is, why even answer that? Why even answer that question then? Why even answer the question? Just let them sound stupid.
See, I'm getting cut off again. What Civil Liberties Academy is talking about is deporting even people that are legal in this country, going against the Constitution, citizens.
No, hold on, John.
So you want the destruction of the country if you go against the Constitution?
John, we're gonna stand something, right? When we say illegal, right? Do you know how loose those things are? Like people came over here, and basically, birthright citizen was not really. It was designed.
So we get rid of the people that came over to Ellis Island and their family.
Hold on. You got people. Look, I'm like this, John. If it was up to me, I don't care, right? I don't care what people say here. But I say it like this: you got people who feel like they're entitled. They're sitting over. Look, I had a guy. Also, hear this right. I had a guy on TikTok, right, a Nigerian, right. He was telling me how he's gonna come to America. He's making his way to come to America illegally, right. And he's going to surpass me within 2 years. So I'm like this. Why do this is before Donald Trump, right? And I said, if Kamala gets elected, we're done. We're finished, right? He said he's going to come over in 2 years and I'm gonna buy a big house. How you going to buy a house? You don't have no credit, no social security number, no nothing, You have people out there really thinking that you could be born in friggin' Zimbabwe, but all you have to do is come to America and you got free health care. Them days are over, Ja. That's what this is all about. People thinking, also, there's a large numbers of people, right? White people know what they got with us. We know we're still bitter about slavery. Even we talk about a race war. Oh, the white people can handle that shit, right? But what you don't have is people coming over here talking about like Ilhan Omar and all of them, how they want to tell white people that this is not their country. One thing we never said, me and Jose, that this is not the white man's country. We know who built this country, We know that. I accept it.
This country belongs to citizens of this country.
No, this is a rainbow.
You're a citizen, it belongs to you.
Multicultural society.
That's why I understand Hustle Smart's argument about going against
a vote from a
F-22s.
third world country is on the same level as a white man whose ancestors might go back to the Revolution or the Mayflower.
What about Donald Trump's that goes back to 1900?
Yeah, but he's still white though.
You see, and that's your problem. Now this
Well,
is the thing. I don't agree with Hustle Smart.
Hold up. The only thing you guys could do is assimilate and claim what Black America did. That's what you guys do.
I'm glad the civil rights guys weren't thinking like you guys, man.
Because they weren't.
Because some of the rights we got.
Because there was a bunch of bitches. There was bitches.
You know what? Because they really thought. Hold up. You have people like Harry Belafonte. Oh, you have people like Harry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier. They're from the islands, right? Cicely Tyson, Shirley Chisholm. They're from the islands, right? But they assimilated into Black society. There was a Black society one time here, right? They were part of Black society. The immigrants who come over here now. They're over. I listened to them all night. They're just talking all kinds of shit about Black America. How they're not one of us. We're told to stay away from you guys. All day. So Black people are like, maybe we made a mistake with it. We thought you guys would come over here to join us. You know.
Carly, you sound like Tariq Nasheed, man.
No, I'm not. Look, let me tell you something. John.
Everything Tariq Nasheed ain't wrong,
and everything he says is not wrong.
Fuentes,
you know.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's
hold up. When he starts talking about all this stuff like this, Heather, and picking up
Black people,
hold up. What I'm saying is this: some of the stuff he says is actually is correct, you know. But I hate the fact that he's using that to say we shouldn't come together with Caribbeans and Africans. That's what I'm against, you know. You don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You tell our brothers in African Caribbean how they're wrong. When I told his brother, 2 wrongs don't make a right, you know. It's wrong what Africans and Caribbeans do with us, but it's wrong for us to be with people like Tucker Carlson. And
let me get to these immigration numbers.
That's wrong.
Let me get to these immigration numbers. Right? Obama, right? He averaged 942 per day, right? During his first term. It averaged 1,100 a day. In his second term, the daily average was 800, right? Between January and June 2025, Donald Trump administration carried out so Obama did like almost 3 million in 8 years, right? Obama did 128,000, averaging 810 per day, fewer than in years with the highest deportation under Obama, right? So Obama, without all the hype, Obama was deporting all these people, and nobody was hyping it up like that. You didn't have ICE going into towns, harassing people. People were just getting deported. If you were here illegally,
yeah, but people
deported you.
That's a God. You just made my point. You know why? Because when Obama was doing that, right? Everybody was so looking at Barack Obama as Lord and Savior. They didn't care.
No,
because ICE. Hold on, with Donald Trump in office, he mentioned immigration, right? Right away,
National Guard getting to
hold up. Barack Obama was like, we need to close the border. We need to close the border, right? As soon as Donald Trump says it, right, and they use it and politicize it, they say, "Oh, that's racist and whatnot." You know, the only reason why we're going through right now because Democrats are trying to politicize it and racialize it.
It's not the deportations; it's the show. It's not the fact that he's.
Yeah, but who started that? Who started that?
By the way, why is ICE in Minnesota?
Yeah, but who started? Yeah, but
fraud?
Who decided to basically go out there and
investigated fraud? I thought the FBI investigated fraud.
What are you talking about? It's Homeland Security. They do terrorists, all type of shit, dummy. You don't know what you're talking about.
That type of financial
no, you have no idea. It's under the federal jurisdiction. They can assign whatever group they want to do it.
But what I'm saying is all this was happening under Biden.
But it does not matter.
The hype.
It doesn't matter about the hype. We're in a new age, John. John, do you not understand that the internet wasn't even popping like it was now? Was when Obama first got in office? The internet wasn't nothing like it is. We didn't have all these apps. We didn't have Instagram, TikTok. John, you want to sound smart. And I'm trying to give you a chance right now. None of the we didn't even have fast. We didn't even have fiber out the internet. Internet wasn't this fast. Smartphones wasn't this smart. The cameras wasn't that good. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hustle
Back when
Smart,
Obama was in office, none of
Hustle Smart.
the technology today
That
was then.
is
It's
crazy
Tyler,
what you're saying right
Tyler,
now.
this is the thing. This is the thing. Because I
That
mean, talking to him is just like
that is
talking to a snail.
crazy what you're
Tyler,
saying,
don't
bro.
you know that if in 1970s, if we had PlayStation 5s, we would have been in the house too? In 19, you were born in the 70s, right, Carla?
I was born late 60s.
60. What I'm saying is, if the technology of PlayStations, laptop, digital music, where we ain't have to do it, the tapes, pause them, record, pause them, mix. If we had all of that technology that we had today, do you think we would have been outside the same way that we were back then?
We'll sit inside. We
would be sitting in it. We'd have been doing the same thing that they doing this generation. The reason why we was outside, the reason why we was out, the only reason why hip hop was created because we had to go outside and create something.
Right.
John, you just don't understand that. I mean, you're an immigrant, so I get it.
Hold on. Check this out. Somebody in the chat room was like challenging Sister Tyson. It says right here, she was born in Harlem. Her parents were immigrants from the Caribbean island of Nevis. I think that's a U.S. Virgin Islands, you know?
Yeah, she even says that.
Yeah, she's West Indian, you know? So the bottom line, she was African-American with roots in Nevis. In other words, she was African-American by born in America in Harlem. That's another thing. I want to change the narrative, right? If you were born in America and reared in a black community, you are a black African-American.
Yeah.
Period. You know? If you grew up like Biggie Smalls, if you call him Jamaican or you call him a Brooklyn nigga.
Yeah. And that's what I don't agree with the FBA thing too.
Yeah,
I think they was
right there. We got to like this.
Yeah, that's what I because I know plenty of people that I knew people that had both of their parents. I knew this chick, one of her parents from the Bahamas and one of them from Haiti. And when you talk to her, she was 100%. She born here. She's 100% Black American.
Yeah,
I didn't know until
I knew this girl.
I can't follow you guys' argument.
She's a light-skinned chick from Panama, right?
You guys said get rid of them.
She grew up in Black America. She went to HBCUs, everything, you know? They grew up in Black culture, you know?
A second ago, you guys said get rid of them, all of them. A guy called.
Oh, we're talking about. Hold on.
He was a Haitian from the 1971.
Hold on. We're talking, John. You don't understand something, right?
We're
talking about these people. Hold on. We're talking about the people who don't want to vibe with us, who don't want to assimilate with us.
Now you guys want
to come here like this.
I'm getting whiplash, man. I can't figure out what you guys are saying, man.
Hold on. I'm telling you, the people that come over here and you're at war with Black America, you got to go.
Exactly.
Nobody's at war with Black America.
Boy, you're a goddamn lie, and the truth ain't in you. Maybe you're not, but there's plenty of Africans that at war with Black people. Because I would never sit up there and say it ain't Black people at war with Africans, because I know it is. I'm not one of them, but I would be a stupid, dumb nigga if I sit up there and say that stupid shit that you just said.
Yeah, but you know what? It's the same thing that...
It doesn't matter. See, that's why we know you're disingenuous. That's how we know you're disingenuous. Instead of saying, hey, Hustle, you're right. I agree with that. I might not be against Africans, but it is some Africans that hate Black Americans. Instead of you saying that, you just move the goalpost every time you do it. And I told Carla about niggas like y'all that's like that. Don't never admit when you're wrong. You just move on to another topic.
Why focus on a small number of people that are always going to...
I ain't got no more conversations. Carla, I'll tell you, man. Having niggas like that up here, bro, I'm telling you, bro, I'll admit when I'm wrong anytime. I'll say I'm wrong. You know what? That's rough.
So
that's rough. You know what I'm saying? I'll never say that.
Hold on, John, look. There's people that, like I said, like academics, right? DJ Academic. He's a half Chinese, half Jamaican. And you got people out here who aren't even fucking really Jamaican. There's mixed race Jamaicans. They're coming over here bringing white supremacists, British colonial talking points about Black America under the cover of Jamaica.
I'm gonna give you.
Hold on, Jamaica saying, "Nah, man, that motherfucker don't talk for me." You know, I'm
gonna tell you.
I'm in America.
I'm gonna give you
America. You got people out there talking about, "Oh, see, my parents were so hardworking." So what the fuck were we doing all these years? You know,
I'm gonna give you a little anecdotal evidence. Like, see, when blacks came to this country from like the Caribbean, they integrated into the Black society. They went to Black churches, joined Black fraternities. You know, just lived amongst blacks. But the new blacks that's coming over, they're outside. They're in Minnesota. They're in North Dakota. So they're not integrating into the larger black community. That's where the difference comes in, right? And the reason immigration is Trump is pushing so hard in immigration over the last 4 years, like 20 million, you had caravans of people coming from South America, man. They can't even speak their language or our language, right? And it's places you never seen Hispanics, little munchkin basketball head people. You see them everywhere now. You didn't see Hispanics in North Carolina, or Georgia. They was pretty much relegated to Texas and probably the Bronx. That was it. But now it just feels like too much. It's like if somebody just bum rush your house, right? You got niggas upstairs, downstairs, everywhere in your house. It is an uncomfortable feeling, man, especially with people that's not assimilating into the black community or the white community.
Yeah, well, your bottom line is this: the white
By
people.
the way, the total number of undocumented immigrants in the country is about 11 to 14 million.
They've been saying that shit for 40 years, man. They've been saying that shit since I was a
They've been saying
kid.
that for 20 years.
That's about
3% they were saying
that
back in when Obama got elected. They said there was 11 million here.
They just use that number, man. Like they kids ain't having kids or nothing, man.
It went up 3 million.
Yo,
man.
I look when Biden was in office, right? Fox News would have it in real time. The border, right?
Yeah, I know you watched Fox
one
News,
night.
yeah.
I counted it within like 15 minutes. I'm watching the show. I counted like 300 people within 15 minutes.
Fox News gets you guys scared, man. That's
you even had Haitians coming through the.
Fact of the matter, look, nobody wants to feel like they're being invaded. That's all it is. Nobody wants to feel like they're being invaded. Like, look,
that's
you
only 3%
country, right?
of the population, by the way.
Hold on, you understand, John, right? That what about the fact that the Venezuelans, right? They all came up here. What about the fact that the black people in Chicago got to pay, are now in debt? They raised the taxes there to pay for all that money that the illegals caused.
And the same Fox News says Chicago is a hellhole and crime ridden.
But
Chicago is a hellhole, but there's still a black middle class there.
John, are you a globalist? Do you believe that everybody?
There's a black middle class there.
John, are you a globalist? Do you think that everybody has a right to be here and like we shouldn't enforce our borders?
No, I don't believe everybody has a right to be here. I do believe we should have borders
racist.
Yes.
You think borders is racist?
Borders are not racist. No.
They said don't build borders, build pipelines of whatever the hell they were saying. Borders divide people. I mean, it's insane.
But I do believe that people should be treated with respect and dignity, even if they need to get moved out of this country.
But laws applies to citizens, not to invaders. You got to understand that, John.
If you come here, even as a visitor, and you break the law, you can get held accountable here. So the law of America applies to anybody within the borders of the United States of America at any given time, citizen or not. That's why you can deport an illegal immigrant.
Like, hold on.
Because they're here illegally and they're inside the country.
Like this, right?
You can grab them and enforce your law.
The basic laws is you have a right to habeas corpus, stuff like that, as even if you're not illegally. But the law doesn't mean you're entitled to Social Security. The law doesn't mean you're entitled to access to the courts.
There are asylum laws also.
Well, you know how
America is signatory to.
You got to apply for asylum in the country you're coming from.
And that's what a lot of no. You can come to the border. You can come to the border, present yourself to immigration, and seek asylum at that point. And then you wait for a court trial and all that to determine.
But you're supposed to go
they
to
wasn't doing that. They was coming. They wasn't doing that.
Hey, Kyle, show a video of the caravan.
They were using to get them in here.
Hey, Kyle, show a video of the caravan.
I talk to people that.
The Biden administration and leftists were telling people come over here and don't worry about the court. Okay, when he got him here,
because remember Kamala went down there and said, "Don't come."
This guy, man, he's on it.
Hold on, Colin. One second, Colin. You're right, John. Biden and Commandment went down there and said, "Don't come." Did the caravan stop? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, hold on. But when President Trump closed the borders and told them not to come, did they stop?
Yeah, from my understanding, yep.
Oh, then that's the difference. Then
But
one
then
is,
at the same time too, to
but
an
this is what
extent,
Carla was talking about earlier about the laws. Or the laws is who's gonna implement the laws and who's gonna force them. Biden and Harris did not force the law. They just went down there and said something. Saying something and enforcing the laws is two different things. They could have shut down that border the same way Trump did.
Let me build on that. A law that's not enforced is not a law.
by the way, they were seeking, generally speaking, asylum. That's the
No, they
method they're
were
using to come
economic
in.
refugees. They were not
Yes, but they
political.
came here
But
claiming asylum. You have to give them
Ja,
a
you can
hearing by
only claim
international law.
asylum if
So it's still the
your
law.
country's at war and you're seeking asylum. Is a way. You just can't say I need more money, so I go to another country. That's called economic refugee. You're talking about political asylum is you're entrenched in the war and you're seeking refugee, kind of like Elvis. They was in a war and he got refugee status because of the war. That's called a political refugee. You just can't just bum rush
The
somebody's border
Ukrainians were coming here that way too, during
because
the
they
time of
was in a
Trump.
war.
Exactly, but now it's shut down. Asylum is shut down for everybody, apparently, but the South Africans that are
Man,
not in a
there ain't no
war.
South Africa. I go my whole day, weeks, months, never seen a fucking white South African. Stop
I've
stop
met
being
them.
Hey,
disingenuous, man.
17, we already cleared it up today. They only brought 100 of them
No,
in.
you're right. 50 of them. And
But
they all
yet
went back.
still,
But look,
they have
but
the
think about
option.
how
They have the
this is what I
option.
got him
They
on the
have the
channel.
Right,
option.
right.
So he
But
presented, he's
but
presented like they brought same numbers as them, and they brought the Latino. That's why I say he
but
did.
they
He
have
did.
the option to come,
It
and
ain't the
they are
point
going.
that the option.
The
Option
Dude,
is a maybe,
the
job.
point.
That's
I
like
have
saying
never
that's
seen
not a
The
fact,
point.
bro. We're
The
speaking
point.
facts. We're not talking
The,
about options.
the
We're not
point
talking about
I'm
maybe. We're
making.
not talking about
The
theoretically.
point.
We're not talking about hypothetically.
The
We're not talking
point.
about he could, should,
The
would.
point.
We're talking about the facts,
The
Ja. How many
point.
Afrikaners have he brought over
The
here, Ja? Answer the
point.
question.
enough for a
Last I looked, it was
enough
about
for a football
400.
team.
How
Bro,
many
the last
Afrikaners
I
that you
looked,
talk
it
about,
was
those South
about.
Africans, how many have you
The
brought over here,
last I
Ja?
looked, I'm answering your question. The last I looked, it was about 400. But the point I'm making
Then,
is that
there's
they
no
got
point.
that.
Just like
The
Didas told you.
point
Didas
I'm
told him the
making,
same thing,
the
Carla. Once he
point,
tried to compare, Carla,
the
at first he tried to compare goddamn Black Lives Matter to the Million Man March. Then he tried to compare the Afrikaners from South Africa
No,
to the illegal
I wasn't
immigration.
talking about that.
the
So you talk
point
about it.
I'm
So you talking like they,
Million Man March was organized by black
the
men.
point I'm
I've only met
making
one
is
South
that
African
they
my
boy,
entire life.
he's just trying to compare.
Black
the
men.
Colin,
point.
he trying to compare 400 in 1 year to 2.75 million without any context. That's why I tell you these immigrants like this are dangerous, bro.
The
Very
point
dangerous.
I'm making is that 1776 said they can come on asylum based on war. South Africa is not in a war. So even if one comes and there's no war, they shouldn't get asylum. That's what he's saying. It's
It's
not
war,
what I'm
and if
saying.
they
There's no
fear,
consistency.
for their
Why are
lives,
you
if they're
cutting
getting
off? Why
persecuted,
are you cutting off asylum to people that are in war?
because they can do
Well,
whatever they want
Ukraine.
to do.
Yeah,
Any
But not.
administration can do what they
But
want to do.
that's against the law.
That is not
The
if
law
it's against the law, then why he not getting arrested in?
Sometimes I don't
because the law
understand
has
how
to be
immigrants
They
enforced.
they
try to tell
say
you the law.
Hold on, let me answer this. Let me answer this, right? Let me answer this.
Nobody's speaking.
Carla, you going out. You muted, bro. There it is. What John need to understand that you got to stop those talking points of saying what he's doing is against the law. That's a liberal talking point. It is nothing that he's doing is against the law. If he wants, God damn, bro. All I got was 8 words out my mouth, and now you acting like a female again.
I didn't say nothing. That was 1776.
All right, it was 1776. Okay, got you then. Well, I apologize. If this in another administration, they can enforce the border rules the way they want to. You get what I'm saying? They can allocate funds if they want to. They can take them away. Those are called executive orders. It's nothing about that against the law. Since Trump, and let me explain something to you, John, first of all, because y'all all think we all mad. I ain't vote for Trump. I ain't vote for Trump not one time, and I ain't vote for Obama either. But if I would have voted for somebody, it would have been Trump. You get what I'm saying? So when it comes to executive laws, they can move them and change them. Every president does it. How you think it got 2.75 million in? Because when Biden came in there, he canceled all Trump's executive orders. That's how it happened.
But part of being having having a conversation is having a little bit of honesty, man. And a conversation would flow if you're a honest person. Like comparing South Africans, it ain't no fucking South Africans over here like that. I've never seen a fucking white South African.
The only reason I brought it up is because you said asylum based on war. And I'm saying they're not in a war. So even if one comes, then it's not based on war.
But you're trying to get a I got you moment. You're
let me hold. John, let me help you out here. Right? This is where you're missing the point, right? Hold on, you missed the point, right?
It doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not consistent.
Hold on, John. Hey, John, can I get in here? John, can I be a host for once?
I've been quiet.
Hey, John, can I be a host for
asylum law, so I can find something.
Can I be a host for once? Let me say this, right? This is what happened, right? John, can I talk, please? Hold up. Look, John, there was this group called Afroforum, right? It was a racist group. I've been battling for years online, right? They basically was formed in the 90s. These are people who were bitter about the black government, and they did everything they can to destroy the black government, to talk about crime, all the stuff, negative stuff. Now, before when apartheid was going on, no one ever talked about crime in black South Africa, except in the Cape Town flats. You had this group called the Young Americans and whatnot, right around the end of apartheid, right? No one ever talked about crime. As soon as the black government takes over, everything is crime, this, murder, this, whatnot. They basically talk about all stuff, right? White farmers, some white farmers started getting killed, right? But they don't understand. It had nothing to do with the fact they were white. They were in contested land, whatever like that, and people get killed. That happens in Africa all the time over land, right? So they started talking white genocide because the number of white farmers getting killed, right? But what they didn't tell you was there was actually way more black farmers who were getting killed, and more Afroforum used and all they did was fish just around the world, and they got some sympathy, right? Not much, right? Because most people around the world did investigate and say it's bullshit. White genocide, but even the Afrikaners there say it's a lie, right? But one president next to a guy named Elon Musk from South Africa convinced Donald Trump that the white genocide was the truth. So he used executive order, not the law, executive order to fast track asylum on the belief that whites were being persecuted under a black regime, which was a lie.
Okay, so he wants
he believed
he wants white people to come. Okay, got it.
So the bottom line is, that's why he didn't use a traditional protocol, because the reason why he was able to do that was the question you asked. A president could do things like the National Christmas tree. He could give you a Medal of Honor. He could say this country, he has a right to say what country is a terrorist state, which country is a friend of ours. He gets that power. He decides the future of America, the relationship, If he decides Italy sucks, I went to Italy, I had lunch, I got sick. Oh, Italy sucks. Nobody goes to Italy. He could do that as a president of the United States.
All right.
It's out the door because
a president is not.
He didn't like his lunch.
I get your point.
The way they treat him at a hotel.
I get your point. It's a racist policy.
But that's a president. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
But y'all got to cut this racism out, because America allows a lot of non-white people over here.
Yeah, but he has those executive. We had just
the president has to live within the law also. Now, by the way, let me read.
Yeah, but the law allows him to do that.
Let me read this if you guys don't mind, so we can educate ourselves together. From the American Immigration Council, right? What is asylum? Asylum is protection grantable to foreign nationals already in the United States or arriving at the border who meet the international law definition of refugee. The United Nations 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and the 1967 Protocol relating to the status of refugees define a refugee as a person who is unable or unwilling to return to their home country and
But you missed one point.
cannot obtain protection in that country due to past persecution or well-founded fear of being persecuted in the future on account of race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. So it doesn't have to be war, right? Congress incorporated the definition into the U.S. immigration law in the Refugee Act of 1980. Asylum is technically a discretionary status, blah, 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 right? Meaning, that some individuals can be denied asylum even if they met the definition of refugee, right? Now, then
Yeah.
it says, as a signatory in the 1967 Protocol and the U.S. immigration law, the United States has legal obligation to provide protection to those who qualify as refugees. The Refugee Act of 1980 establishes two paths to obtain refugee status, either from abroad as a resettled refugee, that means you're in another country resettled probably, or arriving at the border of the United States as a person seeking asylum, blah, blah, blah. So it doesn't have to be a war. It can be for race, it can be for religion, it can be
Joe, but hold
your
on.
minority group.
You miss it. You skip one part. Oh, you skip one part. The person who in the United States, you missed one part. The person that's in the United States had to have come here legally.
No, you come here, you present yourself at the border and say you're seeking asylum. That's how a lot of people were coming in during the Biden administration. They were coming from Venezuela saying, hey, we're seeking asylum. And then they were waiting on their court case to be adjudicated because it's
at the border. You could present yourself at the border.
Right?
They had to have been here legally.
Yes, you come to the
if you
border
came here on a
say,
visa legally, you can seek asylum. That's what it's saying.
At the beginning,
you can't just bum rush the border.
It
now
says
you got
that you have a year to apply. You can also apply. It says you have a year to apply, so you can show up, be in the country for a year.
Well, you got to understand about.
But you don't have to be. You don't have to deny. They can deny you entry.
Or you can show up at the border and say, "I'm seeking asylum."
Ja believes every swinging dick has a right to be here. He's a globalist, so he's gonna.
I already said I don't agree with that.
No, but to come, Kyle is trying to tell you, you present yourself like white people presented themselves to Ellis Island. They didn't come to New York. They stayed on an island. They went through testing, make sure they didn't have any diseases, right? And they went through a process before they even touched New York. That's the proper way. So if you present yourself to the point of entry in Mexico, you stay in Mexico till all your paperwork is processed.
At the border. That's what I just read. You present yourself at the border to
yes, but you don't enter the country. You stay at the border.
The border people clear you. They take
this
you
guy's
into
a globalist. I can't talk to a globalist.
They take you into custody and they make a determination as to if you can come in or if you got to go.
But they also have the right to send your ass back when they decide you no longer qualify.
Some people got to stay. But they presented themselves to the law enforcement. So they're not technically here illegally.
Jonathan Miller is from California. Did all those Mexicans present themselves to the border or they just entered?
No, they didn't.
Bro, anyway. I just read it. You guys can interpret it.
I don't understand why you're arguing this. The fact of the matter is the president has the right to revoke the shit. And just because United Nations Act
passes a law, the president does not have a right to revoke it.
Technically, he does because the Constitution says he can.
He doesn't.
The Constitution says he can.
Where in the Constitution says that? Where in the Constitution says that? Find it for me.
It's called executive order. It's called executive order.
Executive order. I don't think that overrides Congress. Let me look it up.
That's a part of the Constitution. The same way that he can veto something that Congress put up.
A law, he cannot override that law.
If
let me look it up.
The same way that Congress can send something to the president and he says fuck that shit and send it back.
But Congress can override it with 2/3 majority.
Yeah, but they haven't.
And they've done it multiple times. They did it with the Epstein files.
Man, you see,
we're talking about immigration. We're not talking about Epstein files.
I don't like FBA or his rhetoric, but when you have a determined immigrant like Ja, damn, this is dangerous, man. he wants to enter by will or by force. Like he's like, man, fuck your laws. I'm
I want
coming.
to enter. I'm a citizen of this country. What do you mean I want to enter?
How are you a
I'm talking
citizen?
about the laws of the country. That's what I'm talking about.
How are you a
You guys
citizen?
don't want to enforce law or believe in law and order, then you guys can do what you want to do.
Well, he can basically choose to nullify it.
Can executive orders override Congress? Because you guys be just talking and you don't be looking nothing up. You just wish stuff be the way you're thinking. No, executive orders cannot override laws passed by Congress. The U.S. Constitution establishes a system of checks and balances.
Colin, the best part is
responsible for executing or enforcing them. And executive order
has Congress passed the law that says he cannot counsel temporary protective status for illegal immigrants, or he cannot kick them out the country if they're here illegally? Have they passed the law that says that?
I know the asylum law.
You know they haven't. Now no. The asylum thing is not mandatory. The United Nations statute says you have a right to apply. Not a guarantee. It doesn't mean that you have to do it. It doesn't mean that countries have to accept you. You just have a right to apply.
Congress made it law. The United Nations statutes were made law.
Yeah. But they, once again, it's a right to apply. A right to apply. They can say no at the border, and they have done so plenty of times. Remember, they were leaving Haitians at the border, nigga?
Yeah, blowing them right back to Haiti.
That was under Joe Biden. So under Joe Biden, for some reason, despite the law, he decided to say, y'all Haitian motherfuckers, y'all just wait at the border. We'll process y'all asses. But everyone else, y'all can come through. So on one hand, you're trying to say that the Democrats, or whatever the case may be, the liberals, they have to follow the law. But for some reason, when it was coming down to those black Haitian people, they would hold them at the border, but let everyone else through. Did the law change? Did they upgrade the law? What happened in that situation?
Jonathan, they had white boys out there on horseback with whips.
I'm wondering what Jay's talking about. A right to apply does not mean you have a right to enter.
That was the issue with it. I don't know if it was an issue. I'd have to look. I don't know if
Jay,
even when I was growing up, like the Clinton administration didn't even let the Cubans had a wet foot, dry foot policy where the Cubans could come here, but when the Haitians reached Florida, they blew that fucking inflatable right back to Haiti. This country never allowed a lot of Haitians to come here, and that was under Clinton, George Bush, none of that.
Yeah, even worse than that, they actually put them. They actually put them in Guantanamo Bay.
How did all the Haitians get here then?
They put them in a damn in an encampment.
Here then, if the country don't let Haitians in, how do they get here?
Damn, this nigga's
dumb. There are plenty of Haitians in America.
Yeah, man, he's just like a little bit.
I told you he hard to talk to. He hard to talk to. We talking about a specific when those Haitians came across that water, they had white boys out there on horses and whips, would not let them cross the water and kept them right up under that bridge out there in the hot ass sun. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about how they got there. We know about the TPS. We know about them being in Ohio. It's two different things. That's why I tell you, bro, he's a professional conflatist. He conflate things. You start talking about one thing, he'll start talking about something else. Start talking about Hitler.
Oh, man.
Talk about when Biden was in office that they sent the border patrol out there a horse and whips and would not let them Haitians come in here and kept them up under that bridge. There was a goddamn bridge where they stayed there and sent them back.
And that was a Mexican border patrol, threw that rope around him like he was in a rodeo, man. That shit was terrible. Looked like Roots, like Kunta Kinte. That's how they was throwing them ropes on them Haitians coming through the southern border.
So, John, was that against the law what they did to the Haitians out there in that water?
It might well have been, yeah. If they were seeking asylum and we know that their country was in political unrest, they should have been let in.
And John, that's my whole point, though. Is who is ever in office make the rules. You can complain and goddamn, that's the one thing that white people didn't complain about.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying based on the law. It
It
sounds to
doesn't
me like they
matter,
should have
John.
been
What
let
part of
in.
this you're not understanding? The same way you thought that was against the law, nobody screamed it out.
Man,
It's
at the end of
plenty
the
of
day,
stuff in
No,
America
people made a
that
fuss
with
about it.
John. John,
People
the
made a
point that
fuss
I'm
about
making
it
is
at
that,
the
John,
time
just
that
let me break it
happened.
down for you like this, John. Let me break it down for you
Hustle
like
Smart,
this.
you're wrong with that, Hustle Smart. At the
Let-
time that happened, it was on the news. That's how we know about it. People were making a fuss about the imagery of Haitians being
I don't give a fuck.
harassed
I
by
didn't
guys
want
on
them Haitians to
horseback.
come over here either. But what I'm
So why are you
saying is,
complaining
people
then?
was not screaming and calling ICE
They
that they
did.
goddamn. Nobody
They
was saying.
did.
Nobody was
They did.
complaining. Nobody
They
was
did.
marching about that shit.
How do you know about it then?
I saw it on TV, John.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It
And
was
it
on
was not, it
television.
was
That's how I
no
know about it.
outrage. It was
There
no
was
marching. There was no
outrage.
protest. It was no, John,
but,
how
but,
many marches or how many protests came about that?
There might not have been protests that I can think of, but there
but
was
oh,
outrage. That's why we
but
know
Ja,
about it.
over the
Oh my
last 4
God, there
years,
was no outrage is just niggas complaining.
This
We
girl
talk
got
about
oh,
shot the
people
other
going
day. Is
out
there
there
outrage
and
about her?
marching.
Is there protest about
but
her?
let me say
There
this:
was a
over the
protest
last
march for
4
the Haitians
years,
too.
it was pretty much open door policy. If Kyla would show the videos, you had caravans of people just coming daily,
Yep,
all from South America coming through
yep.
there daily. It was just,
And I
places you ain't never seen Hispanics. You started to see Hispanics not speaking no English, just sitting at the Home Depot. Man, it was open door policy.
Yep.
If you got here in the last 4 years, you made it. It was no border patrol, nothing. They was just coming through unchecked. Let's just be honest, man.
But
no,
what
they were
about when the
presenting
Haitians
themselves
came
at the
over
border seeking
1776?
asylum.
Man, they was riding them fucking horse. I ain't never seen horses like that outside the Kentucky Derby. They was riding them thoroughbreds like crazy, lassoing. I said, damn, how you throw a rope and put a nigga in handcuffs in one
And, then,
movement, yo?
and the horse sit up there like, yeah, nigga, yeah.
You guys are funny, man.
I'm telling you, they
But
was
Hustle
running
Smart
them
don't care
motherfuckers like
about
they
that,
was at
by
the
the way.
Kentucky Derby or Belmont Stakes.
Hustle Smart don't care about that, so I don't know why he's bringing
The
it up. I
horses
care.
was
Listen,
like,
man,
Listen to
the
that.
and
horses
those
was like,
Mexican
who's
American
that?
cops, those American border patrol, they was letting their cousins in, but they was not fucking with them niggas, man.
Didn't
They
let
was
not
throwing,
one of them cross that river. Not
man,
one.
they threw the rope around them, threw the handcuffs, and the rope came down and smacked that ass. I said, how you do 3 things in one? Wow.
In humanitarian parole, in January 2023, the administration allowed up to 30,000 people monthly from Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua and Venezuela to enter via parole if they have a U.S. sponsor and fly in, creating a legal, albeit restrictive pathway. Temporary protected status extended and
But Ja, this is what I'm
redesignated for
trying to say.
Haitians.
I'm about to
Again,
leave,
you're
Ja.
talking about 2 separate
Ja,
incidents. We know
wait,
about the TPC. We know about
let
the
me say
TPO, I
let
mean.
me say this real quick. If they allowed that amount of Negroes to come through the border in 4 years, like the Mexicans, our population probably would be 35-40%. That's how many people was coming through that border unchecked, man. Like we would definitely be at 28% Negroes if it was black people coming up through there. And that's all I gotta say.
Those people that they led it with the
So
TP,
we
with the
gonna put your
temporary
roll back in the
protected
beginning.
order, they was flying them. They flew them in. That's the difference, John. One people was got flued in, and the other people was stopped at the border with motherfucking goddamn the best horses that ever walked the earth.
And the horses was kicking them too, Hustle Smart. The horses was like kicking them with the front legs, and they
The
was
horses
they
got to
was
get their
terrible,
licks
man.
in too, bro.
That was some terrible shit.
And
Man.
Hustle Smart said he's glad that he doesn't care.
But
I
Jay,
don't know why he's talking about it. I care.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
See, I give a.
But I'm just talking about the hypocrisy of it all.
That,
Now, one of y'all, nobody was marching and nobody was goddamn protesting when they saw them Haitians out there getting rounded up like black fat pigs in the goddamn county fair. They was goddamn roping them niggas up like fat prize pigs in the county fair in goddamn Kentucky.
And you like to see that. And now with Trump, they ain't even getting in at all. So, you know, with all the political arrests and war they got down there, now our brothers in Haiti.
Oh, they get all of them. They get motherfuckers like you out here too. Them shitty Caribbeans out of here too.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're not for the. Anytime you vote for a group of people to outnumber people that's of your same skin color, you're the enemy.
But that's what you're voting for. If you don't care
You're
if the
the
Haitians
enemy.
get in or not,
What
they're not
you
getting in
talking about?
now.
Who I
But the
voted for? I
South
ain't voted
Africans
for
are getting in.
nobody.
You
Damn
made
me.
this
He
400.
said he didn't vote. He said he didn't vote.
I didn't
But if he
vote.
Well,
did,
and
he would
that's
vote
even
for Trump.
worse.
If I
That's even
would have, I
worse
would have.
because
But I care about 400, and there's already 300 million, 352
yeah,
million.
okay,
I'm damn it.
okay. So you could vote to get some more Haitians in here. Then people of your skin color, you can do
They're not-
that. But
Listen,
you don't
we
care.
can't. You want me to tell you why we can't vote for it? For the same stupid ass shit you said yesterday about you claiming all these black Democrats got all this power. They ain't putting forth no measure to do nothing to get black people from other countries. Those same black Democrats who you claim got all this power, only thing they do is cape for immigrants.
Yeah,
You
but
see them going to the hold on, John. Let we let you talk, bro. We let you talk. What I'm saying is, you see those same black people that you talk about, you don't see them going to no black jails. We got Florida County Jail, we got DeKalb County Jail, we got Clayton County Jail, you got Rikers Island, you got all these jails that's horrible for black people. You don't see them going to now one of them jails.
What
But let
about that jail in Mississippi? Magnolia.
Let an immigrant go to a jail. They out there marching, got these big booger wolf, big bitches out there wrestling with ICE at the goddamn the motherfucking mayor of New Jersey went to jail. Jail.
And what about Jasmine Crockett crying for a white woman? Balling cheer for a white woman, man.
With a whole bunch of weave on her head from strangers from other countries, sit up there crying for immigrants. You ain't never seen them niggas sit up there crying about black people in jail. So that's why it ain't gonna happen. Because Massa didn't tell black immigrants to do it. Massa, the Democrat plantation, cracked the whip and told them to only goddamn march and protest about Latinos and white people.
Let me chime in what Kanguru said. This is true. All these Hispanics got these $50,000 Tahoe trucks. You see them all through Maryland, man. Like, not only did they subsidize their arrival, they gave them a lot of benefits. They gave them pretty much reparation. A lot of these Hispanics that came over. So you live in 5, 6, 10 deep to a house, and you got $5,000-$6,000 coming in. Of course, you're gonna tower over black people in no time, man. It was crazy.
Well, ain't no Haitians coming now, probably. So the TPS status
Yeah,
is removed
because those black Democrats don't want them here. They ain't proposing nothing. Only thing the black Democrats that you claim that got all this power, all they send them out there to do is call goddamn Trump racist because they think that it hits different if they say racist instead of the white Democrats calling them racist. But black people been done woke up to that shit.
And Biden sat people down and said, "You better work with these Hispanics." He sat wrong, man. That was terrible how he was talking to them. You better work with these Hispanics. He's like, you ain't no longer the main character. That's what Joe Biden said to you guys, and y'all ain't saying nothing about racism.
No, they're gonna act like they ain't see that. They're gonna act like they ain't see that thing when he was on there talking to the Black Caucus.
I thank God he said that shit.
That was terrible.
Did you see it, Jonathan?
I seen it. I was like, what the fuck?
He sat up there in front of Al bootlicking, shit-eating Sharpton, and all them other niggas from the Black Caucus and told them straight up to their face that goddamn y'all better focus on the Latino. They are next.
Yeah, he said, y'all ain't no motherfucking Denzel. Nigga, you role players now. You ain't no Michael Jordan. You coming off the fucking bench. You ain't getting the ball. That's what man, it was disrespectful, man.
And that's why that shit that John said, that when you talking about black people got power in the Democratic Party, they ain't got no fucking power. They bitches. They do whatever the party says. They are ran by special interests. At least the Republicans over there trying to make some fucking money. They sitting out there like, fuck it, we gonna go with Venezuela. We finna make some money for the country.
But this is what I tell people.
At least they getting money.
The Republican Party always started out as a business party.
Yeah.
That worked on the interest of northern businesses.
Okay.
I respect guerrilla business, bro.
Here's the Democrats you said that don't have no power, right? On the same Haitian issue we were talking about earlier, right? That you said nobody talked about, right?
I never said they didn't talk
the
about
response. Reaction was immediate. Joy Reid, this is beyond repulsive, and these images from 2021 are these
You
images
said
from
Joy
2021.
Reid?
What I'm reading her quote about the incident.
The bitch that just got fired. Can you
From
imagine?
her images from
Joy Reid, bro.
Ain't nobody.
Bro, I know you're triggered by
Rachel
not just
Maddow
her.
was the only person on that show that has
This-
gravitas.
Talking about a monkey face bitch tether sitting up here. Come on, bro. Cut it out, bro.
Tariq Nasheed, it's okay. This is beyond repulsive, and these images from 2021 are these images from 2021 or 1851, right?
Right.
The BBC, right? That's the British Broadcasting Corporation. Compared one of the photos with historical drawings of an African slave being pulled with a rope and struck with a whip, right? I'm pissed, right? Said congressional representative. 1 second. This is a quote. I'm pissed. Said congressional representative Maxine Waters. And I'm not just unhappy with the cowboys who are running down the Haitians and using their reins to whip them.
Right.
I'm unhappy with the administration. That's the Biden administration, right? So she's a black Democrat.
Okay, yeah, she made a statement. Okay, keep going.
Right? We are following, and then she says, we are following the Trump policy, right? Human beings, this is Kamala Harris, human beings should never be treated that way, Vice President Kamala Harris said. And I'm deeply troubled about it. Biden said the border agents involved would pay for the actions. Secretary Mayorkas announced an investigation in the matter. Biden press secretary. So all of them are coming out and saying, hey, you know, this is not
they do shit.
They do shit.
But
nothing was done. Nothing was done. That's what you call lip service, you Jamaican curry go eating ass nigga. That's all lip service.
All right, but the bottom line is,
I swear, until this day, I got you figured out. You like lip service. Lip service with a bunch of nothing.
This is the thing. If I was a Haitian trying to get into this country, it wouldn't be lip service to me. Because
what are you talking about? They still didn't get in.
Let me get this guy. How do you reverse a whip on your fucking back? You know how thick them ropes was?
Hold on.
Listen, I felt the pain. Come on, Ja, man. If Trump had did that, y'all would be protesting. A horse kicking you, stomping you, and they whipping your ass.
Let me see if
Come on, man.
protest, by the way. And under that administration, Haitians were still allowed in.
This guy's
you see
terrible.
what I'm saying? Now they're not. So at least you had a shot.
So this guy.
Okay, hold on. So then what he said. The group of motherfuckers that was in the water get their ass whooped. Fuck them. It just sucked for them. But the ones that got a plane ticket, I guess these are the favorite Haitians. You get what I'm saying?
Man, Ja, boy, I'm telling you, man. I think I gotta stay in a white country.
On July
I can't be around niggas like
amazing, man.
On July 8, nearly 10 months after the incident, U.S. Customs and Border Protection released a 511-page report concluding that there was no evidence that the agents involved in this incident struck intentionally or otherwise any migrant with their reins.
So the videos are fake.
Blamed a lack of command and control and communication from
this under the Biden administration, right? This is a 500-page letter, right? So John, please stop reading, bro. John, we're gonna ask you one question. Did you see the video, John?
No, I'll look it up though.
Okay, there you go. That's right. Hold on, Jonathan. And that right there, when you should have shut the fuck up about it then. You should have not looked up before you looked up any of that fucking information. You should have looked at the video before you start reading shit.
Man, the way they was whipping them, I know a couple ribs was broken.
God damn.
They was whipping the shit out of them.
It was women and dudes.
It was some Django shit, man.
You guys don't care, so why are you talking about it?
What were you saying? what we say.
What?
You're
You don't
you're a funny
care.
guy,
Hustle
man.
Smart said he
Oh,
don't
okay,
care.
John. And so,
So why
yo,
you gotta
you
talk
know
about
what? You
it?
know what?
Forget about it.
You're right, John. Only people that care so much should talk about anything, right?
Exactly. Why not?
Okay, got you then. All
You
right.
guys don't
See, that's
care.
what I'm
But
saying.
John, if somebody who doesn't care can feel the empathy for that person, what should somebody who cares should
If you
really
don't
feel?
care, that means you don't have empathy.
I mean,
Yeah,
John, clearly everyone up here. I mean, look at
Hustle
the
Smart said he
video,
don't
nigga.
care.
I
he's
mean,
just
this nigga,
clowning.
this
But I'm talking
white
about
dude is literally with a
But
cowboy hat on with a
and those
big
was
ass
white
robe
Hispanics
whacking this
too.
I'm
nigga.
watching it right
A
now.
lot of the border patrol are white Mexican. They call them American Mexicans. And man, the horse kicked the motherfucker, and then the whip came, and then that man was in bracelets in no time. It was like a seamless 10-second process. Horse kick, nigga fall, belt to ass, wrapped up. That's what it was.
hold on, Jonathan. The funny part was, Jonathan, that the video don't even do it justice. The motherfucking goddamn Fox News was showing this shit live. So they showed the whole thing. They showed the motherfucking black female was running up the hill. The motherfucker was dragging them down the hill.
I'm
That,
watching a video
man.
now. Ilhan Omar talking out against it.
Don't
But she
matter
don't
if they
care.
Yeah,
talked
but
about
wait a
it.
minute,
Now,
Jay.
John,
But
Wait a
you
minute.
don't care, Hustle Smart. She cares.
Why is
She
it
said
legal?
she did
Why is it
something.
legal when
What do you
Biden does it,
what do you think? What do you
but if
think Trump
Trump
would
do
have said
some shit like
if
that
it
out of
happened on
nowhere, it's
Trump?
illegal
If it
and
happened on Trump, what do you think
unconstitutional?
Trump would have said? What do you think Trump would have did if it happened on him?
they
What do you think
time
he
out.
would have said?
They treated President
What-
We
Maduro
don't do
with
the
more.
if and the maybe and the problem. That's how y'all feminine guys talk. All that shit. Well, if Obama did, what if Obama did this? What if like, nobody don't give a fuck about all that? What is them?
Well, I know you don't care.
But
That's it.
John,
No,
you
that's how female John. I'm trying to explain to you, brother, the best way I can. That's how females
Wait,
talk with the whataboutism.
this is what I want to say. This is 1776. John, I work with
That's a
horses.
hypothetical by
I work with
definition,
horses.
John. You like definitions, right? That's a hypothetical. You can think me and Jonathan in 1776 can get three hypotheticals 3 different ways.
But John, I
God
work with
damn.
horses. If a horse kicks you, a horse is like 2,000 pounds. A horse kicking your fucking ass,
And he got
right?
the federal
Then
horseshoes on. He got the federal mandated horseshoes on. 17
and then a
the
whip.
platinum horseshoes.
They call her fall asleep, man.
That was waterproof. 1777, that was waterproof. The horse was dancing on water, bro.
And the horse was almost racist. The horse looked racist, like the horse enjoyed kick. Man, I'm telling you, man.
I'm getting tired, man. I'm out, man.
The horse was like, you voodoo ass nigga. I don't know, you like bitch.
You disagree. It sounds like most.
I'm out, man. I know you guys find it funny, man, watching people suffer, man. But I'm out, man.
Bro, you didn't even know about it. And you want to know why you didn't know about it? Because you didn't even see the video because you didn't care to want to watch the video. Oh, you didn't even know they did about 1 or 2 days of lip service, and that's all that was said. It was even the report that came out wasn't on front page, wasn't on CNN like that. That shit was on the back row of Vanity Fair.
Yeah, so tell your boy to let in more Haitians now. They're suffering.
Yeah, hey, get all y'all asses out of here, man.
See, but that's
Go over there, get that ackee off the tree and goddamn making some eggs, bro.
Hey, John, let me ask you a question, right? You're from Island, right? Now, when that thing was going on about Haitians eating cats and whatnot, it was pretty much Black America was like, oh, that's it, right? We're not going to vote for Donald Trump because he said that about Haitians, right?
It wasn't just Black America.
But at the same time, right? Online, right? And I'm one of the ones I do look at TikTok and the internet and get a feeling of what people are thinking. Every time I keep hearing Haitians, they keep talking about how much better they are in Black America, how they got this, they got culture.
Man, you can't follow
everything you see online. 1804, how they're about education. Black people in America are stupid. And I'm saying to myself, what the hell? We coming out for the back of these people, and they're constantly throwing us under the bus, And I'm saying to myself,
you got to pick your wars, man. You can't fight everybody, man.
I know that. I'm not saying pick my wars. I am saying like this.
You want to race war, white folks. You want.
Hold on. I didn't look. First of all, you didn't listen. You didn't listen to my title, right? I said white man wants a race war, and I just asked, are we gonna finally give it to him? And I said like this. First stage of war. You didn't listen to our show.
Yeah.
The first stage of a war, if you know, so when a war is declared, the first thing you do is you basically tighten up and stop spending and buying. First phase of a race war would be if we can get black people to spend 40% of all your money you spend on restaurants, clothes, everything, and black-owned establishments, right? Second is why are we supporting national brands in this country let's say black people love themselves some Red Lobster. Do we have stock in that company? Do we own
Nigerian,
like that?
a young Nigerian's the CEO of Red Lobster now.
Yeah.
Oh, you can forget about it then. They put it in Nigeria. See, that's the whole thing. That's a gimmick, bro. And the black people or the black
but he introduced a $15 crab roll, and business went up off of that. So he's doing all right.
My point about let me finish what I'm saying. I don't care about that. My point, I'm just using Red Lobster example, right? Right now, Red Lobster is only survived. Right? Red Lobster would have went out of business if it wasn't for black people. Love sauce with Red Lobster. I think that's the number one restaurant for black people. Red Lobster. They love Red Lobster, seafood, whatever like that. You know. So what I'm saying this though, how
Hey, you breaking up a bit, Carl?
much do we own? Okay,
you breaking up.
You're breaking up, buddy.
They got a Nigerian.
Caller, you gotta reset. You gotta reset, bro. You gotta reset. You gotta reset, caller.
Sounding like Elvis on
much.
He don't hear us.
He's not gonna try. I'm waiting a wave, so they got a Nigerian.
I can hear Caller. Caller, you breaking up, man.
Caller, he can't hear us though.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, you know.
Caller.
Probably got to type it on the
See,
back.
that's that. Caller. Me and Caller was talking, and he told me that he used a Chromebook. I told him, man, he can't stream with that Chromebook. It don't have enough memory. It don't have enough RAM in it. You know what I'm saying?
Ja, you'll be cool, man. You just gotta be honest, man. You just can't.
No, he on the plantation. Ja, who did you vote for? Did you
Kamala?
You think Kamala was a better candidate than Donald Trump?
You asked me a question?
Yes.
Yes, she was. Hands down.
Now tell me how she was a better candidate than Donald Trump.
First and foremost, she was way more qualified.
What does way more qualified means?
That means she was involved in public service all her adult life.
Hold on. Let me. You don't have to be.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
But I'm saying that ain't even you don't have to be qualified. Anybody can come out and go for president. You don't have to be qualified. That's not a metric to be a president.
Second of all, she follows the Constitution of the United States, so she wouldn't have had say in herself.
Wait, I gotta chime in. Josh, she's not even American.
One second, I'm answering the question. Herself for 2028,
she's Canadian,
meaning that she wants to run for a third term, right? Because he's already had 2 terms, so he shouldn't even be posting or even joking or whatever.
How you gonna tell a grown man how he should talk, John?
Bro, he's the president. I have a choice to vote for him.
And what does that mean? Hold on, John. Stop right there for a second. I want to do it point by point. He's the president, so he can't joke.
Make your points quick, because I gotta go.
No. I'm saying let's go point by point.
Yeah.
You said that he should not be joking around.
He's not about that. That's serious.
Why?
Stuff. No,
Why?
No, don't joke about that.
Why shouldn't he?
Because that's going against the laws of the United States, the Constitution of the United States. That's not a joking matter.
Until he can joke about whatever he wants to.
Congress can change the law for him to run a third time.
In my view, as a president,
okay, and there you go. That's what I wanted you to say. In your view, he didn't joke about, because everybody else know he was trolling.
But a woman shouldn't even run a church, but you wanted to run a country?
1 second. As a president or a leader, you should be a person of the highest integrity. the highest standards. You are not an average person.
But the
You
That's
Bible
are
a,
says
a
it's
that's by
none
your
leader.
good but
standard.
A
That's
God.
leader.
these are your
No,
standards, right?
that's
All
by
all
standards.
men are flawed. There's no righteous man in this
No, no,
universe,
no, no,
man.
no, no, no.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
not
hold
not
on, hold
true.
on. Go ahead, John.
That's not
You
no,
say
no, 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 no.
that's your standard or that's the American standard?
One second. That's the American standard.
That is not the American standard. That
Every
is not the
president.
American standard.
One second. Every president
Uh-huh.
in the past has some issue. Yes, that's true. Every human does. But there's things that you do not do.
Tell me, hold on. There you go, right
First and
there. Right
foremost,
there.
you
What he shouldn't
follow,
do.
first and foremost, you
Uh-huh.
follow the law of the United States, the Constitution of the United
Uh-huh.
States. The Constitution of the United States gives 2 terms. There's no joking about a 3rd term.
He can say whatever the fuck he want to say.
But
No,
God,
he
part
can
of the
say whatever he
Constitution is
wants.
a president
He
is
can say
supposed to
whatever he
protect the
wants.
borders, and
But
Joe
I'm
Biden
saying
didn't
that
protect the
that's
borders.
not the
That's
type of
breaking the Constitution.
representation I
And
Hold
want.
forget
on for a
that.
second. Hold on for a
It's
second,
crazy
John.
as hell.
Hold
You
on.
keep saying
Joking.
the
He should
Constitution. The
not be
Constitution
joking.
allows freedom of speech.
He
So
should,
you're trying to stop his freedom of
no, the
speech by saying what he can
Constitution
say and what he can't
Yeah,
say.
No,
some
I did not
Jonathan,
say he
some
can't
type of
say
weird
it.
ass way the
No, 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 no,
president
no.
don't have freedom of speech because
Jesus
he's the
Christ,
president.
man. I did not say he can't
Yes, you
say
just
it.
did. You
Okay,
said that
if
since
I
he's the
said that,
president, it's certain things he shouldn't do and
if
say.
I said that, then I'm saying he can say it. I'm saying that for a leader that I think that America should have, he should not say that type of stuff.
Exactly.
That's
And,
not a
and it's
joke.
amazing. You know what they say,
Jesus.
John? What you think don't make me shit. Like, no, like we don't give a fuck about that. Y'all the motherfucker take him serious,
Okay.
like
All right.
with every fucking thing he say. You get what I'm saying? Everything he say, y'all want to take somebody literal like that. It's amazing that black people act like that. And black people
Okay.
say the craziest shit in the world. They're just like me when I tell my daughter I'm a killer.
He
And then she
is
run out there and the police and say, well, he said I
he
kill her.
he is the president. He's not
And
just
what does that
anybody.
mean?
That means
Ja,
that his
Ja, can I ask you a
words go
question?
out around the world and they're a
Ja,
reflection of
one
us
of the
as a country
main
and as a
one of the
people.
main
He
things the
should have
president
higher
has to
standards.
do
When
is
he
to protect the
says,
borders.
And since he the president, he can do what the fuck he want to. He the most
he's
powerful
not a
man in the
king. A
country. What are
president
you
is not
talking
a
about?
king. A president is not a king. A king can do what he wants. A president cannot. He's bound by the law.
Uh-huh. And what law did
President
he
is
break,
bound by the
John?
law. The Constitution of the United States. You
John,
don't joke
John,
about
tell
stuff
me the
that.
law that he broke.
Okay, on January 6th, when he went against the certification of that election and supported people, stopped
No,
them
he
for
said
hours. There's legal
Colin, just let him
certification.
go.
peacefully
Let him go.
protest.
Colin, let
Where
him
he
go.
thought was
Let
Legal
him finish.
certification.
Let
he
him
told
finish,
people to go
Colin.
over there peacefully protest.
He also said you gotta
And
fight.
he's
If you
allowed to
don't fight,
challenge
you're
the
not gonna have a
certification
country
of an
anymore.
election. People do it all the time.
He also said
And
you gotta
you know
fight.
what? And you
And
know
if you
what they
don't fight,
did?
you
You
won't
know
have a
what they
country
did,
anymore.
John? They showed the video of all goddamn Democrats and Democrats are presidential and Congress telling people to fight, fight, fight. They played it at the impeachment hearing. When they were all saying he said fight, and they played it. They played a 30-minute tape. A 30-minute tape of over 130 Democrats telling the people go
What
out
about,
there and
hold on,
fight.
what
Hold
about
on, Colin, let me say this one thing,
He
Colin.
sued the BBC over it.
Did they show
George W.
Maxine
Bush?
Waters? Did they
George
show?
W. Bush.
Go
Let
ahead,
me
Colin.
ask you a question.
Colin, I think, hold on,
All the
hold
people,
on, John. You can't ask me a question when I'm still making my statement, bro. They just showed Maxine Waters telling people to get up in their face. Go find people in the rest of the way. Get up in their face and fight, fight, fight.
No, I
Was
wouldn't
that
say this.
legal? Do you think that?
did all that stuff that you said the Democrats say stop the certification of the election for
I can't hear
hours?
John.
Did all of that stop the certification
Hillary
of the
did the
election for
same
hours?
thing when she lost. She challenged certain states.
Did Hillary stop?
Hold on,
Did
remember
Hillary stop
2000?
the
Hold on, remember
certification of the
2000?
election for hours?
No.
Exactly. That's my
Yeah,
point.
hold
Who
on.
did it?
What you call it? It's the Democrats have done this. Hold on. Al Gore didn't concede the election
Did
for like
he
what,
stop
3
the
months?
certification of the election for hours?
Yeah, but it took them 3 months.
It took
You
him 3
know,
months.
they went way
I
past
don't
January
believe that
6th,
it,
The
bro.
hanging
that was
chads
for
and all that
I
type of
don't think
stuff.
it took that long, but that was for
You
the
just came to the
You know,
country
that's what you
yesterday.
believe, dumb nigga.
Okay, let me look it up, man. Because I gotta
God
look up
damn,
something.
bro. What is the fucking wrong with you?
Al Gore, they basically
How
was dragging that
long
on for months, man.
did
Months.
Al
See, this
Gore
is the
take to
thing. I don't
Caller.
prepare?
understand.
Hey,
Somebody
hold
who
on,
just
1777. Let me say something to Caller real quick. Caller, did you just listen to this clown? This clown said what he believed.
Hey, what
This
you
dude made
believe,
a
bro?
statement on what he believed.
Al Gore officially conceded the 2000 U.S. election to George W. Bush 36 days after Election Day. So that's before the certification would happen, because certification would happen in
Yeah, but hold
January.
up.
They
But that
had to
whole
go
that
to the
time,
Supreme Court. They
hold up. When
had
the
to go.
president
It
wins,
was
hold up.
in
When
the
President
courts,
wins,
Carla.
right?
Carla.
Hold up.
It
That
was
before
in
he
the
takes
courts. They
office,
were
right?
waiting on the
Hold up.
courts
That's supposed
to
to be
weigh
like a
in.
honeymoon. That's supposed to be like a he's
They were
prepping, doing
waiting
his
on the
transition.
courts.
Hold
It
up.
was
The
a close
transition,
election. They were waiting on the courts.
hold up,
And
Ja.
then
The
when the courts
transition
came
was
back, he
delayed.
conceded.
Oh, that's why. Hold, that's how
He
9/11
did
got
not
screwed up
stop the
because. Oh,
certification
that's
for
why the United
hours like
States wasn't
happened in
prepared
this
for
case. It's
9/11
not the same
because there
thing.
was delayed. The transition was delayed in
Hillary
taking power.
conceded. Hillary conceded in
I don't understand.
2016.
But I don't
Well,
know
he
They
how these
did
did
not
Democrats.
concede,
stop.
man. He just
But
protested the way it
but
was
now
They
now
conceded.
now
did
now
not
now I
stop
really
it
see
for
why the
hours. That's
Democrats
the
want
point.
immigrants here, because
That's
these
why they
They
niggas are
didn't
want him.
some
stop it.
die-hard Democrats and they don't know shit. They never experienced the hanging chads with Al Gore. They never. This.
Bro, I know about that
Oh,
stuff.
man.
I just looked it up. Something you
You
didn't
just looked it
do.
up. We lived
It
through
was
it.
in the courts. Do you want him to wait for the court to
This
weigh in
guy.
or not?
This guy.
And
We lived through it.
and they
We
figured
don't
it
need to
out.
look up something
They
we lived
figured it
through.
out before the certification
That's
of
what
the
we trying to
election.
tell your immigrant ass. We didn't got to look up nothing we lived through. You ain't lived through it.
And that's why you guys don't
Hey,
know what
John,
you're
how long you
talking
been in?
about.
Hey, John, how long you been in the United States?
3 years.
Bro, I ain't even answering that question, man.
No, what you talking about? I don't know the answer.
I've been in the United States as long as you have been.
So you've been in the United States 55 years.
Yes.
See, that's why
And
we don't. That's why we need
and
to get
by the
niggas.
way,
That's why we need to get people like you out of. Hey, you know what though? Since he want to be disingenuous, like that's why I ain't answering no more of his questions, bro. That's why all them questions, all them
yeah,
stupid ass
because
questions, but just for him acting like a fucking female, cause that's how a female would answer that question.
Like
and
I
what
said,
female
Like,
Trump is a
because
answer?
if you
blessing.
ask me, that's just like if I'm in there, you ask me how long I've been there. Now, I would
Hey,
just tell you, why the fuck would I have a smart ass,
hey,
sassy ass
And
mouth?
hustle
this
Why
is
would
the
I
smart.
get,
thing.
why would I get sassy about a
If you
question?
can't,
Trump
if
is a
you can't,
Why
blessing
you
in
act like a
disguise,
straight up
man.
chick, bro? You just exposing yourself, bro.
if
But
And
you
hustle
this
smart. Look,
embarrassing.
hustle
Go ahead,
smart.
you
go ahead,
if you
1776, man.
If
can't,
we had 4 years of Kamala and more jobs came in and
if
more
you
Elvises
can't,
came in, we
Bro,
would be done, man.
if you
Trump is a
can't,
boy,
blessing in disguise,
if
man.
you can't
I know, right?
if you
I'm
can't,
glad he got it now, man.
if
Let them dudes sit over there, man, with they
If
peering on, man. All
if
of them act like
Kamala
they
was
got
in
on
there,
skirts.
if
if you
Kamala was in
can't,
Hey,
there, China would build a base in Venezuela and will be a missile's
what-
throw from getting
hey,
taken the fuck out.
1776.
yeah,
These
that's why the United
niggas like
Arab
them
Emirates
had no
now
problem with Billy Porter with HIV on the front lawn kissing a white man hand in a dress and a full beard like
that's
Yeah,
why
motherfucking
they like
goddamn that.
that's
They
that's
don't
why.
give a fuck, man.
Time out. When I was coming up as a Democrat, it was all about trade unions and jobs. Bill Clinton just talked about the economy, but
Yep.
like that's when I was a Democrat. This new Democratic Party is a bunch of sugar boy, moist, diabetes, molasses blood punks, man, and a lot of immigrants. That's the new Democratic Party.
Yep.
They know black people were waking up, so they're gonna fill with a bunch of jobs, a bunch of people just gonna vote Democrat 1,000%. And this is why I become conservative. I
But
don't want kids learning stupid shit in
Hey,
school.
727, did you hear this clown yesterday? He was sitting over there sounding like a straight up Democrat mammy talking about release the files. I'm like, what the you on a Pan-African channel talking about the Epstein file? Like, we don't give a fuck about no
he
white people raping each other. We
yes,
don't give a
because
fuck
you
about white people killing
yeah,
each other.
Joe
yeah,
Joe Biden could have
I
Joe
don't
Biden could
want
have
them.
released the files. Those files been
you
out for
don't
a
I don't
long
care
want
time.
them
about
doing. What are you talking about? Why the fuck would we care about some fucking else? You was on the wrong platform. You need
because
to
you
go
don't
on one of them cis ass platforms where they
because
care about that shit. You
because
know
you
what?
don't
Matter of fact, you need to go on Afro Think Tank channel and claim that shit. Oh, my fault. He don't do that. He just talks like you. He talks in his zats. And
because
matter of
you
fact, he don't have a conversation with people. He just sit
be,
up there and tell you whatever it is, and if you don't agree with it, then you stupid. That's the type of dude you are, bro.
But that you think I'm stupid because I don't agree with you. But
You
this is the
don't have
thing.
to agree with me, bro. That's
This
the
is the
thing.
thing.
No,
Because
you
you don't
want us
care.
to agree with you. Are we
don't
supposed to? Are we racist? Since we don't vote for the Democrat
No,
Party, that's
because
you.
no, because you say racist stuff.
What?
It's different.
No,
You
whatever
say
you think is
racist stuff.
racist,
I don't
but
just
we
think you're
don't care.
racist.
John,
You
John,
say
you are
racist
an
stuff.
immigrant. We don't give a fuck what you think.
Yeah, if you want to be
You
stupid
are
and
a
ignorant for the rest of your life, then fine.
you are a shit eating Democratic plant immigrant. You don't have no power and you don't want power. All you want to do is sit up under Massa's neck.
But this
You get what I'm saying?
what a lot of the immigrants. I don't know if they want this country to fall subconsciously because when you vote for Kamala, someone who grew up in Canada, who has no real ties to America, but you want to put the nuclear
She
weapon,
didn't
you want
just
to put
grow up
the
in Canada. You made
power.
that up.
She
She
grew
didn't
up in
just grow up in
Canada.
Bro.
She was born in
lived
Oakland.
Oakland. She lived
She
in
was born in
Michigan.
Oakland, and she lived her
She didn't.
entire
I don't
life
even think she
in
left.
Canada
She didn't even
before she
leave
went to
Canada.
Howard.
I don't think she went to Canada before she was 8.
Dude,
And
The
then
fuck
went to
you man?
Michigan.
Shut
this
your
guy, this
lame
guy.
ass up, bro.
Hey, Hustle Smart. If you
Let me
grow up,
look. Let
like,
me
say you
look it
was
up
born,
because
Hustle
you guys
Smart.
don't
If
look nothing up. Let
Hustle
me look it
Smart,
up.
this is when we say you hail from somewhere. Say you was born in South Carolina, right? But then you
Right.
moved to Georgia. You did elementary school in Georgia, middle school, high school. Where you from? You
I'm
born
from
in South
Georgia.
Carolina, but you hail from Georgia,
I hail
right?
from Georgia.
So this lady was born in Oakland, but she hails from Canada. She went, all her schooling was done in Canada.
Kamala
Like,
Harris lived in Montreal, Canada for about 5 years during her teenage years, from roughly 12 to 17. That means the rest of the time she was either in Oakland or I believe Michigan. All right. After
Oh
her
my
mother
God.
moved there for a research position, though she often traveled back to California during that time.
you thought
Moved
Kwame
to
was bad
Montreal in
with you.
1976
Boy,
and
I'm
Michigan in
for
1981.
real, bro.
Her mother was
For real, man.
recruited
We
to
don't give a fuck about no commandment. We wasn't
exactly.
gonna
You
vote
don't
for that
care.
bitch. We
You just
wasn't
want to
gonna
live.
vote for that
But
bitch, bro.
Ja, the
I know
people
you
of
hate women.
California
You
don't even want
definitely
her
hate
to be the
women, bro.
governor.
Why would the
But you want her to
strongest
be.
country in the world
But the
ever
people,
vote a woman?
but the people of
Let me tell you something. Let me
but the
tell you
people of
something, John. Let me
California,
tell you three.
but
Let
the
me tell
people of
you
Cal.
three
One second,
countries that'll never see a bitch as presidents: the United
But the
States,
people of California,
motherfucking goddamn
the people
China,
of Cal,
and
but the
motherfucking
people,
Russia.
but
The
the
Hey,
three
Ja, Ja, Ja,
superpowers would never see a
Ja,
woman as president.
Ja, I'm
the
about to
people
leave,
of
but check this out, Ja.
California,
Ja, I'm gonna
but the
destroy what
people.
you said about
One
her
second,
being
one
the
second,
most
one second, one
qualified.
second, one second.
Ja, the
Let me
people of
rebut what you said.
California don't want her to be governor, but you want her to be president.
The people of California elected her to attorney general and state senator statewide.
But they don't
Both
want
those
her to be the
statewide
governor.
offices.
But you said
She
she's
already got elected
overqualified.
multiple times
If
in
you're
the state of
overqualified to be the
California, statewide.
president, Hustle Smart, shouldn't you be
Yes.
able to be the governor?
Be the government. You can run the whole cut. You can run the
You
whole state.
could.
Yeah,
You
so
could.
so so
But
you
they
shot
don't. They
yourself in the
don't want
foot.
her to be governor.
They don't want her to be governor. Gavin Newsom will wipe the floor with her.
That's
What are you
her
talking
choice.
about?
He's not running again. That's her choice, though.
She knows she wouldn't even get the elect. She didn't even win a primary.
That's their choice.
When she ran as a primary, you said she's overqualified. When she ran against Joe Biden, she lost in the first round.
That's yes. People have a
And
choice
she
to vote
dropped
for her or
out.
not.
But she was so. Hold on, John. Let me ask you a question. When she when she ran against Joe Biden in the primary, was she overqualified than everybody else?
I'm not. She was qualified. That's what I'm
I was
saying.
no, I'm asking you a question. It's a yes or no question. Was she
I don't know if she was qualified more than everybody else. I'd have to look at all of their records.
Oh, you don't know.
She got blown
You don't know all
out
the people that was with.
in the first round.
I can tell you the people name if you want to. I'm not even a Democrat plantation clown.
She was more qualified than Obama. She was more qualified than Obama.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Wait.
Obama went to the House, then the Senate, then the president. She went to DA.
She sucked Willie Brown's dick and got promoted to the. Like, come on, man. She sucked the shit out of that old nigga was throwing heavy dick in her, and that's how she got.
And
that's the only real nigga shit. That's the closest she came for being a real nigga. When she had Willie Brown dick in her mouth.
Now people can't have sex. All right, cool.
Yeah, no, that wasn't sex. That was oral sex. Oral sex is against the law. Do you know that?
Apparently, you guys don't like sex.
You didn't know? Hey, John, you talk about the law so much. Did you know oral sex in public is against the law?
Did she do it in public?
Yeah.
Okay, where's your source for that?
That's what they said that she was in. It was in a car. They was in a Sprinter van.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you see a picture of it, or
Nah,
where's the
Carla,
recording? Who said that?
just what that's what her and
Someone
Willie
just made
Brown
it up
said.
and you just believed it. All right,
Willie
cool. All right.
Brown said that he the one that was getting his dick sucked, John.
Okay, but if they're in the car, that don't mean
That's
someone
in
saw them.
public, bro.
That's a law. Yeah, you can't even
All
pee
right.
That's in
outside in
public,
some
John.
states, man.
And,
This
th-
guy,
and this is what
Let
we're
me look it
supposed to
up.
be
Let me look it up.
Pan-African with.
Let me look it
yeah,
up. Let me look
man.
it up.
Hey, man. Until African is built, I'm right here, man. Fuck it, man. Hey, listen.
Man, look, man. The funny part is that it's just so obvious because all y'all do is say talking points. We don't even if we are conservative, we don't say they talking
I'm
points.
looking it up
Y'all
though. You guys ain't looking nothing up.
y'all sit up
You just
here and
make it up.
repeat their talking points.
But
Like that,
She
Hustle
like
live
do
in
y'all
Smart.
Canada, but she spent
like well, hey John, where
12
do y'all
years in
get those
America.
talking points from? Do y'all get them from the news or do y'all go to the website and
No,
get those talking points?
I get it up by looking it up and reading. So
But
I know
Hustle
she lived
The
Smart.
in
talking
Canada
points?
all her
Okay.
life.
Even Tim Walz was a governor, right? Even if he
Right.
didn't win the
Kamala,
president, at least the people of
so
Minnesota made him the governor, right?
look,
Right.
Kamala Harris she would
um,
not even get
but
close
she
to the
was
governor
elected
mansion in California.
statewide. She was elected statewide.
That's
Do
an
you not get
attorney
that?
That's
general.
attorney
It doesn't
general.
matter. That's people have to vote for her
That,
statewide.
Well, then why didn't they? Well, why
The
wouldn't they
Senate
vote for
and
her as governor then?
that's their choice.
Who
If they don't want to
choice?
vote for her for governor, they don't have to. That's their choice.
That's what we're saying, dummy. She
had
couldn't
she had
win.
But you don't
hey
know
Hustle
that.
Smart.
She
You
couldn't
you
win.
need to figure
She
that
had
out.
prisoners fighting fires with buckets of water.
How many
No
times did
equipment, man.
Biden run for president? He ran for president like 3-4 times.
And he
You don't
stole the
think
Okay.
that
last
happened?
one.
He
And he
didn't.
stole the
You made
last
that
one.
up.
Hey, look,
What's the
John. Let
proof
me
of
ask
that?
you a
What's the
question, though,
proof of
man.
that?
Do you think?
You
Do you
have
think?
no sources for
Hey,
that. You just
John.
made that up.
Okay, we got you, bro. John, do you
You just
think
made
Kamala's
that
gonna?
up. You that's not true. You just made it up.
John.
And that's
John.
why January 6 guys ran up in the White House.
Uh
And
huh.
then you guys say people
Ran
should
up in the White
go
House or the house?
ran up and
And
Yeah,
stopped the
man. You
certification of
hey
like
John,
facts,
elections.
right? So
time out,
stop
Josh.
being
What
emotional. Stop being emotional and just say facts,
what is a
man.
congressional hey John, what is the congressional building called? He don't even know this, Hustle Smart. What is Congress called? The congressional building. John, what is it called?
And stop the certification of
I asked you
electoral
what is the
powers.
Congress called? You don't even fucking
I don't
know it.
remember
It's called
Congress.
a
I don't
people's
remember.
house. And any American has right access to the people's house. It's not the White
Okay,
House.
so you
Man,
so
you don't
can you
like,
go
man.
so tomorrow I'll tell you what to do. Go up there tomorrow, smash a window and go in there. You got the right to it. It's your house. By the way, you can just go across to the White House and do the same thing. That's
And
your house too,
those
right?
were agent provocateurs inside the
You
crowd that
made
got that
that
shit
up. You
popping like
made that
that.
up. And if you don't have right information, that means your information is
Listen, it
wrong.
came. See,
And
you don't read the papers. You had plants in there that did
okay,
all that shit, man.
look it up and tell me the sources saying that.
All
Find me
right,
a
John.
couple of sources that say
So
that.
hold on. You looking it up and you didn't see what she had Willie Brown digging her mouth?
I'm looking it up right now. I didn't
And,
get to it yet.
what does it say?
I'm looking it up.
Okay, make sure you look it up though. Search that
Did
man dick.
Kamala suck Dick Willie Brown in car? Let me see.
This guy,
And
like,
it's a spreader van.
this guy's worse than Kwame, man. God.
Are the comments about let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
Can someone without Kamala Willie Brown with facts?
Cite your source too.
Movie chat. I'm not seeing any credible sources so far. Cardi B calls out people for questioning Kamala dating history. Facebook, X, Kamala Harris also hates sex workers. Politically incorrect. I'm not seeing no Taylor and Francis online. Full article.
Hey,
I don't see
Hustle
anything
Smart.
about that, bro.
He
Yeah.
wanted
I
us to
see
put a
Reddit,
stepmom who,
Quora.
without kids, he wants to hand over the levels of power to a stepmom,
No
right?
kid.
With no kids, no stake in the game, right?
There's
And he
no
wanted.
credible source. It's
That's
all like
crazy,
movie
man.
chat, no news
Now
articles,
I can see why
not
a
even
lot of the
Fox
countries they
News on
come
that.
from is messed up, man.
Not
Because
even
like if you got people like John, man, you can't have no country.
not even Fox News has an article on that. You guys just made that up, man.
No, they did an interview. Willie Brown did an interview when he said it. It's the interview.
Okay, let me see. Let me see.
Well,
Let me see
Willie
if I
Brown
see.
is
Let me
proud of
type in.
that, man.
Yeah.
Willie
Let me
Brown,
type
like
in,
60, had a little 20-year man. He was proud about that, man.
Willie Brown.
Skeeted right in the back of her throat.
Yeah, it was in the office
and
in a car.
and it says Kamala.
This guy, man. If
Select
Willie Brown said it, wow,
any
this guy
car.
is hilarious, man.
How you gonna tell Willie Brown what he didn't do?
The phrase Willie
Hey,
Brown said
Hustle Smart, you don't drive trucks, man.
Oh,
You know,
wait.
I'm
The
gonna tell you
phrase
what you
Willie
do, man.
Brown, Kamala and Carr refers to Donald Trump's debunked claim that former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown made on flattering remarks about Kamala Harris during a shared helicopter ride.
Yeah, that was about the helicopter.
Trump's
Yeah, we
claim
talking about
during
that.
August. Let me see.
We talking about the affair, John, not the helicopter ride.
Hey, listen,
Okay, I'm
Willie
reading.
Brown got it in the office, the
During
car,
an
and the
August
air,
24
man.
interview, Trump
Yeah,
claimed he was in a
he skeeted.
helicopter and made
He skeeted all over her Kamala face.
And had a
being
couple. She had a couple abortions too.
Yeah.
But Willie Brown raw dog that, man.
He definitely went raw dog. They were trying to see could she have babies. And clearly she can't. So
Nah,
wrong
she,
with them eggs.
she got her abortion, but Willie dog.
Instead of eggs, she got ackee. She got that ackee, that Jamaican. That's that girl fucked up her eggs, bro.
You guys jealous really got something, man. That's all, man.
Oh man, we happy.
Now we
happy. She should have got more. Then she probably would have went with no Jewish faggot ass white dude.
I think you hate women, Hustle Smart.
You think I hate women?
Hold on.
You think I hate women and I got a house full of women? That's the crazy part.
Brandon, that don't mean you don't hate them.
Jay,
guy had a house
that has got to be the most feminine shit ever.
Yeah, that's what
just come out and say that.
Just stop saying that shit.
That's what women say.
You making yourself sound stupid.
I told them that they all
Next, you're
talk
gonna be
like
asking
that.
him, "Are you gay? Is you gay?"
All those liberal men talk like that. They talk like females.
Yeah, that's the first thing a black woman. A black woman always has a gay dude as a pet. She always has a gay black dude as a pet, but then she'll say
the first thing a black woman would say is that you're gay and you hate black women.
I still don't see anything about you guys. You guys made that shit up, man.
About the interview with Willie Brown?
Now we made it up, man. Let's end on
You're
that.
saying that you can't find Willie Brown did like 6 interviews, bro.
I'm seeing interviews. I don't see nothing with that headline saying nothing about that.
It's not a headline. He just said it during you got to listen to the interview.
Hold up, fellas. I got breaking news.
What's up?
Breaking news.
Natanz and Isfahan. So America has attacked Iran. The person who did that is Donald J. Trump, an utter fraud. He ran as anti-war and then started a war. So I'm going to do a very long live on this right now with all the details of how Iran might retaliate, and they will retaliate. Nobody gets attacked and doesn't counterattack. Our troops are sitting ducks. They're sitting there waiting to get killed, so we get dragged further into the war, and then Israel says, "Aha, we got you all the way into this war, and now you got to fight it for us." So that's what Donald Trump did. What a fraud. So we have attacked Iran. Iran will probably counterattack against our troops who do not have Iron Dome, unlike Israel. So Young Turks on YouTube, I'm going to tell you all the details of how this is a disaster and Donald Trump has betrayed us. And what is MAGA going to do? Are you guys going to step up the anti-war, or were you frauds? America just bombed.
There you go.
That sound like that dude sing, but I can all them liberal niggas they talk alike. They all sound like John.
I don't see anything about
Now, Hustle Smart. When you're liberal, you get a liberal dialect. They all talk alike.
I don't see anything about Iran getting bombed.
Bad two in the building, playboy.
That must be old stuff.
It was
man.
good. It was good.
This just posted today. 1/13/2006, the United States.
I don't see anything about Iran getting bombed.
Yeah, that's why I came in, because you just had that breaking news. I was like, yo.
Oh, that's what had Jake Huger. That's the Young Turks. That's a
source. You know, he was just giving it. He was just giving an interview.
Young Turks don't give out phony shit like that.
Bro, I believe it could be true because he was just giving an interview talking about what he was going to do to Iran.
Right now, that's all.
If he had done it, it would be global news by now.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be the Young Turks reporting it.
Bro, you guys,
well, we'll see. We'll see in a few minutes.
Anything, Jesus.
Hey, John, do you believe that Kamala washed collard greens in the bathtub?
Man,
I don't know, and I don't
Ja
care.
believe in anything, man.
You
Do you
guys
believe
believe in
she smoked
anything,
weed,
man.
listen to Tupac and Biggie in 1926?
She didn't
You
even
didn't
know
watch
that
that
one guy
interview.
had died.
I
That
watched
what you
that
gonna call it, his
interview, and
job.
that's not what she said. I
Ja,
watched that interview, and in that
I've
same
been to
interview that
Jamaica a bunch
everybody
of
said she
times,
never
bro.
said she's black,
It ain't
the
that
same
bad to
interview she
come up
said
here
she's
acting
black.
like this.
Nah, I don't have a problem going anywhere, man. Like I tell people, man, I've been outside the country. I've been to multiple countries. I know what's out there. I know America ain't
Are you scared
all
to?
that there
Are you
is.
scared to go
I'm not
to?
scared to go back to. I'm not scared to go anywhere. I'm not scared to go to
But
the
Jamaica
Caribbean.
is rough
Hey,
on.
what's your
Nowhere,
original country where you was born at? Was it Jamaica?
bro. I ain't
Nah, he ain't
I
Jamaican.
ain't
Jamaicans
answering
ain't
none of them
soft
questions,
like
You
man.
ain't
that, man.
answer. Yeah, so
Wait. No,
you can ask us
simply
1,000 questions.
one thing Tariq she
I don't
always
ask
say,
you
they scared to
questions.
say where they're
I don't
from.
ask you questions
For
about
real?
where you were
It
born.
Nah,
doesn't
but
matter. We
I
don't have to ask you the
I
same question that you asked
I
me. What type of stupid shit
Man,
is
you
I
that,
know
John?
this
told
nigga is a
you where
tether. Shit.
nah, but he's not.
What type of
How you
sassy
afraid to
what
say
type
where
of
you from?
sassy feminine thing is that? Just like if I
look,
ask you, hey man, what you
look,
ate today, and you ask me, hey
look,
man,
look.
what state do you that your company in? I'll just be like, it's Georgia.
You know why I don't
Why would that matter if you ask me a different question than what I asked you?
you know why I don't
So what you
entertain
think,
that stuff?
Kyla?
Because
Civil
that's
War for
not
black
dealing with
and
the
white?
point that
What?
we're
What's
talking
up?
about.
He's
That's
No,
not
I
from
don't know
different
Jamaica.
why,
from what
John.
we're talking about. We're talking
He's not
about
It
from
doesn't
Jamaica,
matter,
man.
John. It doesn't
whether
matter. You
And not
ask a
the
okay,
question,
pussy in
that's
Jamaica. I gotta be
you
honest.
go way off left field when
that
somebody asks you something.
that's
You're
that's
Carla asks you a question. You start talking about 3 million years ago.
that's just a distraction because
I'm trying to bring
humans
y'all
haven't
back around
changed
to
for
the
A
millions of
topic
years.
because
distraction.
this
So it's a
Humans
motherfucker
haven't
distraction
Ja
changed.
if
is
I
the
ask you what's your
distraction.
origin country.
Ja's the
That's a distraction. We're
distraction.
talking about
Is
Iran.
that
We're
distracting
talking
who?
about
Is that
whether Kamala
distracting
is
you?
qualified,
Is that
stuff like that.
distracting?
And you
We supposed to
guys
be
have not
talking about
proven
do these
Is that
anything.
motherfuckers want war or
Hey,
not?
John, is that
Fuck Ja.
distracting you or it distracting us?
All right, man. I'm out, man.
Who is
Yeah.
it distracting,
I'm
bro?
tired, man. I'm tired now, man. I'm out, man.
Get out.
You guys have a good night, man.
See ya.
All
Your
right, man.
lame ass out of here before you get yoked up and dragged in the shower.
Bro, you hate women, bro.
I swear, bro. And you a feminine fuck nigga. And boy,
Exactly.
and boy, if you ever see somebody coming up behind you, yoking your ass up and drag you in the shower, it's hustle smart, bro.
You
Believe
hate your
that.
mama,
Oh
bro.
shit.
Yeah, do it, man. And I'm gonna be standing right there waiting on you to finish.
This guy's hilarious, man. He's
You
so
gonna drag me in the
disingenuous, though.
shower? Are you
Straight
homosexual,
up,
man?
straight up.
Are you
Just
gay,
for
bro?
you. Just for you,
Hey,
John. For nobody
Kyla,
else. Just for you, bro.
shit.
Damn,
If
bro.
that report
God
is
damn,
true,
Just for
man.
bro,
you.
You reveal a lot tonight, man.
Donald Duck is
Just for
on a
you,
So
John.
fucking
you
mission.
Hey,
genocidal.
John, let me say it again
You
for you. Let me reveal it.
genocidal. No,
Hey,
no, no, no.
John,
I
let me
don't want to hear
reveal
that. No,
some
no.
more. Let me reveal some more.
You
John,
genocidal.
John,
You
I will
genocidal.
yoke
You
you up and
racist.
drag you in the
Oh
shower,
my
and I will talk
god.
nice to you.
All right, buddy.
Straight up.
Just remember, I'm armed, bro.
Straight up.
Don't come
Good.
slipping,
Now
man.
we like the tough guys.
That's the first conservative thing he said. He's on.
You went to prison. I
Yeah.
can tell, man. You went to prison,
Yeah.
man. I
Oh,
can
I
tell, man.
did. I did 7 years.
Yeah, so you probably got railed up in there, man.
But listen, you do I sound like I was? Did I sound like I was the one getting railed? I was doing the railing, bro.
Either which way, you gay, bro.
But exactly, that's why I want to come see you.
Either which way, you gay, bro.
Where you at, Ja?
Crazy
I bet
as
you got.
fuck.
Hey, I bet you got. I bet you got dreadlocks too. You know what I'm saying? Can hold on like a ponytail.
Either which
See,
way,
that
you
ain't that
gay,
fake hair.
man.
You got that good hair. You got that good stuff. That shit that you can wrap around that
Oh
shit like that
man,
horse rope.
I don't care. Listen to gay shit, man. I'm out, man.
Yeah, don't run. Hey,
Ja.
let me get your WhatsApp. Hey, you know what? You know what I'm saying? When we was locked up, we used to call it this. Yeah, you know what it is, though. You know how they use those scare programs that they used to do to them kids. All of
Yeah.
that,
I went to 2 of them when I was a kid.
all of that started because the officers that was in there, the guys in there, they used to play what they call it the sex game, the fuck game. So you would just say the most craziest thing you could. And that's how they started. Like, oh man, we can come up with a program for kids like that. That's how it all started, man.
Yeah, some
Them
dude
niggas,
was telling me about they be playing that grab ass shit in
yeah.
jail.
They,
Man, I've been stuck one of you motherfuckers, man.
bro, you gotta think about it. It wasn't nothing to do. It wasn't nothing to do but to come up with stupid ass shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like listen, Batu. Like, say for instance, you a killer. Like you a certified killer, right?
Yeah,
Then you
somebody
come back.
come up you playing grab.
No, hold on. Let me tell you, it's worse than that. Then somebody write you a letter and put a honey bun up under your pillow.
Oh man.
You get what I'm saying? Man, them dudes used to be running out there in the middle of the floor, ready to fight everybody, man. They just be laughing at them, man. It was the weirdest thing. But I'm gonna tell you this: the most craziest thing that I saw, the most dehumanizing thing that they used to do in there was that what they used to do is that we had batteries for the Walkman. And so this dude, he used to collect everybody batteries. When new boys came in the dorm, he would go from across the room, just throw little AA batteries at them. Like every time they go to the shower, just throw back. They never know where it's coming from. And then everybody just staring at them, man. And then for the end of the day, you'll see the dudes packing their shit up, trying to get out the dorm to go
I
to
used to watch that lockup shit on I think it was MSN or one of them channels, man. It's degrading, man.
Man,
That shit is degrading, bro.
Man, like that shit was just crazy, man. It just hurt me that dudes just would get locked up. They would be terrorizers on the street, and then they would come in jail and get quiet and timid. That didn't make any sense to me. You get what I'm saying? So
you got that's what it's made for, to break you. You know what I mean?
But I guess for me, it just didn't register.
Yeah, because you might be somebody that's quiet on the street, and then you go in jail, you be a fucking rider. It might be the same opposite.
I guess the way that it was, like, I could fight on the street, so I could, like, how can I come to jail and can't fight? Like, you get what I'm saying? Or don't want to fight. I just didn't understand that.
A lot of people don't know how to fight, though. I would say if you get 10 people,
if you can fight on the street, you can fight in jail. It's just something about being locked up and just
I'm saying in
like
society, there's only like 20% warriors, man. Like this Navy SEAL said, when you go to combat, 80% of the people are just fucking targets. Right? 10% shouldn't even be there. It's only really 10% that's doing all the fighting. So if you was carrying a gun on the street, right, you wasn't working on your hands and your footwork. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
I ain't y'all in the chat, man. We're just talking shit, bro. We just shooting the shit with Ja, man. You know what I'm saying? I do not want to rape Ja, please.
I don't understand why people take shit so literal, man.
Yeah.
Like they don't understand nuance, man.
Somebody gonna clip it up and be like, "Look, I told you, Hustle Smart."
Hustle Smart want to rape me. That's the Republicans. They rapists. They release the Epstein file. You know what I'm saying? But no, man. You know what? The thing about Ja, and then it just happened on Dinah's show, so you missed that, Bantu. He did know. This is where it started at. Because he was over there saying that, it all started over there. You know what I'm saying? Because he was trying to.
I don't know why these tethers be calling in like they think they're gonna make some kind of difference.
No, they're putting their own self-interest. They want to stay here. They don't want to go back to them countries, right? They don't want to visit them countries, right? So they don't care if they let over 800 million Mexicans. Once they get to stay, they're happy. Right, so it's a self-interest
Black Americans to save them.
But they know Kamala is bad. To save them. They want the Democrat Party to save
them. Yeah, listen. If they can make Tim Walz the president, they would vote for him because they want to stay. They don't want to go back.
Oh, hey, Ben, too. If they can make, you know who Billy Porter is?
Oh my lord.
Nah, wait, I heard that name.
That's
Who is
that.
that?
That's
Yeah,
that
he's
dude
the
that
guy
had
who
the
made
full beard that be dressing up like a chick. Like,
that's the guy
Oh,
who
he was
made
a
Precious.
comedian, right? Was
No,
he a
no, he
comedian?
was the guy who wrote Precious. I think that
No,
that sick movie.
that's another guy.
no, this is a dude that was standing on the lawn. Hey, Colin, you know how you like to play those video? Find that video of Billy Poore on
No,
the
I
White
can't
House.
play it. Like, it only makes me angry. But check this out. I guess one guy talk about I guess he's an immigrant. He said he's never been a black guy in America. He's black as the ace of spades, man. It's like Flavor Flav's color, you know. Look at this. This is what he says. Look.
I see good in my life in America. And I've lived there longer than you have been alive. I'm not a black guy. I'm not a social construct.
You see why FBA is so important, Colin? This nigga black as tar talking about.
Is what you get. My first impression of you, I have to work extra hard to make sure that you do not put me in the category of a black guy. Because I don't want to be where the categories of black guys have been in your head. I don't want you to put me in the category of a black immigrant. Because I don't know what other people have put in the category of black immigrants.
Hey, Kyle, I wasn't really listening to the show. Give me a breakdown with the topic, like a
Man,
little
we
small
all off
breakdown.
topic, bro. We
Give me a little small breakdown.
We're all back to the same thing.
Bantu,
I said, well,
since
hold
the
up.
beginning of the show, when Jay got on here, it was never about the topic.
Yeah.
Jay came on here talking about Sim Police fresh
I
out
was
the
hoping
gate.
that people would come on and basically
Yeah, that's why I try to bring y'all back around.
We still got time. We got some time. Look, I said, will Black America give the white man the race war he's asking? Because I said, look, the white man, I'm sick and tired of every time I turn on and I'm hearing the white people talking about a race war, even women. Oh, we can have a race war in this country. But I hear black people talk about peace and love, you know? And I'm saying to myself, you know, maybe it's time for us to start thinking a certain type of way. Maybe we start thinking about, you know, what if it does go down? Even they're playing that on their head. They're out there making war games and some of everything. You know, they're in that mindset. So if it does go out,
Now, Carla, I got a question.
Okay.
What do you think about getting rid of 85% of Black America?
Well, I don't say get rid of 85. I don't believe with that, you know, but I would say like this. I would say, hold on. I would say like this. I don't think Black America should exist.
Carla, I'm just mocking Jay. That's the first thing he asked you when he got on.
Let me clear this, right? Well, after this, I just believe. Hold on. I believe
want to
that.
do? Kill us?
I believe that. I believe that people should be happy, truly happy wherever they're at. And when I'm looking at Black America, right? Black America, even though our politics about is basically we're not happy in this country. You know?
Oh, it was another news update.
I think that's a categorical. I think that's a categorical lie. We're regular individuals.
We're talking about the race war is the new Black Panther Party. They out there with guns and shit. Trying to incite the ICE.
Hold on. Every last single Black politician, right? Now, I basically am like this. I'm always about Black power and stuff like that, but I know where to draw the line, right?
Yeah, that's what
Carla,
stay out of that.
You know, can I freaking speak, man? Geez, you guys, that's what people take half what I say. I don't finish, and they run with half what I say, and like they turn it against me. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then you go like this. I just believe that Black people in America, right? You know, we've tried all these years, right? Now it's clear that America's a white country. I'm not gonna lie. Anybody like John talking about thinking it's a no, it's a white man's country, right? He creates the rules. He says who he wants to be here. He said like this.
Yep.
And I'm saying like this. If white people basically, after all these years, like think about this hustle, 81 years since 1945, post-World War II, Black people have every institution in America is like, how do you take a most hated group of people, right? Two mortal enemies and make them live in a society and present it to the world as a success.
Yeah.
They got Black people on board, institutions, everything like that. We abandoned the guard. Just 20 years before that, we were all about go to Africa and build a nation for ourselves. 20 years later, we're all about trying to integrate into American mainstream society. What convinced us that?
Can I say this?
Oh,
Have you ever?
I'm not finished, right? 2 years later, okay, the Hollywood, basically all these people said, look, we cannot have two Americas because look, the separatist Black America was actually winning.
Can I say this?
Hold on. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking, man. You know? God damn, you know, that's why I hate people have when I don't finish something with this, you know. Look, Black separatism was actually working in America. Black nationals actually working in America. They said you cannot have two Americas. You cannot have a Negro League that was making millions of dollars, right? Black men doing their own thing. Black people have their own banks. What next? They have their own government. So therefore, they had to stop Black progress by telling us, convincing us that being near thy God to thee, white people.
Well, I'm about to get kicked off the show.
Hold up. Let me finish. The thing is, they recruited Black men who wanted to swirl with white women. They recruited Black men who, like A. Philip Randolph. All these people believed in a colorblind society, whatever, which they know that was not feasible, but they knew that there was enough for them to be like, all they care about their comfort, right? And not the whole community being together and benefit. You know, under segregation, we built our own theme parks. Do you know that?
All right,
we built on their roller coasters. We built our own roller coaster rides and theme parks, shit like that. Black America was a really exciting place under so-called Jim Crow. But they said,
well, get ready to kick me off.
Integrate us by tearing down our institutions and stuff like that, and so-called integrated society. You would think that we did not have Black Wall Street. When they look at those kids walking in, eggs thrown at them in Little Rock, and all these people like, go home, nigga. You would think we weren't the proud people that matched them and that caught up to them. And less than one generation after slavery, we had caught up and past white America and standing living and everything in this country.
All right, I didn't let Josh slide, so I can't let you slide, right? Check this out. It was a liberal agenda, right, to destroy the Black economy that we bought into. Martin Luther King, just like Donnie said, every time you see a Black man die, is always a Black man pulling the trigger. Integration only worked because you had Martin Luther King Jr. fought for integration. A. Philip Randolph.
Hold up. You're lying. You know, Black people in America, right?
Jackie Robinson said he's not playing. He wanted to play with the white boys.
I am not going to sit here and be like the enemies of Black people are the Black people, right? I say the
enemies. Is.
No, it's not. I don't believe that. The enemies of
Black Smart people, time in.
The enemies of Black people are the fucking white man who's waging war against us. You know, I said earlier after the Million Man March, right? Even Mr. Cat in the chat room said, "Yeah, I remember that." A few months after the Million Man March, all hell broke loose in Black America. East Coast versus West Coast. All this shit like that right after the Million Man March because people were like, oh, they were scared. They were like, oh, like this. They've been waging war against us for 400 years. So I'm like this. I'm saying, okay, if I'm going to be at war with somebody, I'm not going to be at war with fucking Caribbeans and Africans, right? The people who are talking about war against me are not Venezuelans, not Somalis. It's the white Americans I'm hearing every day them talking about a fucking race war. And I said, hey, look, maybe it's time we give it to them.
Who's talking about a race war? It's the best of times, this is the worst of times. Black people were making money, making progress politically, socially.
I was there in spirit. It doesn't matter. I still believe in the spirit of the Million Man March. You don't. You know? There's some people just came. I really believe I'm guided by the spirit of the Million Man March to this
That was
day.
Ceremonial. Farrakhan after the
ceremonial. That was a landmark.
What did Farrakhan do after the Million Man March?
I gotta get this fuck out of here, man. You know, it ain't up to Farrakhan. Like I said, how many times I gotta tell you? Somebody presents the vision. Other people come behind it with ideas. How many times, Jonathan, have I said that? Right? Black men in America didn't come behind Farrakhan with ideas. That's why it fell apart. He had a vision, and the rest of us did not take up the vision. I was at the time starting a thing called the Colonization. I had a study group in Norfolk, right? That was my contribution. I was with a whole bunch of people in the local organizing committee of the men and the Nation of Islam. I used to attend Nation of Islam rallies, you know? That was my contribution, right? I had ideas. I was a young man, had ideas and whatnot, you know? And like I said, a lot of people didn't want to hear my ideas. They thought I was a kid They didn't want to listen to what I had to say. I was shunned by the older people. They're like, man, Dr. Such and such said this, whatnot. So that's why I went, even when I'm into this day, man, I'm just like, I don't like people coming to me telling me what I need to say. I have my beliefs of years of experience, right? Somebody else can have their opinion. We could be disagreement, right? But I will not tolerate somebody being dismissive of what I have to say. Go ahead, Nakmeezy.
Hey, peace, brother. Peace, everybody. Yeah. Yo, did you go to the march?
Salute.
No, I was part of we had a screening where we was at because a lot of us couldn't make it. So we had a local screening, a big screen, and we was watching it live at the temple, the Nation of Islam temple in Lafayette Boulevard in Norfolk. You know?
I went to the march. I went from New York. I went out there, man. Come on, how you know?
Yeah, I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. So it was a great day when I was there. I watched every speaker. It was in that room, like it was like around 50 of us. It was in there, packed in there all day, watching every day. When Farrakhan came out, I mean, and everybody was like, Farrakhan. We was in a thing called Farrakhan. And then Farrakhan, when everybody was bracing for Farrakhan's entrance, man, the chills to this day send chills up my spine that day, man. I was so fucking proud. And a few months later, man, Black America disintegrated, into fucking chaos with the Biggie Smalls and Tupac shit, and it's East Coast versus West Coast shit and all this kind of nonsense and everything like that. And also that's
a stretch, brother. Two rappers killing each other over West Coast, East Coast beef had nothing to do with Black America as a whole.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes,
How many other casualties besides Biggie? Come on.
Oh, listen to my explanation, right? Before that happened, right? Rap was just now becoming big, right? Even right after the Biggie Small situation, Farrakhan did a thing where he basically reached out to the rappers. He started reaching out to the rappers and whatnot. He started grabbing and saying, what's going on with our hip hop? He didn't ever mention the hip hop community leading up to the Million Man March. He didn't think it was important. After that, Biggie Tupac's and Biggie Smalls thing, because he was at that arena that night, the Tyson fight in Vegas. Farrakhan was there, and that fight that broke out at the MGM, right? And then the Tupac shot, like Farrakhan was there that night, and so therefore, then a few months later, Biggie Smalls was killed. Then he finally addressed it, the so-called hip hop nation, right? And some of us were saying to him, like, man, ignore that shit, leave it alone. Let's concentrate on Black nationalism, right? He thought that was the way to go because he hooked up with Russell Simmons and all these other people, Diddy, people like Eddie Griffith, and all these other people started going to the mosque and whatnot. And Farrakhan was all into the thing saying, "Oh, we got to heal our community." I said, "Look, man, they don't represent us, man." He completely ignored all of us who were doing the right thing and make it seem like every one of us young people were into the streets and shit. And we were trying to tell him that wasn't the case, but that's where the Nation of Islam and the narrative of Black youth came. It was the streets, They took over the narrative, even though I don't believe to this day they were the majority, It
sounds like you agree with what I said then, that the East Coast, West Coast doesn't represent us.
I said the narrative. I never said that was the case. I said the narrative, what was being played, 80% of what was talked about in Black America had to do, suddenly became from the hood and the streets.
Well, that's not the case, though. Do you believe that that's the case?
Yeah, look at all the movies.
No. Do you believe that the popular culture or what they put in videos and rap is actually representative of Black America as a whole?
But you heard of Life Imitates Art, right?
Wait, as a whole.
Do I know it's real? No, I don't believe it's
real. Why are you defending something that you know is not
the image that goes out there when you try to tell somebody something new? They're like thinking, "Oh man, you ain't in the streets." Like me, I can't sell my message because I'm not a gangster. I'm not in the streets. So I can't. My message ain't gonna sell. Nobody gonna listen to me. Nobody gonna listen to what I gotta say about what I gotta say because I'm not street. I'm not hood. I'm not keeping it real and all this kind of shit like that. That's the way it is.
No, hold on. Give me 30 seconds because you like to cut people. It seems like on one hand, your message wipes out what you just said right before. We started this conversation with me saying that East Coast, West Coast beef is not representative of Black America. And then you agree and then say, well, the image is that it is. The image and the reality are two different things. what the media puts out that we are is not exactly what we are. That is a portion of what we are. That is the bottom of the barrel, so to speak, but it doesn't represent Black America as a whole. You can't get on Dinus and you can't get on here and claim that we're this and that, but then at the same time say that we're just ghetto trash.
You're putting words in my mouth.
No, you said it yourself.
No, hold on. No, you're twisting what I just said. You're being disingenuous, right? I'm saying that I know Black America is not none of that, right? But I'm saying the powers that be, right? The people that basically control the image that's permeates throughout the world, that's what they project. So it doesn't matter what you think or not, When people, it bothers me when people come here, right? And I hear people from all over the world, oh, America's problem is Black America. I'm like, no, I want to defend my fucking people. No, my people are good people, right? The negative images out there that the white man, because like I said, the title show, we're in a fucking race war, right? The white man is trying to destroy our image around the freaking world. That's what I'm talking about. So it doesn't matter
what he's trying to say, Nack, is the power of propaganda is real.
It is real.
And I agree with that 100%. Yeah. So we have the opportunity to change it back. But it doesn't seem like we're taking it. As far as a race war, if you're talking about a propaganda race war, then we lose that every day. If you're talking about a physical gun and bullet war, we get washed within 24 hours.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, you know why? I don't think so.
Black America.
Gun for gun? You think so?
I don't think so, bro.
Hold on. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. I'm a gun guy, right?
Oh my.
Okay, so do you watch Colin Noir and people like that?
No, I don't.
Okay, then you're not a gun guy.
I'm a gun guy, man.
I want you to look. I want you to look at.
I go to the gun range. I'm not shoot. I'm a marksman. So what the fuck else I need?
All right. So now check this out. When you watch the brothers at the gun range, you ever seen Black Rambo? All these fucking Sambos with guns. They're busting their guns like boys in the hood.
That can shoot. That's a stereotype. People can't hold guns.
No, it's not a stereotype.
Brothers out there with AR-15s, some of everything. Brothers that know how to fucking shoot.
Brother, can I finish my fucking point though?
Go ahead, man.
How can you lead anything if you can't let somebody speak? It seems like you're afraid of a different view, brother. Let me finish, please. What I'm saying that will get washed is that the majority that I've seen of Black people are not on their real gun shit. Like for real. When a white boy shoot, all you hear is ping, ping, ping. When we get up there shooting, we concerned about making it talk. Yeah. All this other bullshit. Because we got this, we're not war ready. And if you look at gun ownership, white people own way more guns. They have literally arsenals. And they know how to shoot. We got fucking switches, which is a killer of your shot. It's just spraying a whole bunch of bullshit.
That switch, though,
Yeah, I get your point, Nack. But yeah, I get your point.
But that's only like a small percentage of Black people. Like he's acting like hundreds of thousands of Black men and women haven't joined the military for the past 30 decades. They know how to shoot and hold a gun. Like, what is he talking about?
The South, we got guns.
Well, let's play the numbers
like
game.
Black people down south, y'all be hunting and doing all that stuff. Like, come on,
that's a great point. That's a great point. I'm from New York, by the way.
So
that's a great point. Wait, hold on. I'm explaining to you.
The point he got is maybe they probably got more guns.
Oh, they do?
No, wait, and that's where I'm going. I'm going to the numbers game. Out of 13%, supposedly, right? And I don't include.
Us, but they might.
They will wash us. They will wash us.
If that's the case, then why is it that these people were so devastated by Charlie Kirk? I mean, literally.
That
has nothing to do with us.
I'm saying if we had the equal amount of guns,
oh man, don't say about Charlie Kirk. He shouldn't have died and whatnot. The man just literally said that a few deaths is necessary, right? He should have said. People should have said if they were really built like that, Nack, they would have said, you know something? He loved the Second Amendment. He died by the Second Amendment. That's what he said, right? They were all around talking about, well, he shouldn't have had to die. They're not ready for no fucking
We
war.
could
They're
just
ready for
just
but
take
we're
it
not
down
ready
to
for a
the
war.
just take it down to the raw numbers. Let's see.
Yes.
Out of 40 million black people, how many you think is war ready?
Well, first of all, there's no 40 million black people.
Okay.
And
How many black people is
respectfully,
it?
hold on, let me explain it to you respectfully, brother. Is because I don't include multi-generational,
No, there's
multiracials
40 million. There's like
and
43
biracials
million
as
so-called
black.
FBAs. Just 43
Well, I
million
was just,
black
making
Americans.
an estimate. That's all.
So we estimate them 40 million. How many are war ready? I would say probably 5 million.
Okay.
Yeah, that might
War
be a
ready.
good guesstimate.
How many on the other side you think is war ready?
Probably 30 million war
I
ready.
don't think so.
Oh, yeah, that's
Come on, why you ain't
devastating.
say
I don't
15
think so.
million? He
I
could
don't
just
really
said 15. Why
No,
you say
nah, brother. The reason
I
why
saw
I
the way they
say
freaked out with Charlie Kirk. They all ran like little chickens and whatnot, like this. I see
nah,
YNs.
yo, I'm
I
telling
see
you, bro. Them
YNs.
white boys
Yeah,
got that.
bro,
They got that heat, man.
walking at each other with fucking guns and whatnot. And I see white people. They're screaming, "Ah, a gun!" Come on, man.
The thing is, Carla, we just have this assumption that white people are war ready.
They're not.
Whenever they can get shot back at, they're not war ready.
They'll run the fucking way. I know it. You know, I worked in
All
clubs
right,
for
watch
years.
this. Watch this. Kyla, are you a gun owner, a legal gun owner?
Yes, I'm a legal gun owner.
Where'd you buy your gun?
I'm from a gun store.
Who owned the gun store?
Fucking I guess somebody white. I guess
All right. Who made the gun?
I guess
A
somebody
white guy. Exactly. Who taught you how to shoot? Somebody that was taught by a white man. Somebody that was taught by a white man taught your ass to shoot. So you can't get a gun, you can't maintain a gun, you can't shoot a gun without the white man.
I went to security school. I learned how to shoot, man.
Without the white man, you throwing spears and
All
fucking.
right, Knack. All right, Knack. I'm asking you this. All right, you win that hand to hand.
We'll wash them. Wait. Okay. I like those odds better, right? Hand in hand. Give me 100 brothers and 100 of them. We washing them.
Yeah, that's a fact.
There we
Yeah.
go. I just was looking for the win. That's all.
Well, I mean,
No,
like
that's
I
the
knew he
win.
was going.
But look, to be winners, you have to be able to analyze your battlefield. I'm actually a boxing and kickboxing trainer. I'm telling you, bro, everywhere I go, it's white boys, and out here it's Moroccans and Turks that send their kids to train. It's hard for me to find young black males and young black females to train. I try to
Yeah,
train them
he
for
got a point
free.
to that. I'm not gonna lie, because
I'm trying to
I
train them
don't be
for
seeing
free.
nobody black
They
in
don't
there,
want to
bruh.
fight.
Black people
They
don't
don't
know
want
how
to
to
fight.
throw
They
kicks
don't
no
want to
more,
train.
man.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I worked in clubs for years, right? Black clubs and white clubs. There's nothing African Americans, particularly South, to me, the most violent and the most dangerous people on the fucking planet. You know, I worked in the club for years. You know,
Black people in the what? In the South, you say?
Yeah. Here in Virginia, these motherfuckers are dangerous.
Yeah, I know he's seen some stuff.
I
Colin
see
in
some shit,
Norfolk,
you know.
man.
These
That place
motherfuckers
is
are
no
dangerous,
joke.
man. Cops don't even look when there's fights that break out. Cops don't even like showing up, man.
I
That's
know,
how dangerous
man.
it is.
Oh, but Kala, they're dangerous to other black people. They're scared to
I see
step to the
boys
white
get stopped
man.
too. I see white boys get stopped.
No.
There was a white boy
We
that
all watch First 48. They
Check this
only
out.
kill each other. That's all. They scared to death of white people.
Check us out. Google a guy named Mark Vanderhorn. Like his friend of my white guy friend. He just secured me, right?
You got white friends?
He got a white boy, tall white boy. Got
This
his
nigga's
brains blown out at a club. Got his brains blown out by thugs. You know?
By thugs.
Yeah, by thugs. You know, that's what I was dealing with when I was out there. I had guns pulled on me, knives, everything like that. You know, bats, everything like that. I was in wars when I did club security.
Bro, I'm telling you, black people not war ready, man.
Well,
if you look at people,
you could have fooled me. The motherfuckers be coming in 20 deep whatnot, and you got 20 of them and 20 of us and whatnot. And we're like, oh, it's gonna go down. Whatnot, yo,
put your money on.
Out. Yo, get that as somebody.
You know what? I would
Man,
believe
I'm
that
putting my money on FBA.
that black people weren't war ready, but the Alabama brawl, the niggas whipping they white people ass and out there in Cincinnati, and then white people getting their ass whooped in Oakland.
Yeah,
I ain't betting against my own.
Yeah, I'm betting on
I
my
would never bet
own.
against my own, but we gotta be true. Look, 1-on-1, they can't fuck with us. It's a numbers game though. Out here, now check this out. Out here, my wife told me off the rip, Dutch people, they'll never fight you 1-on-1. But if they can jump you and get you on the floor, they will kick you to death. That's a whole fact. So in the numbers, 1-on-1, they can't rock with us. But the problem is that our people do not train, our people don't jog, our people don't eat right, our people don't lift weights like
he
that
got a
compared
point.
to the
He
white
got a
boys.
point.
Used by a group of white men. The boat was
Cause
blocking a
yo,
large
look on my
river
channel,
boat from
dude, bro. I train, and bro, I whipped that white dude so bad, bro. I had to use slaps, cause I was like, man, this
A
is
man
bad.
confronts the dock worker and then
I'm telling you, man, they don't be having hands like that.
Nah.
several
Well,
people
if you
join in,
if you
outnumbering the crew
train,
member.
yeah, they
This
don't have
woman
a
kicking
chance.
the
Even if you,
man while
it's
he
not
was
even that.
down.
You could be slightly trained, bro. If you black,
Yeah,
bro, and
that's
you
why
got
I
that
say
blood
if
type
you
O,
train a
bro, you
little
could
bit.
turn up.
Yeah.
That's when witnesses, most, if not all of them black, rushed to the man's aid, one even swimming to the dock to join
See, those
in.
are like out
The
of
fight
shape black
turning into
people,
a
bro, and they
full-on
whooping them.
melee.
Like,
The
come on.
violence
Them niggas is
Louis,
escalated.
look
out
at
of
One
that
shape.
man was
dude in the purple
attacked,
shirt.
using a chair as a weapon. Police
Imagine if
confirmed
they
these
had some
videos are part
training
of their
shit.
Hey,
investigation.
well, it was in shape and
According to
eating right.
Montgomery's
You know what I'm
mayor,
saying?
Trained, bro.
officers detained
They
several
scared of
reckless
sweat.
individuals for attacking a man who was doing his job.
They're going to have to determine who, in fact, really was, if any, were engaged in acts of legitimate self-defense and legally justified self-defense versus individuals who may be charged with being aggressors who were initiating.
Man, look there. Watch
The mayor is holding a news conference today, and when asked if the brawl,
I'm fucking sick of white people. I really am. I want to see the fucking real brawl. That was
But it's just so crazy that they needed
But
all
that
of
the
them to
numbers
just
game
take
is why
down
we
some
lose.
older dude.
Yo, Kala,
That's how white people are.
You're never
See,
too
in the
busy
mind,
Yo, Kala, I'm gonna show you why we lose the
They
race
only
war,
blame when they
Kala.
got
first
numbers.
Tuesday of every month.
Like I
And don't
said, I'm just
forget to
going
use
by
your
look.
MAOTC
I'm like
benefits
this.
on
I'm just
eligible
looking at this
items.
brawl.
Fuller
It
Life
gives me hope.
deserves fuller
Not
pay.
convinced, Knack. Not
Back here
convinced.
now, the mayor of Montgomery,
Yo, I'm
Alabama,
telling
is
you,
promising
y'all will get
justice
washed.
after an ugly brawl at the city's to show that a group of boaters had
But you
docked
got
in
a
a
point
spot
though. The
reserved for a
numbers
riverboat.
is
And when a crew member
kind of
tried to move
Fuck
their
their
boat,
numbers, man.
things turned physical. Others
numbers
jumped in
mean
to help.
something.
Gonna get washed.
Numbers mean something, Kyle.
No, it don't.
Fight that broke out here in Montgomery,
Most of these
Alabama, is
motherfuckers
being
are pussy,
celebrated
man.
tonight
Really.
all over the internet for the way police responded.
Yeah, they might be
to the way
pussy,
that
but
black
if they got a lot of
eyewitnesses
numbers,
Man,
to
stop
this
being
dock
scared,
workers'
man, too.
rescue.
oh no, nigga, I'm the last one that's scared.
You're a scary nigga, man.
I'm ready to go.
It started.
But
This crew member
scared,
in a
man.
white uniform tried moving a boat that the owners had parked in this spot. He was trying
Yeah,
to
I
get
wanna see the
through
whole
for a
ready to
riverboat
go,
that was
man.
on the way in.
That shit was
That's when a
beautiful.
shirtless man came to
but
confront
like
the dock
like
worker,
Knack
and then
said,
his
are
friends
people
came
not
up. And
really?
then one of them got violent.
I mean, look at that.
In seconds,
Hey,
the
watch
Yo,
it up.
we saw this, Kala. Let's talk.
and this
Let's have the
one was seen
conversation.
kicking him
We
while he was
watching this
down.
old ass shit. Let's have the combo.
Man.
You just felt
God
so
damn,
Playing
man.
this
helpless for that
shit.
man. Like,
Let's have the combo,
But
bro.
our elite
It's a
against
very
their
important
elite,
topic.
nah, they getting washed, man.
Yo, it's a very important topic, and we're gonna attack it from this level. Who on the panel can drop and do 50 push-ups? Who on the panel can do 10 pull-ups?
Me, I
I can
can.
do it. I can
Wait,
do
but
it
hold on.
right now.
Exactly.
No problem.
Exactly. But the ones that's talking that killer gangster shit can't do
Nobody talking
10
about killing.
fucking pull-ups.
No.
Hold on. Knack.
Nah, he just saying, Khaled.
I'm saying stop sounding like a fucking pussy. You have to talk all
No,
the
it ain't about
sound
sounding
one,
like a
man.
pussy. I love my
You
people.
sound scared,
But
man.
yeah, wait, I get it. And I'd rather breathe life into somebody, right?
Man,
But
I
we
don't
have
give
to
a
be,
fuck. At this
we
point in
have
time,
to.
At this point, I don't give
Yeah,
a
but
fuck.
you saying you don't give a fuck, but you can't do 5 sit-ups, nigga.
I don't give a whatever.
You
You
talking
believe
about
that.
you can't give a fuck,
I don't
but
give
you
10
can't do a
shits
round
about
on a heavy
anything
bag.
anymore. It's like this. Hold up. It's the bottom line is this. You just got to be ready for whatever. Are you ready?
Yeah,
I was born ready.
in shape.
You know?
Oh, yeah, I got a heavy bag in my room. No lie.
Gotta be in
And
shape,
that's what,
man.
and we need to multiply what you
Yeah,
do.
so,
I do it
I think
every
you got the
Sunday
numbers, man.
for
You got
myself and teach people throughout the
Wait, where
week.
you at? You said
And
you
I'm
in New
telling
York,
you,
right? I'm in New Jersey, bro.
black men are the last person in the goddamn gym. And when they in the gym, they trying to get fashion muscles. These niggas can't run on a treadmill. They don't do nothing on the steps.
Evidently, man. Whatever they do it, man. They mollywop these motherfuckers, right?
No.
Imagine if they was trained.
Mollywop these motherfuckers real good, bro.
That wasn't a mollywop. That was self-defense.
Mollywop, bro.
That was self-defense. If you go to the numbers game,
they hit the old lady in the head with a chair. I was like,
damn. Colin, you will lead a bunch of black men to their death because you ain't talking about training.
It's better
it's better to live, train, and prepare to win.
It's better to die than live on your knees, though.
Yo, Colin, bro, if you could do 20 push-ups, I will fucking super chat you €1,000 right fucking now. 20 push-ups. Yeah, brother Colin, you're not the one to be talking this killer shit. You're not the one. For real.
Or maybe I can inspire the one.
Can I make that 100?
No, you can't inspire. You can't inspire. Colin, you can't inspire because
you said one boy swimming over. I inspired niggas like that.
No, you don't inspire nobody. That's like an ugly bitch. That's like an ugly bitch selling cosmetics. Ain't nobody buying cosmetics from an ugly bitch. Ain't nobody buying fitness from a fat bitch. Ain't nobody buying gangster shit from a pussy nigga. If you're gonna talk that shit, you gotta live it. Stop trying to send our young brothers to their death because we're not ready for that smoke. We're not ready.
When exactly are we ready?
We ready. Well, we having conversations like this so that when we get off of this stream, instead of streaming for 6 hours, you should do.
I asked a question.
I'm finna get it in today. Well, tomorrow.
That's what I'm talking about. This is what the combo is. He about to get it in. For every stream that you do, you should be doing 100 push-ups. You should be firing off 100 rounds. That's what we're talking about.
I'm just looking. That dude in the blue just clocked that dude in his fucking head, man. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, but
you're looking at niggas getting busy, but can you get busy? Let's get busy, bro. For real.
You can tell they didn't really have no training.
You can't find the whole video nowhere. It's always fucking people.
That wasn't
the whole damn video. I guess I can't find. No one's got it up. It's like these all.
That was just an instinct, Colin. That wasn't no.
That's what we need. Instinct. When it back, Oh, it is what it is. Yeah, Phil Scott, man. Say what you want, Phil Scott, man. You be taking it to these motherfuckers, man. Talking about them folks when I get your mind ready. Who your fucking enemies are.
We know who the enemy is, right? And it ain't other black people. On a race war tip, it ain't other black people.
I ain't other black people
on some ignorant ghetto shit. On some ignorant ghetto shit. It's other black people. When you talk about race war, it's also Hispanics. Let's not get that twisted. West Coast,
I can deal with. I can deal with
Hispanic. That's a problem right there.
That's a fucking huge problem.
Because they got numbers.
As a matter of fact, the Spanish pose more of a threat for a race war than white people right now. But we're not talking about that.
Especially with
difference is I don't see
they just went over there and yanked them in the middle of the night.
I'm not in Cali no more.
Oh damn.
I don't see them online talking race war shit. I hear white people
because they in real life doing it. That's why.
Because they doing it. Yo, brothers on the panel. Brothers on the panel.
Hey, I almost got.
No, wait. Yo, brothers on the panel, please let me rock on this. This violent shit, this war shit is up my alley, please. And I lived in Cali.
Yeah, go ahead.
You talking about online, brother? It's not online. It's real life.
Facts.
In the prisons. Mexicans link up with white people on the West Coast, on the East Coast, Puerto Ricans that we used to call Germans, anti-black. They will link up with white people before they fuck with us. They are doing it for real. White people have refined racism. They're on some, if a nigga comes on my porch, I'll blow him away. And they'll do it. In the hood, when it's black versus Hispanics, the Hispanics are running black people out of Compton. The black gangbangers are scared of the Hispanics.
That's crazy.
Now, let me give you some real shit. Let me give you some real shit. Hold on. I'm going to give y'all some real shit that literally is a personal story. Highland Park, Los Angeles. I lived there. I went to Aldama Elementary School. Jeez. I Googled that shit from New York about 10 years ago. There was a race war in Highland Park. What they were doing, Mexicans were firebombing single black mothers' houses
Crazy.
Bro,
with
they don't
Molotov
Yeah, they
know.
talking
They
about
cocktails.
weak
don't
for
know how
real.
deep
Yeah.
that shit is in Cali. They think it's a joke.
Exactly.
Yeah, California's weak,
Yo,
man. Them niggas are weak
yo,
out there.
bro, fucking Mexicans used to run up
Think he
on me.
know what
Wait,
he
wait,
talking
Virginia,
about.
we
He
don't
don't have
He
a
don't.
clue.
hold on. We don't have that
He
problem in
don't.
Virginia with
Stay your
Mexicans.
ass in New York with that shit,
Hold on, we
Cali.
don't have that problem with Mexicans down here, man. So I don't know
Okay,
Facts.
what
Yeah,
you're
they know how to act
Not
right
maybe.
yet.
around us.
Okay,
Not yet.
maybe
Not
you
yet.
don't.
You think we don't have it?
Kyler,
This is a redneck state and a black neck state. It ain't happening here in Virginia. You know.
Yo,
Okay.
that's what you
from
think.
what I understand,
You
Yeah.
Kyler,
y'all
Oh
just
no.
is
got
that
Yeah.
black
lucky
This
people
because
is a
in
state. This is
California
a
are
redneck
outnumbered
state.
by Mexicans, but Mexicans get their ass whooped all throughout the South.
Right? That's what I'm saying. They
So just
do.
because you outnumber niggas in one state, that don't mean you all rowdy. That's just because you outnumber people in one state.
Facts.
Word.
we
But once
still
you
be giving them the business.
but once
But
you go to them other states where
I
you ain't
don't
outnumber
know,
nobody, you
what's
getting your shit
happening
cake
now
popped.
because I'm not there, so
Hold
I
on,
can't
hold
really
on, hold
say.
on. Talk about white supremacy. Let me play some videos. Watch this. Let's see.
Racists, pretty much they're just prejudiced. They're not even truly racist. Meanwhile, the black racists, they actively want to see white people be unalived, and it makes them happy. They will comment pictures of white people being unalived for no reason. On basically every single one of my videos, there's a comment of a picture of an innocent white person getting unalived. Meanwhile, a white racist still smiles at blacks, still waves, still says, "How was your day?" You know,
Is this a
tries to
black
have
woman
good
talking?
interactions with you.
No, it's
And
a
like,
fucking rich white bitch. You know, that's what I'm
Oh,
talking about.
okay.
So
Hey,
racist
But
you
white
she's
bitch.
speaking
remember that?
facts
Hey,
though.
do you remember
That's
that
all.
Indian
white
lady that
people,
said
we
that
do
she
it
was
anyways,
fantasizing
even though
about
we
killing
know
white
that.
people?
What she's saying that what she said, white people are loving and black people are mean. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You know.
No,
Man,
wait,
they be
Kyla,
having
let
the
me explain
sickest
to you
thoughts,
why
man.
what
Blacks,
she's saying
they're
is
just getting
true.
angry at you for saying good morning.
Because white people,
She's
Zach,
speaking
let me let you a
facts.
secret. White people are fucking liars. That's why.
Exactly. Over
White
here,
people
when I
are fucking
said
liars.
find,
Man, look, everything that comes out of their mouth is a fucking lie. Fuck them. You know.
yo, Kyla, listen to me.
I know.
I said refined racism. Their racism is not fuck you nigger anymore. Their racism is looking at your last name or your first name and not
Whatever it
calling you
is,
back.
whatever it is, man. I'm really at the point. I'm tired of it. You know, whatever it is, I don't care how they refine it. When they take it up, down, left, right, in and out, red, blue, whatever the fuck it is.
You
I'm
ready
tired
for
of it.
war, Collar? Is that what you're trying to say?
Nope.
I'm trying to tell you, it's time for to think at that level because war is the first stage of nationhood. You know, after this, we'll have a nation. You know, whether it's on this continent or the next continent. You know, we need to sever ties from these people forever. Give them their government
It
and their
was
flag.
somebody's blood is gonna be spilled. And if
You
you
know,
ain't
who
ready to
cares?
go to war, you can't
Who
talk
the
that
fuck
war
cares?
shit.
Look, I'm ready to see 5 million people die for this shit.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, well, why don't you be the first one?
well, I'll die for it. What the hell I got to
You
lose?
will be the first one. You talk
So
about you
what?
want
Yeah,
to see
I
people
look,
die. I'm
and I
trying to see us
Zach, and
live.
I encourage you. Zach, to come and die with me. You know,
No, hell no. I'd rather live with
Zach,
you.
I encourage you
Pause.
as a soldier to come die by my side.
No, but that's the thing. You looking at war wrong. The people that die are the fucking losers.
No, Nat. When you say
Yes,
like this, Zach,
yes.
a
I'm
leader.
going out there to pop
Hold on,
niggas.
a
I ain't
leader,
trying
we
to
gotta
get
be out
popped.
front, man. We gotta be out front, bro.
Now you trying to be cannon
actually
fodder.
into a black person, they're just gonna look at me like this.
Kyle, you looking at it like one-on-one,
There
but
is such a huge, insane
you gotta look at it from a
white
numbers
racist and
perspective
black
too, though.
Supremacist alert. Loud and obnoxious. I like music that rhymes. I'm 13% of the population and I commit half the crime. Who am I? The people who twerk on tables at nice establishments.
When I said that Africa has looked the same for 200 years, obviously that's closer to 2000. I was trying to be generous and grant
Because
them some
wasn't
leeway.
like what Nack said about those Dutches, the Mexicans will do the same thing to your ass.
Nah,
Yep.
yeah.
Innovative.
But they'll
What's up
stab
with
you.
them and
The
that
Mexicans
movie?
will
No,
stab
I
you.
will never go to
Facts.
Africa
That's why you
unless
gotta
someone
punch them
pays me to
fast.
go. Even then, I don't think I would. I would have to get a bunch of vaxes to go over there because it's disease central and I don't get vaccines. Second of all, the only thing appealing in Africa is the wildlife, but I could go to the zoo or Memphis. Monsters are superior to any other color of monster. All the other flavors are inferior. to the white monster.
Shut. Why are you
So
playing
what
dumb
the rest of
shit,
you?
bro?
We explained everything.
What shit do you be watching?
So I think
How does this even come up in your feed, bro?
Players Fortran and be very, very.
He looking for some way to hate these motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's all. Instead of talking about strategy, he want to get triggered by some goofy ass white bitch talking about white people, black
One by
people.
one, some
Who
hung their
gives a
heads,
fuck?
others wore their feelings right there on their t-shirts. Today, the Manatee County Sheriff's Office announced an undercover operation they've been working on for months resulted in more than 100 arrest warrants.
All white people get arrested for welfare fraud. Yeah, they always talk about
Get out
us.
of my face.
This is a private
I
street
know
here.
what it is.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
If you knew, you wouldn't be here.
I'm in law enforcement, so I know what I'm doing.
Law enforcement. What's your badge?
Ball says 51-year-old Edward Dombrowski confronted him, questioning why he was there.
Basically was racial profiling me. And they was telling me, what was I doing over here? You don't live here. We don't want you here.
Get out of here.
No.
Get your car out of here.
Feeling uneasy, Ball began recording. He says Dombrowski had a knife in his pocket,
Right through here where I could see it.
something confirmed on a 911 call. By the time police arrived, Dombrowski had walked away and Ball was told to leave. Later, police asked Ball if he wanted to press charges, but without a name, he posted the video online. It quickly drew hundreds of responses.
Get out. You can't case our neighborhood then. Goodbye. It's not for sale. Goodbye. Not for sale. Goodbye.
When we met Ball back at the complex for an interview, Dombrowski walked right up. When we asked Dombrowski why he confronted Ball, his answer pointed to suspicion.
Why would you feel so hostile towards someone like Marcellus Ball pulling up into your condo complex?
Well, Marcellus didn't have a very cogent story to offer me about his presence here with his Volvo.
Dombrowski admits he always carries a knife, but denies showing it to Ball. Still, he acknowledges confronting others before, including an African-American food delivery driver.
Well, as a matter of fact, yeah, one of the delivery people came through. His name was Ezekiel.
Ezekiel?
Yeah, of African-American descent.
Mm-hmm. And you
Okay.
confronted him?
Yeah, I did. It was at 2 a.m.
And you have an association, right?
Mm-hmm.
The association, are they okay with you confronting people?
They're absolutely blindsided by Marcellus.
We reached out to the Villas Condo Association. By email, they told us Dombrowski has no authority to confront anyone. The Wayne County prosecutor charged him with disorderly person and disturbing the peace. We were there for his first court appearance.
That is a misdemeanor punishable by anything from probation and fines and costs to a maximum of 93 days incarceration, or 90 days incarceration, I apologize, and or a $500 fine.
His court-appointed attorney said he was suffering from a mental illness, was off his medication, and undergoing anger management. That's when Livonia's 16-court district judge Paul Bernier fired back.
If this is true, anger didn't provoke you to go up to that man and say the things you did and try to keep him out of your neighborhood. That wasn't anger, that was racism.
For Ball, justice is simple.
Has justice been served yet?
It's on the way. It's justice is a process, and this is just part of the process. The judge set a court date, and we'll see what happens. Get out of my face.
This is a private.
Yeah, man, this is America.
Racist.
Yeah.
In every way, shape, or form possible to be a white supremacist. I would encourage you to go to my Substack. I've listed the paywall on this article so that everybody can read it and inside the mind of a very young girl. And I like to post pictures of myself when I was a 3-year-old girl, when my white supremacist indoctrination started, and I began to see people with brown skin as evil monsters. I believed that America was a sacred land that God had created and preserved just for my chosen rich white.
And I that's dumb as hell.
Yeah, but that's what way people who wear the black people American flag think. You know, they basically
come on, Kala, stop. Kala throwing shots. He throwing shots at a black man, talking about a race war. But Kala, let me give you an example of a numbers game.
That's what I look. I know people got their own reasons for like that, but I'm saying like this: the fact that I'm like this. If I have a sports team, right, and I say, okay, I like this guy's sports team. When I find out that the sports team, remember years ago, Knack, remember Troop, those jacket, a leather jacket thing called Troop back in the 80s. Remember that? The Troop?
Yep.
LL Cool J. I had Troop. What killed Troop?
Mm.
When they found out, when they found out that Troop, LL Cool J blew up Troop. You know, Troop
right.
jacket, leather, his white leather jackets, and the thing Troop on the back and whatnot, different colors and whatnot. They're white and burgundy. Nice. I had one, you know. That was a shit back in like 87, 88, right? When Troop came out, right, everybody supported it. Then there was a rumor, simple rumor, I don't know if it's true, that Troop was manufactured by the Ku Klux Klan, you know?
Mm.
And then LL Cool J said, I don't want to be associated with that shit, you know? That's the way I feel about this, you know? When you talk about, people talk about America and stuff like that, when I hear these people, I'm like, no, I'm sorry. We're not the same fucking people. You're my fucking enemy. There's no way we're worshiping the same flag. There's no way we're worshiping the same religion. No, there's no way we're first same country. That's what I'm saying, you know? And the bottom line, look, Nat, we gave them 81 years. 1945. This is why I said why I do the show. 1945, Black America ditched Garvey. They ditched Black nationalism. They ditched Black separatism. We had Black Wall Street. We had Black towns. We had all stuff like that, right? We ditched them because we said we believed in America. We want to forgive America and give America a chance. 80 years later, I don't think white people really understand. They take it for granted that we're just loyal people. They knew back then, if they didn't integrate into society, we're going to one day have a race war and we're going to destroy this country. I think that day is coming, you know? White people are saying, we want our country back. You got the fucking Stephen Millers. You got all these white people, J.D. Vance, talking, you have to apologize. Yeah, you do have to apologize for being white. Not apologize, but you sit back and be the fucking quiet because you ought to be lucky that we're not taking up arms right now. But you're so arrogant. You get up there some shit like, oh, you don't have to apologize for being white and all this kind of stuff. They're fucking arrogant, these fucking people. You know? So
Let me know when I can respond to you.
Go ahead.
All right. So you shouldn't apologize for being white. I would never trust anyone that is not proud to be who they are. I like my white people proud to be white. I like my black people proud to be black. This way, we know where we stand. I'm going to give you historical context why a separate nation within a nation will never work. The Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka, they were armed, they were trained, they had support financial, and they got washed. The PKK in Turkey, they're Kurdish. They're armed, trained, and all of that. They will get washed by the Turkish government. All these separatist groups that try to be separate within a country will get washed because of the numbers game. There's never been and there will never be a Black American, Black nationalist militia type group that will not get washed straight off of the numbers.
Hey, Mac, let me ask you about, not to cut you off. Did you remember the NFAC thing?
Brother, I was just about to speak about NFAC.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that's not a cutoff. That's a segue. I appreciate that. Now, NFAC, I was so hype about NFAC, but then what happened? The nigga shit came. The showy shit came. You know what I'm saying? And they got him on a technicality.
Hey, that shit had me excited too, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. NFAC had me excited, but then I said they too open with it. You too open if you know that everything you do is going to be scrutinized. Then move submarine style.
What turned me off is that he kept getting permission from all the authorities and everything. So I was like, all right, nigga, you not really.
All right, now let me answer that, Nat. Right? I never said there's gonna be a separatist movement like you just said, right? But let me ask you a question, right? Do we have to Black America? Do we have to participate in their institutions and their venues and stuff like that? Could we just withdraw?
No, you can't withdraw because if you withdraw, what little power that you
I'm saying like this. Okay, what if all the Black people say, some NFL players say, something, we're not going to play football.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say?
What would that accomplish?
Well, we're saying You know something? You know, Ice Cube is trying to build a basketball league, right? We'll say, you know something? Fuck the money. We're just going to bring in. Hey, we're not playing any. We're separating from white America. We're not working for any white corporations. We're not white product endorsement. We're not doing no more. What if we're across the board organized like that? We're not. Isn't that a race war?
The niggas will be running up and down the court barefoot with a fucking coconut instead of a basketball. We don't make basketballs. We don't make uniforms.
Oh, well, what if the black people say, you know something, we don't give a shit about that no more?
Wait, but hold on. You asked me the question, right? If that happened, they would be playing in Ice Cube's league barefoot with some shorts that they sewed themselves, because we don't make shoes, we don't make basketballs, we don't make courts, we don't make we don't manufacture glass, we don't have companies far and wide that can do parquet floors. We're dependent on them. So the only way to get independent is either to leave or play the game.
Yeah,
that's it.
Leave.
So if you're gonna leave, then just let me know. I'm gonna buy your ticket, but it's gonna be a one way. I don't want you coming back.
I want to be able to come back and bother you. I want to come back here and bother
Nah.
I want to come back here and bother you every once in a while. You think I'm letting you off the hook like that? Hell no.
Yo, Tyler, you got more success in America than you'll ever have.
The bottom line is this. I want to be with my people again. I want to be like it was when I was a kid in the 70s, a teenager in the 80s, right? That's a black America I remember, right? That's a black America that died.
You gotta let that shit go. It's never
I'm not letting
back,
shit go. I want to see the beautiful times I had. Summers in North Carolina, whatnot.
Hey, life changed, bro.
Queens, just a family being together, everybody be happy, love it.
Not going back to that.
Church revivals, all shit like that. I just remember having a beautiful life in Black America. I want those days back. We weren't killing each other. We weren't talking about no bullshit, whatever like that. I want those days back. The only way I gotta do that is I realize that we need our own land, our own space. Dark Wigo says, I think they're kind of already doing that. Already, they're trying to get black people out of all. Yeah, I'm like this. The bottom line is, I'm looking sideways at all these black people entertainment. Really, Jay-Z, Beyonce. Well, I'm trying to tell people all the time, stop worshiping these damn celebrities. They're all fucking sellouts. It's time to start separating from the white America. Let them feel what it's like not to have us. And they're already.
So you got to lead by example. When are you leaving?
They're already making moves because they're basically bringing in British actors and everybody like that. But the bottom line is this: when it real comes down to it, they want white people are addicted to our culture, and they can't replace our culture with fucking British actors. When they're going, what the hell's going on?
Yes, they can. They're already replacing our culture, brother. K-pop.
Right, well, the number one movie in America, Black America, is what?
Oh, look. Just because we've been entertaining white people, please don't overstate.
No, we're entertaining ourselves. Power because our stuff is crossing over into.
There we go. It's cutting me off again. Don't invest too much in our entertainment value. That's what our problem has been. We think because we could dunk a ball, shake our ass, make people tap their feet, that we are powerful. We're not.
Okay, let's stop doing
that. That shit is not power. That's called soft power.
Well,
the hard power is in military and economics.
Hold on, let's not
do medicine. No more. We don't have none of that.
When Colin Kaepernick was doing that thing, they was in an uproar. Everything. What are we gonna do? When are we gonna stop the boycott? We're gonna start doing this, man. Come on.
Who's Colin Kaepernick? Who's Colin Kaepernick?
That Colin Kaepernick shit was some bullshit, Colin.
And first of all, Colin,
that
wasn't no bullshit.
That was a real
thing. That was some bullshit, Jonathan, man. What did he accomplish?
Shout out to Colin Kaepernick. I watch the NFL no more.
You still took a knee, man. He bowed down. That ain't shit. He bowed down. What's taking
the bottom line is the bottom line, he drew attention to something in his country.
All right,
wait, but hold on. There goes Kyler worshiping white people again. Colin Kaepernick is not black. He's not black.
Well, he says he's black.
No, see, there you go. If you're gonna be pro-black,
everybody except everybody else is uncle.
Stop licking the kneecaps of biracials and multiracial mulattoes.
He went out and said he's black. What can who am I freaking argue?
Yeah, but I mean, he
I'm
just
a
took a
goddamn.
knee. It was not no big thing.
Come on, Kyler, you be wishy-washy, man. If it's gonna be pro-black, let it be
I
pro-black.
know, look, like I said, what for the time period, right? Since nobody else stuck up or whatnot, I was supporting him because I was like, okay, he may not be black,
Nah,
he might be my cup of tea, but I like what he was doing,
Yo, Kyler, you stated on this stream that you had a white friend. Someone in the chat said you have white mentors. I'm starting to see who you really are, brother.
Okay, let me clear up for Jay Nackbees, right?
Oreo,
Let me clear it up. Hold on, that's 1776, bro. Let me clear it up for you, Nackbees, right? In 2006, right? I was basically, this was 2 years before I got my current business license. When I was sitting in a bar, dive bar I usually go to, it was just roughneck bar and whatnot, And sometimes I watch the door or whatnot, anybody gets out of control. Like, these are roughnecks there. White guys, biker guys, when I do thugs, all the fucking underworld, right? I used to sit in this bar all the time. And I used to go there Wednesday nights because they had $1 drafts, 50-cent drafts, right? So I used to go there Wednesday nights, whatever like that. Anyway, this guy was sitting there, right? Right next to me. Hey, nudging me. How you doing? I was like, dude, man, I don't feel like talking. Get the fuck away from me. And I was like that. That was a real time when I was really evil and angry, when I always tried to start fights and shit like that. That's why I was working the club. I was just a real nasty motherfucker. I was always in the fights. Anyway, he's like, you know something? He goes, you got to stop feeling sorry for yourself, right? And just do it. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, just do it. He goes, you're sitting here angry at the world, blaming the world for everything, and you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. He goes, you're a smart guy, I could tell. But you just basically waiting for some thing to fly in the sky. But he broke down and told me his story and everything like that. I was impressed. He said, yeah, he flipped like 30 properties. His partner was a black Muslim guy. They hit it off. They were Army guys. They knew each other in the Navy, whatever like that. He said he couldn't get his first house to do that because no bank would give him a loan. He said, I don't need them. He said he worked for 3 years, sacrificed and disciplined himself for 3 years, and saved the money to put that down payment on his first property. He said he flipped his first property. I had money to buy a couple more. He said his partner, they both work out. Then what got me was when this guys come in, right? These guys, he was on a hire contract out, come in, whatnot, and they were like, well, let's buy drinks. He said, let's not buy drinks. We haven't done business. It's all stuck me to this day. He said, look, this doesn't mean anything. He said, I'll have a drink with you, but tell you, I can't have a drink with you until you prove yourself to me. You did your first job. I don't want you thinking that we're friends or anything like that. This means absolutely nothing. And the guys were sitting there, like, after a while they were talking. Hey, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. And he goes, oh, well, we have a good conversation. This doesn't mean anything. Okay. Yeah. I don't want you thinking that. And that stuck in my head how business should work, because I'll be honest with you, I thought about my father, right? My father was a type just the opposite, right? He'd been there and he'd celebrate, people laugh when before he'd done the deal, and the person ended up screwing him over, And I basically said to myself, although I've listened to my father my whole life, I like the way this guy was doing business. He's a white guy, I said, I like the way he'll be, because he was like, he was really firm about it. So people, so that he was a mentor. No, he was just somebody I met and I admired. Only met him one time, but I just admire how he did business. And I'm like that to this day. When a new agent comes to me and says he's going to do this and that, and I'm like, no, well, we'll see what you do. Say this same thing. And I almost did. I had this one white guy that came to work with me. The guy had been 2 years and he hasn't sold one fucking policy, bullshitting. Because I let my guard down. Oh, yeah, you're going to do this. Because he's like, well, into computers when I thought he was a geek, a nerd. Oh, you're going to do this. The guy hasn't sold shit. He's still doing fucking DoorDash, So I said, I thought about that guy. I'm like, damn, man, if I was stuck like him, man, said, look, when he first came off and said, you want this? Look, you got to do this. You got to do this. Let's not have a drink together. Let's not do nothing. Let's not hang out. Let's not dap each other up until you start doing business. And I'm like that right now. I'm back like that, right? Somebody wants to come work with me. You better show me what you can do. Prove me what you can do. And then I'll be like, hey, okay, now it's cool. We can have a drink. Let's go out and have a cigar. Let's have a drink or whatnot, because we made money together. We broken bread. We did a business deal. That's all, but it's not like I got white friends. I got white people I'm cool with, I got like, I got
so
cool.
You have a white man that left a more lasting impression. Right? You shitted on your pops in that whole in that same conversation.
No. I did not shit on my pops. All I said was my father was my mentor. My father was everything to me, right? But I said my father, when he did business, he was like, because my father's a Christian man. Mm-hmm. He's the type, he believes everybody's good and stuff like that. He believes, he probably looking down on me right now, the way I'm talking right now. He's probably ashamed in heaven, you know? He was like, love everybody, you know? And he never talked about the white man. He never talked about bad about America. He does, even though he got shit on his whole life by the white man, he never showed me one instance of hate, whatever like that, you know? And so,
gotcha.
He was a Christian man. He was a God-fearing man. He was, if anybody was his enemy, he'd pray for them. That's what who he was. I'm not like that, you know?
So Carlo, when are you going to pull the trigger on leaving America? You've been talking about it since COVID.
Well, it's like this. I've already left America.
No, you're there now.
Oh, no. Look, Knack, I've already left America in my mind. That's the first thing. Because you got people that go to Ghana and they're still in America. Like O'Shea, he's in Uganda, but yeah, he's a comment on everything. When I'm in Liberia, bro, I let America go. But the whole time that, even though I did my show over there, I couldn't tell you what was. I got back and said, "Oh, this all happened when I was gone." I didn't read no American news, nothing like that. I didn't give a shit what was going on. I didn't give about celebrities. I was all into Liberia when I'm there. You know, I'll be there in a couple of weeks. You know, I'm all into Liberia when I'm there. So right now, me personally, I'm all into Africa. Right, I've spent my time in African websites and social networks and everything. I'm leaving America in my mind first. Before you can leave America physically, you got to leave it in your mind. A lot of people who go to Africa and whatnot, like 1776, he's going to go to Africa, like he says. I don't believe he's going to do that. But he's going to be all about America. He's going to be waving the American flag. He's going to be like, oh, well, I'm an American. Look, when I talk about leaving America, I've already left America. I'm peace with that. You know, I left America a long time ago. I don't watch any sports. I don't watch the Super Bowl. I don't watch the NBA. I don't watch nothing in this country in that. Nothing.
No, but you're there though.
Yeah, I'm here in the country, but my mind is someplace else. My heart and mind someplace else.
But therein lies the, you know, it's just not reality, brother. You're not leaving, you haven't left. You think because your mind is somewhere else that you've left America.
Months, right? And I go, let's say I'm able to go to Liberia, like spend majority of the time in Liberia. Is that enough for you?
No, you have to, because if you don't see any value,
you want me to have no money, no nothing, be cut off and starve and die.
No, I want you to be successful, brother. But I also want you to realize that
you know the reality. You know reality.
Wait, hold on, brother. Let me finish. No, I know the reality of Africa. It's a shithole. Your power is gonna come from you being a Black American. So take that, and then make it pop like you're already doing. You have this Africa fantasy. You have an Africa fantasy, and it's almost like you want to be the tallest midget. You want to be a rich man living amongst a bunch of dusty Liberians.
I'm among people who got money like me. A lot of Liberians I'm around lived in the States.
So why can't they put it like this? When I left America, right, and I've been gone for like maybe 9 years. I go back whenever I want. I go everywhere whenever I want. But it literally took me 2 years to put a plan together. 2 years.
Yeah,
and I was out.
Plan together, and I don't find. Look, and I got responsibilities here. Unfortunately, you know, I got a business.
No, I have responsibility. You don't have children. I had sons in America.
Yeah, but I got a business
set them
here.
up. But that's fine.
I got a business here. I'll say, look.
But then you're not ready to leave. Then
what if my marketing company wants to move our agency up to partnership? Then I have to give all this shit up. You know. Then Africa's
what do you mean?
Door.
Give up what?
If I get offered partnership, right? Our agency's growing, right? If we go partnership, I become a millionaire overnight. I'm a partner in $1 billion marketing firm. You know,
right?
I mean, I got because they're gonna scrub my personal history, my social media history, and stuff like that. All the shit gotta go. You know, and I'm not gonna turn around being a multi-millionaire, right? Overnight, become a partner for this movement that don't seem like it's going anywhere.
That's what I thought would happen.
There it is. So you're a Pan-African for pay. Unless Someone pays you.
How can I be a
put your
Pan-African?
ideas
I don't
aside.
look. The thing is, I don't make any money. I'm doing this because I love, right? But love doesn't pay the bills, so I gotta make a.
All right, so then you're not really about that black liberation life.
No. What you want me to be is to be a fool.
No, I want you to stand on business.
It's just like a fool. Look, the bottom line is this: I put it out there, had a grand vision years ago in Africa, and we was able to build the Black African influence, like I said, and we had businesses. If I was able to do what I'm doing now on the African continent, I'd be there tomorrow. But I can't.
But you can't, and you never will.
I cannot. Look. What I do for a living, Knack, man, Africa is like 50 years behind.
And stay right there. Stay right there, Colin.
I'm in freaking one place where my heart is in Africa, right? But the reality is what I do now. If I was able to say, you know something, I don't really care. I'm just gonna live poor, impoverished, and whatnot. Because I love Africa like that much. Yeah, that sounds good, right? But the bottom line is this: I put 18 years into what I'm doing. Why would I throw my fucking career away for that?
You shouldn't. I'm saying fully embrace it. Fully embrace it.
I am in a conundrum, right? I'm in a conundrum. That's what I'm trapped about. I'm trapped because it's a trap. You're fucking here in the country, America, the country I don't love, I don't feel a part of. But this is actually where I make my career, make my money. It's a trap, you know. Hell, it is a trap, you know.
Colin, let me explain something to you, brother. I want to offer you some advice. As someone who absolutely can't stand the country I'm in, right? I don't like this country, but I make good money. I got a family here. I got all of that, right? You have to create your peace wherever you are.
Well, I
just
do got
because
peace. I got peace.
No, wait, but you just described described that you don't like it and your mind is somewhere else. You have to create your own peace.
My whole thing is this, Knack. I love Black America. Like I had one of my associates come out today. She's a female. Her and I same age. She's real beautiful. She used to work with me, and now I think she might come back and work with me. She came to my office today and whatnot, and I just like the fact that I told her we're having an annual bowling thing. I invited her to the bowling thing next month, and I said I like being around Black professionals. I like being around my people, But I'm saying to myself is this, right? I do not like being around white people. White people, white race. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that somebody who calls himself my vice president, right, would say something like, you don't have to apologize for being white. I've been apologizing for being Black my fucking whole life. I go in front of white people and whatnot, and what about the inner city? What about crime? I have been apologizing for niggas my whole entire life. Where's my justice? So the same way.
So you're not unapologetically Black.
The same way they're fed up with us, I'm fed up with them.
So then you gotta bounce. I'm
trying to do as much as I can. My goal is to be able to travel, and live all throughout Africa, the world, whatever like that. I don't want to be holding to friggin' the United States. I want to be able to work from around the world. That's my goal. In 2 years, I might be able to do that.
All right, so you got a 2-year plan.
Yeah, well, it's 2 years. We'll see. I'm working on it. If everything goes the way it is right now,
that doesn't sound like you're really gonna do it, bro.
If everything goes the way it goes right now, I could be.
You've been down south too long, brother. You gotta have that.
Something real quick. Go on. Can I say something real quick? When I got saved, right? The pastor told me I have to renounce sin and the works of the devil, right? So, Kyle, as you're describing. You have to renounce America. You have to renounce the American dollar, and you have to go to the continent.
Basically, what you're saying is, go to Africa broke and everything like that, Kyle. That's not possible.
But I'm saying it's part of the process.
That's disingenuous, bro.
No, you have to leave, Kyle.
That's being disingenuous. You know it.
Yeah, Kyle. It's disingenuous, especially if the rest of the world still uses the dollar.
America's a world currency.
But Jonathan,
if you go to Liberia, they got the dollar.
They got the yen.
No, they got
They got the Liberian dollar and the U.S. dollars there, the currency thing.
But I'm saying it's a spiritual thing. This is the white man is the
I don't believe
devil.
that spiritual bullshit. I don't believe it.
America is the home of the devil, right? So free yourself.
It doesn't matter. Hold up. My ancestors. Look.
Hey, what you guys say about the topic 76?
But see, my grandma called that. My grandmother called that loosely hold me tight.
My ancestors
right?
have been here for 400 years, right? So the bottom line, my ancestors have been here just as long as the white man's ancestors.
Yeah,
my ancestors are fighting their ancestors and.
But it's called loose me, hold me tight. It's like a rebellious kid. You don't want to leave home, right? But you don't want to leave home.
Hold on. You're acting like the white man has some sort of agency over me. He doesn't.
Listen,
man.
Basically,
hold on. You want me to get on my knees and bootlick the white man, right?
Nah, but as I continue on this Pan-African journey.
Why is everyone up here acting like white people don't have no control over Africa? They control everywhere you go on this planet.
That's what I told Kala. There's nowhere you can go from God's presence.
At least in Africa, you have a chance. You're around the majority of people you're around is black.
But they're still under the control of the so-called devil.
Yeah, so you say,
where can you go from God's presence?
You tell the average African, white people control you. What?
He knows it.
In America, no, they don't. No, they don't. And you go to Africa, they don't know nothing about no damn white man. Also, the Africans will tell you they don't know nothing about no damn white supremacy, shit like that. That's something.
Yeah, they don't know any better.
Yeah, so that in their mind, that's how they get along. They're not sitting here like black people in America. Oh, racism, white supremacy. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. No, I can't. We put too much time in this. This is my country. Black people are full of shit.
Carla, Africans bow to white people like no one else on the planet.
I live in Liberia, but so I don't see them bound.
It don't matter what part of Africa it is.
Liberia don't have a colonial history, so I don't think so. They don't seem like they like white people too much in that country. I mean, just be honest.
Liberia is a poor ass country. They is.
Oh, actually, that country is actually growing. They got major investments coming in. Another 10 years, it'll be all right. So
that's what you're waiting for.
The bottom line is this, look. The bottom line is this. Hey, look, what the topic of the show is, will Black America give the white man a race war disaster? When I say race war, it ain't about physically fighting as people thought it was, right? War is a state of war. They can always count on us after a Trayvon Martin shooting and whatever like that, white America making a mockery out of Black America, like that we just fall back in line and just go about our business. Everything like that. What if we stop showing up to their shit? What if we start buying their product? I remember back in the days when Texaco was running their mouth with that, and black people in America said they were going to boycott Texaco. Their stock tanked. They began selling up. They offer black people like 20 gas stations to appease them. The heck of Jesse Jackson and fucking Al Sharpton, and basically we got nothing. We ended up with nothing. So the bottom line is this, if we were organized like we weren't during the Million Man March or whatnot, and basically they disrespect us, whatever, whatnot, that's a state of war. Boycott, is the first stage of war. Stop buying their shit. Stop listening to their damn programs. Start participating in their discussions and nonsense and everything, their award shows and all like that. What the fuck we got to talk about? I'm going to
stop selling their insurance policies.
That sounds good, but
you literally cannot disconnect from the white man.
Look, the bottom line is this: majority of my people I sell to are black. So,
no, but you're selling white man's policies, though.
Hold on. How do you know that?
Because I know it. Because if you didn't, you would have already said. But if you wasn't, you would have already said you're not.
How do you know the company I work for? I know you're saying clapping for the white man when the white man's God, right?
Narneezy is cooking tonight, man.
No, he's not cooking.
I always cook this guy. Always.
The bottom line is, hold on. You know the difference between a corporation and an individual?
Brother, you're connected to the white man. You're tethered to the white man. You are the original tether. You're tethered to the white man. You're tethered to the white man. You can't leave Africa.
How do you know the CEO of what I'm doing, not a Chinese man?
Because he's United here, man. It's a white company.
How do you know that? How you know the CDO
Brother,
not Asian?
you're tethered to the white man.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. Molina Healthcare, one place like that. That's owned by a Mexican lady. You know,
Like Jonathan Miller said, the white
Why
man
aren't
runs
you
the
working
world.
with
He
the one
owns the
that's owned
world.
by black people?
Hold on, so
Why
it
aren't you?
doesn't matter.
Why you ain't working with the one that's owned by black people,
So
bro?
you're doing moving the goalposts. What you want me to do is be like, oh, Kyle, you're making money on the white man, so get down there and suck the white man's toes. No, I'm sorry,
But,
Nick.
but this is what all I gotta say. Like Jonathan Miller.
I'm not gonna fucking
Jonathan Miller said,
I don't give a fuck.
the white man owns America. He owns Africa. There's nowhere you can. The white man's like God. There's nowhere you can go from his presence.
You know. Yeah, so the bottom line is this: all I know is when I'm in Liberia, I don't see no white people.
But the Chinese are making major investments
I don't see no Chinese either. Chinese are best. You said somebody can invest in a country. That don't mean they fucking own the country, moron. You know.
But when you lend money,
Chinese have bigger investments in America. You know.
The Bible says not to lend because you become a servant.
Look, I know you Captain American Negroes, but you guys hate the fact that I made a case that we don't have to fucking worship America.
What not easy really cooked you and said you're tethered to the white man.
He ain't cook shit, man.
He's a tether. Colin is a tether. You're tethered to the white man. You are. And give me 30 seconds to explain to you why you're a tether.
I'm not the one with the white man's flag in my profile, you know?
Well, I can do you one better. I'll do you one better. Since you want to be triggered by a goddamn flag, right? Here you go.
Yeah, I am triggered by a flag.
Here, how about that one?
See, that's what I'm talking about, man. One white man flag after the other, man. You know, it's like, damn, man. Get the red, black, and green.
I'm trolling.
Get that red, black, and green, man. You know better.
Man, fuck that red, black, and green bullshit, man.
Fuck the red, black, and green. But love the American red, white, and blue. Okay, that's what we're dealing with now, man. Come on, man.
But look, you're doing it too, Kala.
What?
You without
white man, no one damn American flag nowhere, man. You know.
Yeah, but you're selling insurance policies for the white man.
So Nat, what is that? Look, we all look.
Yeah.
Did my ancestors ask to be brought here?
But you said you hate white people.
Hold on. Yeah, I do. But did my ancestors ask to be brought here?
So then untether yourself from the white man.
So in other words, basically, you're telling me after all these years, these motherfuckers keeping us here, never paid me reparations, never gave me a chance to be on my own because we have coward people, black people, and that, you know. So you're telling me that I gotta friggin' make the step. So what does the white man get? Is he gonna pay me my reparations?
Wait, well, why you looking for a handout? Stand on your own.
It's what's owed. If you want me out of this country,
okay. If it's owed,
they brought us here. They owe us,
right?
If they want us to leave,
owe us too. Africans owe us too.
The white man.
Yes, they do.
You know. See, that's moving the goalposts. Now you want to be like,
no, I'm not.
You're gonna be Africans too. No, you ain't serious about getting money from Africa. You know, ain't got no money.
Wait. Just because they're broke, that you can't hold them accountable.
Oh, yeah, I call them accountable, but the bottom line, only the Africans can give me is land. That's it. That's their part.
Land is currency.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
We're literally discussing in a reparations claim between
5,000 square miles. That's my reparations.
Man, wait, but if Africa's so poor, why you want to move there? If it's so poor, why you want to move there?
Politicians got the fucking money.
So
yo, Colin, it was nice cooking you, but I gotta go get this white man's money right now.
Jack, you're falling down. You didn't make your point, but you did good though.
I didn't cook your ass so many times.
No, you didn't cook. You didn't make no point. You have not convinced me why.
I'm on the white man's internet. I'm on the white man's internet.
Yo, look, hold on. Yeah, okay. We're living in
the white man's parking lot.
Hold on.
And a 500 horsepower Swedish fucking automobile.
With all due respect, you went from one white man's country to another. You know what's? I mean,
yes.
Come on, man,
Yes, and what I do is I'm gonna get it where I can.
You should have went to Nigeria.
And I'm happy. Wait, but I'm happy though.
Yeah, but hold on. You should have went to South
Africa. You're miserable in America. And meanwhile, people are dying to get to America. You're miserable.
I'm not gonna. It's called NAC. I'm not gonna give these white people the satisfaction. You know,
they're not thinking about you. Black America is
satisfaction of what? What's
Black America is an annoying mosquito as it relates to white people and
the bottom line. And I'm gonna keep you that. Well,
We're more of an annoyance than the actual force.
I'm gonna be a fucking African killer bee, not no mosquito.
No, you're a tether. You're tethered to the white man.
I'm not tethered to them. You know, the bottom line
No,
is this.
I'm redefining tether. Tether from now on means Pan-Africans that will not leave America to go to Africa. You are tethered to America and tethered to the white man. You are a tether.
So in other words,
That's a bar.
You have to be a Pan-Africanist to go to.
You're a tether. Pan-African tether. Brother, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, which I'm not.
Hold up. Was Garvey? So is Garvey? Did he ever go to Africa?
Nope. He was too busy trying to stay
like the number one Pan-Africanist about the last century. You know.
Yeah. Well, you've been with the VAIO.
You don't have to go to which we call to Pan Africa to be a Pan Africanist or Black nationalist. I don't even call myself a Pan Africanist. I'm a Black nationalist. Okay. You know? I don't call myself a Pan Africanist because
you're a Black nationalist with no nation, and you're mad. You're upset.
Hold up.
You're upset that you don't have a nation. You're upset you don't have a nation, but you're scared to leave. You've been busy with this shit for 18 years, and your ass ain't never go to Africa to live there. Separate yourself from the white man, then go live with the Black man that's still under the thumb of the white man. They're still under the thumb of the white man.
Hey, the white man got my people.
What?
The white man has my people in America trapped.
They got your people on the continent trapped too.
No, the white man got my people, Black America, trapped here. You know,
they more trapped.
So how we trapped? I left.
Knack, man, but you
free to move around here. You can't.
Word.
You can't move around there.
Yo, bro, I'm gonna tell you this. I left America and I never shat on it. I understand the historical context of us and the white people in historic slavery, respect to our ancestors, right? But I'm not going to use that as a crutch and stop me from getting my money. I'm getting international money. And you know what? And I'm the preferred Negro here because I'm Black American.
I'd rather have my people together in my own land.
What's your own land?
Can you help me make it happen? When we get it, you know, we don't have a land.
Wait, my God, you're too easy to cook, Kala. This country in Africa that you're trying to escape is a fucking American construct. It's American colonization society that created that.
Even if I don't see it, right? Even if I don't live to see it, I want to make sure the next generation lives to see it. Yeah,
all right. I'm living for now, bro. And the future, but I'm enjoying now. I'm gonna enjoy now. Yes, yes.
Negro. We're gonna start calling you Pan-African tethered.
But you're tethered to two countries, Nat, America and the Netherlands, man. Come on.
Oh, it's called freedom. I move around. Hold up. Let me grab my teeth off. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like this.
I'm free.
I'm free. But I don't know. Are you free? Are you free? You know, your people aren't free, Nat. Your people are in bondage here in America, man. You know, so we're not free. You know, like I said, till Black America's free, man. We're all free, man. No, I'm not gonna be free. You know, I'm thinking about my people all the time. I want to see my people thrive.
You can't fight a war in America while you in Africa, Kyle.
Okay, hold up. Benjamin and Duca, you know. Look, the bottom line is this, you know, Benjamin nigga. I mean, Benjamin nigga. You know, what you need to do, right, is basically get a game plan for your reparations, man. That video you did with Tariq wasn't cutting it, man, you know.
I didn't do no video with Tariq.
You did, man. You were sitting there with a feather on your head. You know, well, will you give us our reparations now? You know, and white man laughed at your ass. You know, there's still no Black revolution. Yeah, but we haven't had a revolution. We're just going along with the get along. You know, we're actually out here wearing the American flag. I mean, it's just like we're just hustling backwards, man.
Kyle, our best chance at the revolution is in America. Going to Africa just means we could just
Yeah, you
pick off
talking about
easily.
war ready? You going to Liberia and leaving niggas here in America to fight? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, that'd be a good thing. I'm watching it all full while I'm over there. You know. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave you guys to fight. You know, I'll be actually here with you, man. I ain't gonna let abandon y'all. You know. Bottom line is this: the first stage of a war is recognizing who your fucking enemy is. You know, over the last few months, we had this guy Alpha Negro, was it Black Alpha, whatever the fuck his name is, right? Yo, Jonathan, this guy basically this guy's like in his 40s, right?
Hey, 7'6" want to come
Yo, check this out. Fuck him, you know. Yo, check us out. This guy is wearing dreads now, fake extensions, right? That try to look like a YN. That nigga's like in his 40s when I talk about we foundational. That's the corniest shit I ever seen in my life. Somebody calls himself a foundational Black American. And these tethers, when your biggest thing is some poor ass African immigrant coming over here trying to get a.
He said, "Fuck you, 76. You not coming up." You didn't hear him?
What that nigga up? He ain't said nothing no worse than Nakmeezy says.
No, but he just like trolling, man, just saying stupid shit. You know, it's like troll. At least Nakmeezy's making a point about something. You know, this guy just it's stupid shit. It's like, yeah, I don't know where this guy. Let me get him up. I'll see how long he lasts before I kick him back down.
Hey, Carlo, what Nakmeezy?
Yo, don't go leaning on Nakmeezy. What do you got to say, nigga? You know?
No. He articulated what I've been saying.
What do you got to say?
This is what I got to say before you kick me off, man. America gave you a swag for you to run with. You wouldn't have a fucking language without America, right?
Oh, wow.
You wouldn't have clothes. You wouldn't have a house. You wouldn't have a fucking job. America's your daddy. You came out of America's nuts, and you always going to be an American. Don't matter if you go to Liberia. You're not Pele. You're not a Grebo. You're not a Khan. You're just a vacationing nigga.
So in other words, basically, you're saying I still belong. I'm property of the
white. Yeah, you're an American. Everything about you is American. How you talk, the way you walk in Liberia, they tell you're an American.
Yo, the bottom line is this. Okay, what the fuck you say? I'm a free man. You know,
hey, Jonathan, when you in Nigeria, they can tell you just how you move that you're African American.
You don't dress like African American.
I'm not going to tell them.
I don't embrace they struggle tribe bullshit.
I am not going to ever tell no white person, right, that I'm grateful for what his fucking people did.
Listen, man, it is what it is.
He knows because that would be crazy work.
What?
America wasn't shit before black people.
The white man knows by your name. Your last name is John. He knows
the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You know, I changed my last name to an African name. You know,
you can change it to Kalabala. Doesn't matter. You still an American.
Bottom line is this. I'll never basically tell no white man thank you.
I have given you an escape. I told you.
You were the one who said that if you can't wait to die so you can shed this black skin that you're in.
You know Jackie Robinson, right? His son moved to Africa, started a coffee farm in Kenya, never came back to America. That's a real Pan-Africanist.
He went there.
He went to Kenya. He said, fuck America.
No. He went there and he was misled about shit.
No, he said, fuck America.
The bottom line is this. A lot of people go over there and they get involved with agriculture and they don't pick the right country and they were like this. So I'm like this.
But he's the son of Jackie Robinson. He gave up America. He said, I'm tired of this racist country. And he went to Kenya.
And then some people basically take that long thing and they come back. So what's wrong with that? No.
Listen, man.
So I told you. So it's it is what it is.
Like I said, it's two things I get.
1776. Say what you want, but we don't owe America anything.
Listen, two things you could rep America, or you can try.
Hold on. 1776. We don't owe America anything.
You don't owe everything about you is American. You don't eat with a fork. In Africa, they eat with their hands.
Hold up. We don't owe America anything.
You owe America your life. That's what you owe.
America shit, man. You know, I owe America anything.
You owe
anything America owes me. You know. So
the bottom line, American born, American bred.
You are property of the United States.
Yo, shut the hell up,
Exactly.
you guys are all slaves on this panel, man. I ain't, Nobody owns me.
Listen, only see, you remind me of the movie Shutter Island. He thought he was a detective, but he was just another
what kind of goofy thing?
client.
What's make sense, man?
No, you want to think you're free. You want to think you're different, but we're all 76.
I've been free my whole freaking life. I don't fucking basically owe anybody anything. I don't give a fuck. I have very little respect for anybody, anything.
What do you do that's African, Kyla?
Look, I damn sure don't respect the national anthem. I damn sure don't.
What do you do that's African?
Well, it doesn't matter. I do myself. How about this?
You eat cream of wheat with your hands?
So the bottom line is it doesn't matter. All this stupid, trivial stuff. What does that got to do with anything? Nothing.
When you go to work, do you wear that blanket? Do you wear traditional African?
Look, the bottom line is this. You're talking about trivial nonsense.
Nah, but you got to free yourself from this white man.
Nonsense, when I'm
you
in
need
Africa,
to stop speaking.
I eat cream of wheat when I'm in Africa. That's my favorite food over there.
Do you use a spoon?
The country I go to, we eat with spoons and fork. We introduced those there 200 years ago.
Okay.
So you sound real stupid right now. Do I eat with a fucking spoon? What kind of shit is that?
Kyla, you're just an American. You stand out like a sore thumb over there. Look at
No, I don't. No. I was getting along with anybody. What the hell?
Do you wear soccer jerseys when you're over there?
No, I just wear regular clothes.
Tyler, you got every opportunity to crush 1776 crazy words. The spoon and the fork is not a white people invention.
Yeah, I know.
Everything you just named wasn't a white people invention. That shit all came out of Africa.
I know.
Like Khalid Muhammad, he once said, he was talking about the conundrum that Kyla's in, right? So he had this joke where he said, the white man said, give me back your job. And you ain't had a job. The white man said, give me back them clothes. And you was naked. He said, give me back your language. And you was blah, 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 blah.
The bottom
Khalid Muhammad.
Hold on. That's the mentality of somebody that don't have agency. My clothes, everything I have, I've chosen to do this, Nobody
What
can take
y'all? What Jonathan was 76? What y'all think? Y'all think we get washed in a race war or what?
Nope. I don't think we get washed.
You saw what happened with Maduro? Come on, man.
Maduro was climbing the sucker.
Yeah, but like Khalid Muhammad said, everything you have, from your clothes to thing, is tethered to this Western white man. It is what it is.
Oh, bottom line was he didn't say that. He did not say that, bro.
That's what Khalid Muhammad. It was a joke.
I listened to all his speeches. He never said no shit like that.
Khalid Muhammad said a lot of you. That's what Khalid Muhammad said.
Find the video. I know.
All right, I'm gonna put it in the background.
He never said no.
Whoa, what did he say?
Muhammad said a lot of you think you're soldiers, right? Because Khalid Muhammad was a serious guy.
All you do is twisting.
Wait, well, he said a lot of what? Toy soldiers.
Yeah, he said there's a lot of toy soldiers. He was telling you. He said the white man said, "Give me back your job."
Said that before.
Bottom line is this. That's bullshit.
And it was funny when he said, "Give me." The white man. Final thing the white man said was, "Give me back my language," and he was like, "Ba ba 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 ba."
A lot of people, even Khalid Muhammad, a lot of people are anti-black their damn self.
Khalid Muhammad was a beautiful
man, but he said some sus shit with damn self. All of them did.
Well, but it was funny. What Khalid Muhammad did, he took money from somebody, and it came out.
The bottom line is like, all these people, man, I
was like, damn, not Khalid, man.
I take.
Wait. Khalid Muhammad took money from who?
They say he took some money from some white people, man. I forgot the name.
That's Cap.
No, it's not Cap, bro.
It's Cap.
Use your chat GTP or Google, whatever you gotta use. He took money, man.
All right, I'll look this up.
Yeah. I just can't remember the name. I don't never be remembering nobody fucking name.
We're eternally tethered to the system. We're tied inextricably to the matrix, right?
You are.
Our language, right?
You are.
We wouldn't have a language without America.
Yeah, so we speak English. So what the
fuck? We would be speaking Schnagalaga.
That don't mean that I gotta look at Donald Trump and JD Vance as my fucking president. You know, I don't.
Like I've been said, you're kind of ungrateful, so it is what it is.
Bantu, ChatGTP said there is no evidence to support a claim that Khalid Muhammad took money from white people. Khalid Muhammad was a racist, a black nationalist, black militant.
Well, ChatGTP ain't right all the time, man.
It's more right than not.
Nah, I mean some stuff ChatGPT don't have.
If you want to say Khalid Muhammad's son did, okay, well yeah, nigga, for sure.
Oh,
but ain't much I gotta say. Not easy cooked you to the crisp, man.
No, I think how about that? I just cooked Easy cooked you to the crisp. That's what they do. They can't. They're like people. Oh, it's cooked to the crisp. Instead of you saying come up here with something like you make sense that you could cook me, that means he didn't cook nobody. He didn't make his point. You know, he made some good points, but he didn't make his point. You know, different between him basically, making an edge on an argument and then cooking somebody. Cooking somebody means I would be in a fetal position saying, damn, man, I didn't see that. I would basically yield, say, yeah, you know something? He's right. Look,
I'm proud of you, Khalid, because normally he wouldn't have lasted that long. He lasted pretty damn long. So he didn't
76.
No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about
somebody. When you cook somebody, it's obvious when you cook somebody, you know what I'm saying? You know, Nakmeezy didn't make his points and whatnot, you know. I asked him a question about how is he any different than I am, right? He went from one white country to another, you know. He could have went to South Africa, you know. He could have went to Jamaica, whatever like that.
Yeah, Khalid cooked him on that point. There's no doubt about it.
You know, so he didn't cook it right. And also, to be perfectly honest with you, right, we understand that there's a first world, third world dynamic. It's more to much as we could. I love about Africa. There's a first world. I'm a first world person. You know, unfortunately, I'm a first world person, right? And the bottom line, this is the whole thing about captivity. When you take something and put it in captivity, Jonathan, right? An animal, you can't just turn. You ever see, Jonathan, where they had a lion in captivity and then they turn them loose? Whatnot? They got to train them how to hunt. Remember, you ever see things like that? Mm-hmm. I see a thing where they put a lion out there and an antelope recognized he wasn't thing and it was hitting him. You know, the lion looked at. Then after a while, after a few months when I'm training, the lion, the antelope, same antelope recognized that, oh, he knows who he is now, you know, and he stayed his territory, you know, and he will be a killing animal. I've seen it, you know. That's how you take it. We're in captivity. How the hell are you just gonna jump into fucking Africa, you know? That's why we talked about Afghanistan, an organized on both continents way of leaving America. But these motherfuckers don't want us to leave at all. So it's disingenuous when people talk about, I gave people a logical thing to talk about in Afghanistan, right? And I really said that, yeah, I think it's time to do it because white people are talking about a fucking race war, you know? And it's time for us to start. Part of the race war is, what is our end game, our exit strategy? That's how you meet them. When you start telling them, okay, I think it's time for us to part ways and have a divorce, where you start the negotiation with international bodies of government and whatnot, like the ANC did and whatnot, then you know things are going to change. The ANC had branches and chapters all over the world. They had army bases all over the world. The black man in America is not doing that, you know?
I mean, the thing is, Khalid, and I hate to say it, but the fact of the matter is we're not our grandparents. Our grandparents, they knew how to organize, they knew how to network, they knew how to do a bunch of shit.
And all we got is a bunch of fucking
all we got is a bunch of people that just look at everything as doom and gloom. Even, I mean, they don't want to fight the white people.
You think it would be different with all this technology, though, man?
No, that's the thing.
How fucking weak we are.
Man.
That's really all it did, because you get black people, they don't really want to do anything except it's going to be quick, gradual, and we're going to reap some kind of benefit from it. It's never a long-term thinking strategy. We don't commit to anything long term. If it fails, then we just give up immediately. But back then, they will work on shit for 40, 50 years down the line.
We gotta
we don't have that
500-year plans and shit. You know, you gotta
We
be
got
serious.
That's not who we are.
Plan to have a nation and bringing people over doing investments, bonds, stock bonds, and stuff like that, futuristic bonds and everything like that. You're really serious infrastructure bonds. You're really doing this. You're organizing in colleges and whatnot across the country by Naproxen. Then that's when the war starts. You know that you're going. White people like, oh, these people. White people will win because they think if there's a race war worked out, they think we're going to be 76 and not easy. We're going to get on our knees and go crawling back to them. You know, as we always do. We go talk shit and we go crawling back. I ain't crawling back to these motherfuckers. You know. I'm sorry, I can't do it, you know?
Yeah, and the thing is that black people back then, they knew that they had to work with white people. They watched white people, and they learned from them. You can learn from your enemy. You should learn from your enemy.
Yeah, we should. That's all I'm saying.
Back then, they had what? They had the whole Eastern Star. They had all kinds of shit. Now, what's the modern equivalent?
Well, you know what the bottom line really is political.
No, black people. The problem is black people got more done when we were involved in the political process.
But Carla, wait a minute. See, the difference is that before niggas was pushing Pan-Africanism, because one of the stupidest shit about Pan-Africanism, it actually encourages not to participate in the political process.
That's the bottom line.
I never I'm like to get what we want. Yeah, you need to. If somebody's gonna make the depends on the low, I believe most black nationalists talk about power on the local level. We should seize governments and local governments and counties and whatnot, and we're in the majority and like that. That's what it should be on. Look, we just cast everything to whoever's in the White House or Congress, you know. And black people like instead of having power bases where we live at, you know, stuff like that. We didn't do that. No?
And part of me want to say this. I low-key believe the Pan-Africanist movement, the modern one, is pushed by white people. Because for some reason, modern Pan-Africans, they anti-participating in elections. They anti-doing anything except having conversations about shit. There's no action to it.
It's a joke.
It doesn't make any sense.
That's why
I would say it like this.
Nakmeezy had a good point. Just call them tethers at this point.
Well, no, I don't think it's tethers. The tethers are the black people who wear the American flag, you know, and talk about I'm proud to sing Lee Greenwood. Those are tethers, you know. You know, so we might all be under the white man's nuts, but goddamn, man, you don't have to be under nut sacks, you know. You have to be up there rubbing your head under it, you know.
Because I don't know, Pan-Africanism is like 100 years old.
I don't think you understand what
name one thing that the Pan-African movement has accomplished in any country.
That's what I was trying.
I just think you guys are basically misconstruing what Pan-African. I don't think there's an actual movement called Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism basically, as far as like a cultural movement, is real, right?
It's like a boat.
But Colin, that's the difference. That's the difference, though.
The realities of a geopolitical world where it's power, no, that doesn't work. You know.
But Colin, think about this: Pan-Africanism has accomplished absolutely nothing. Even if you want to just say it's a culture thing,
well,
culturally it has accomplished nothing except niggas walking around with red, black, and green.
All right, what is it accomplished?
Pan-African led black people like Henry McNeil Turner to build a community in South Africa. It led to building a free town in Liberia, you know. So, you know, it led to George Washington Williams going into the Congo, you know.
Wait, well, you said Pan-African led to Freetown.
Freetown. That was a Pan-African thing by Paul Cuffey, you know. Liberia was a Pan-African thing because the term Pan-African was founded by a guy named F. Ford McGill. He was a doctor, right? The term was called at the time was called Pan-Negroism. It was based on the fact that They watch.
I think it's time to admit that Liberia was not a Pan-African thing.
No. I think you miss. Look, I miss it. You missing my point.
I was just about to say that.
Pan-Africanism was not the end game. It was just a means.
It means to do what?
Means was the goal was to build nations in free Africa, right? And they thought that basically, if all Pan-African was people saw themselves as black first. That's all it means, black people like it. But the problem was, right, the only people who thought like that were people who were victims of the transatlantic slave trade. That's why most people were Pan-Africanists or Pan-Negroists, as they call it at the time. Remember, it was called Pan-Negroism at one time, Yeah. Pan-Africanism as a name, came when later, they started calling it Pan-Africanism. It was called Pan-Negroism.
When I look back at that shit, Jonathan, it almost looked like a psyop, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I mean,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
So let me ask you a question. So what was the alternative?
Black nationalism. I was having an argument. Hold on, Benton. Kyla, I was having an argument. You were having an argument with Kwame in the Telegram group. And you were busy, so I had to respond to him. You know the Pan-Africanists were actually going against the people that actually created the whole the Black Harlem Renaissance, right? They was not getting along at all. They didn't see eye to eye. The Pan-Africans was some Jamaican dude that was a poet. The nigga came from Jamaica, went to another part. I think he went to Chicago, and then randomly went to New York for like 4 years, and then went to Europe. They say he was important to the Black Renaissance, the Harlem Renaissance. No, he wasn't. And then the next dude was Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was preaching go back to Africa, but the Black nationalist people were saying no, we're going to build up Harlem.
Yeah.
It was a bold thing, bottom line, you walk into my grandpa was telling me it was both, right? He said people who actually talked about going to Africa, they weren't talking about Africa, they were talking more about Liberia and Freetown, because that was already on the works long before Garvey came into play. Because like in my novel.
All right, let me ask you this, Kyla, because we was talking about this on the other show. What was the percentage you would say that wanted to go back towards the percentage
they did a poll, right? See, on the eastern seaboard of America, like places like Norfolk, all the port cities in America thing, right? There was a strong thing of black people, because there was a ship that sailed from Savannah, Georgia to Liberia, right? Anywhere where there's a port city and trade and stuff like that, the black people thought that they could rebuild their lives, the same life they knew on the African continent, and they did. A lot of them did. They would settle in places like Edina, Liberia, on the coast of Liberia, and they duplicated what they left, But those black people who lived on the eastern seaboard of America, I would say about majority of them supported Garvey movement and stuff like that. People think that the Garvey movement was people in New York. Actually, it wasn't. The people in New York were people like, this is our home, this is Harlem, this is, they didn't know what they was with the Garvey movement, but the people who came from the Caribbean and the South were about that back to Africa life, The New Yorkers, the black New Yorkers have been there for a few. Sugar Hill people, generation they were not interested in Africa. They were New Yorkers, they were not interested in Africa, So even though both movements support each other, because they were like, okay, they thought Africa was just like another alternative arm. They said, why not? But the majority of people in Harlem had no interest in going to fucking Africa, right? That was people mostly from the South, sharecroppers and people like that. Remember something? There were black people still doing sharecropping in the 60s.
Yeah, I know. My great grandpa was sharecropping.
The whole thing about Liberia and Africa was they were promised that they could have their own land over there, and they were basically like this. So therefore, if you got people who were just peasants and say like this, they had nothing, they were uneducated. Of course, they were going to be like, yeah, I'll try something new. Most of the people who went to Liberia came from the South. They were agricultural people or handyman, so they made it. But somebody from New York who started getting these good jobs and they getting into things like finance, banking, and art and stuff like that, they weren't interested in going to fucking Liberia. They were about building Black America up at the time, What was that,
Yeah.
Oh, but people like us, people like Kwame. These people don't know our history. Oh, black people look. The bottom line is this: black people weren't gonna let these fucking people from the islands and whatnot just dictate to them and they were not gonna let a movement created by poor people. Because most of the people who are Pan-African, as far as God were the working poor. There was a growing black middle class, an educated class.
Yeah, but Kala, they had poor people philosophy, and that's what Pan African has been for the longest.
Yeah,
because for the most part, Pan African niggas is rooted in what? Communism to a degree, because they always talk, oh, we're a community and we gotta be like, no, nigga. They always on some Marxist bullshit, and that's what it's been since the very beginning.
Yeah, so bottom line is, a lot of this so-called, like I said, we just mixed all these people together, and now it's all falling apart. Like, I'm looking at somebody like Angela Davis. She joined the Black Panther Party, but this lady was like a freaking lesbian, mixed race, crazy lady,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, God damn, that we were all lumped together. Eldridge Cleaver, he was a clown. All these people, it was all lumped together. Now with the internet, we're able to compartmentalize. We realize that we have serious differences. And the fact that we got people that even listen to this show and seem like they agree at least 50% of the time, that's actually good. Because those leadership back in the 40s and 50s had the internet, they'd probably kill each other. If they had the internet, they would listen to all their thoughts and everything like that, online and blogs. Imagine what you think a Garvey movement could have been organized? No. Because the internet exposes everybody's differences, Well, we're like, that's what you think? I ain't gonna join you, man. You crazy,
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. The internet, man, exposed it. Like I said, Barack Obama would never have gotten elected had there been Facebook, YouTube, and all that shit around, Twitter and TikTok. Had even when he was running, there's no way he could have won.
Hey, FBA.
No, FBA, I don't know where that's going. That movement's dead.
Nah, it's dead.
Black nationalism should lead to Pan-Africanism. Look, Pan-Africa should lead to black nationalism, So in other words, basically what I'm saying is, what I'm saying,
that makes sense.
Let's put it like this. When we talk about Pan-Africanism, right?
All roads lead to FBA, Kala.
It's not FBA.
Wait, Bantu, watch this. Kyle, explain how can Pan-Africanism lead black nationalism?
Okay, well, this is what I would say like this, right? Pan-Africanism, if everybody was a true Pan-Africanist, right? You would basically say like this. This is what the problem is. Black America is the strongest group of black people on the fucking planet. But we're the only group of people that don't have a nation of our own, right? All these other people, right? Their Pan-Africans could lead to CARICOM, to ECOWAS, SEDEC in Southern Africa, COMESA in East Africa, right? That's Pan-Africanism, right? Black America, the strongest group of black people, right? All we have is really black nationalism, right? We gain nothing from Pan-Africanism. We gain nothing because we don't have a seat at the table. We have no geopolitical entity. So until Africa realizes and black people in America realize, in order for you to play a Pan-African game, you got to come to the table. And the only way you come to the table is you have to build something like the ANC, right? You have to say, it's time for us to think beyond America, Either go to an existing African country and build there, or get a whole new state. You have to take it to that level, or leave Pan-African alone and just concentrate on Black America and inside the border of America and making your peace with white America. That's it. That's the only chance you got.
All right, but to counter that, wouldn't it be more important for Black America to focus on itself? Because at the end of the day, we can unite with a whole bunch of poor-ass countries. That's not going to do anything for the poor-ass countries. Yeah, because the poor countries can't help you with anything but give you land. And that's really just about it. You're gonna have to rely
What
on
the fuck
American
you gonna
money
do
to
with the land?
nothing. You're gonna have to need that US dollar to develop that land. Only black people gonna want to give you that dollar.
Most people aren't even educated. You get land, you develop it. Developed land is
They
worth
got,
more than like
Tyler, the Africans got land. Why it's not developed?
well, the Africans have not concentrated. Look at Botswana. They actually took their model. Let me tell you something how Africans are. And people don't like when I say this, right? The African basically has land, he has minerals, or he has plenty of minerals too. Richest continent is minerals, but all these countries are poor because the African does not add value to his land by creating real estate. They don't know what real estate is, right? And they don't add value to their natural resources by training their people how to not only add value to it, but you have to have a certain level of domestic consumption of what you have. For example, if Zambia has copper, right? Why is it importing electric wires?
Because they don't make the electric wires.
Wires and stuff like that that's made out of copper. You build industries around with your natural resources, like they did. South Africa started with that model right there. They got platinum mines, right? But they built all kinds of platinum products out of the platinum they found in the ground. Usually, and they basically own the corporation. There's a corporations that own all the means of production and everything. In Africa, what they usually do is hire a foreign company to come in and not only mine the stuff, but take the stuff out of the country to mine, and they just give the government what they think the government ought to have as a pittance. That's why they stay poor. There's nobody in Africa that ever go into the lithium business and say, we're going to basically bring people. They can easily do that because they say, well, we don't have the expertise. All these countries in West Africa could have pulled people from all over the continent, right? But Africans don't think about that level of Pan-Africanism. You're not going to have a person in Mali take orders for somebody in, let's say, the Gambia, because he knows he has 20 years of experience in mining and refining gold. They're not on that level yet, right? It's easy just to let the foreigners do it, right? And you just take your little cut instead of developing a
I think it's safe to say there's no Pan-Africanism in Africa.
Yeah,
it's Pan-African until it comes down to money, and sovereignty. Africans don't want to give up any more than their sovereignty. In other words, basically, they can start with Pan-African by making sure all the roads are driven on the same side. They can start with Pan-African by building standard gauge rails, and hooking the whole continent on a continent-wide electrical grid. They can do that.
Yeah,
so let me ask you a question, caller. Is it better for Black Americans to focus on our economy, our development?
I don't think we have an economy.
We got it.
99% of everything we own, we generate, goes back to them. And they keep Black people in a constant state of warfare. So there's this propaganda going around about Black businesses. I don't like going to Black because they charge me another. And I'm looking on TikTok, man. There's Black businesses, young people open up nice businesses, restaurants, some of everything, services, all kinds of stuff. Those businesses like Office Max and stuff like that. There's Black people doing all kinds of stuff.
Tyler, the Black economy. When I say Black economy, I mean the development of more Black business and Black industry.
Well, hold up.
We're in the United States of America.
Hold up.
There's no such thing as only Black dollar. You can get white dollars too and still be a Black.
I'm saying, but you at least have to be concentrated in areas where there's large numbers of Black people, and we don't have that.
The South is there.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, though, the way the South is so integrated, right? It ain't like the North, right? Where Black people and white people develop separately, right? In the South, right? At least where I live, I'm saying like there's no now there's old Black areas that nobody goes to, right? Like the holes, whatnot that's undeveloped, that shithole, right? But all the Black people go to Walmart. All the Black people go to Food Lion. All the Black people go to the new shopping center, Kroger, that's open up, and white people, all the white and Black people should go to the same spaces, right? And if you go to them, stand outside of Walmart and tell them, Yo, you don't shop at Walmart. Shop at a bike. They look at you like, nigga, if you don't get out.
Okay, Charm says AES is an example of Pan Africanism, Jonathan.
Bullshit. Now, let's just say, for example, right? If we could go, let's just say we go to all those historical places that black people created, black towns and cities and shit, and invest there. Wouldn't that be better?
How you gonna compete with Walmart, Kroger?
Walmart's not everywhere, Colin.
They're everywhere, bro. They're everywhere. And if they're not in that area, that town, they're on the highway system. And the bottom line, black people, I'm telling right now, I'm seeing it like that.
Yeah, but Colin, I think
before they go to your black.
I think we're intelligent enough to figure out a way to figure it out.
Look, bro, Jonathan, I've been at this for years and whatnot, and I've just given up. I said, black people, they love giving their money back to white people. That's how it is. The only way you can do that, Jonathan, is you need an Afghanistan where you control all the business from top to bottom. You know?
Now let me ask you a question. I remember right.
Black people are not going to voluntarily go into no black business and support it. You know, that guy Winston, whatever his name is.
I think black people will.
No, okay. Tell that guy Winston in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, he spent all that money in that which we call that.
You know what? Speaking of that, now that you bring that up, they was talking.
He went out of business, man, because the bottom line, people didn't support it. You know, and he was an actor, you know.
Y'all know that black dude in Cali, the tendonism dude with them oxtails. Y'all ever seen him?
And what about that? Your grocery store shit in California that tanked. You know.
Yeah.
Black people don't support no black businesses, man. Come on, you gotta have to force them. You know, you have to be forced. We don't.
Yeah, I remember it was a Nation of Islam.
I give them credit for trying.
They had stores in Compton, but it didn't.
It didn't work out because they didn't
closing down, man.
Check this out. That you order produce, they only last like a week. You know, you gotta put it's a supply chain. You know, they didn't understand that. They thought they could just open up supermarket. People think just open up grocery stores in their neighborhood. They don't understand the logistics in running an operating.
Yeah, well, Walmart and all these other chain stores are always going to beat them because they're going to have the lower price.
Potatoes and apples from all over the globe coming on.
Yeah, they're going to have the lower price because
they got a supply. You don't see Walmart. Whatever season they got bananas coming 12 months out of the year from around the globe.
But I mean, we could do it if we really wanted.
You got millions of dollars to do that in a guaranteed market?
Well, not me. No, I don't have millions of dollars.
Nobody black people have that type of money, you know.
But the ones,
Winston, whatever his name is, tried to do that, but and it just folded, man. You know.
But the ones that do got it, you know, then they look at the people that did it. They be like, man, I ain't doing that shit. Look what happened to. You know,
also a lot of and the profit margin on grocery stores is so low. You know, and people that think you make money, restaurants don't make the money on beverage and alcohol. That's how you make their money. They don't really make food. You know,
it's on the drinks. Yep,
the drinks and the freaking liquor. You know, that's how they really make their money. You know,
true.
The profit margin. I don't know. The restaurant industry might be a thing in the past, man, because prices are going up. All of a sudden, people are get used to paying these freaking ridiculous prices for a meal, man. You know.
Yeah, you can't really get a good meal for less than like $20 or something. $15,
I hear $30.
Damn.
I eat a steak, whatever like that. You know, whatever like that. That's $30 minus tip. You know.
Easy. Oh yeah. If you're going for a steak, it's $30 easy.
$30. Why? You know, like, so the bottom line, food is not cheap anymore. Yeah. I don't see. I see black restaurants are doing well. You know, and in certain areas and whatnot, you know, they got the bar restaurant. Where here I live at, we got several nice black restaurants, you know, that stay packed, you know. You know, but you know, restaurants, some black people do good. We have a lot of Jamaican restaurants here, a lot of nice high skill soul food restaurants. You know, we got a lot of stuff here, you know. But the thing is, they have to rely on white people too, because the bottom line is, you know, Red Lobster, you know, it's killing it, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
people love themselves some Red Lobster, bro. You know.
Yeah, them biscuits. That's what would be good.
Yeah, this is a good. And that the lobster tail with the steak. I get steak and lobster tail and shrimp. You know, that grilled shrimp.
Yeah, I can't eat lobster, man. I'm allergic to
love
that
lobster.
shit.
You know, and also they got the best Cajun pasta. You know, like Red Lobster got the best Cajun pasta. That's the best.
Oh yeah, they make some
Cajun
good
pasta is good. You know, so black people stay in Red Lobster. You know.
Oh yeah, they was closing a lot of them down too, though. A lot of these,
not in my area.
no, a lot of these fast food chains is getting closed down.
A lot of it, but not
like
Red
you
Lobster.
said, it's gonna be a thing of the past because
a lot of places are closing down, but not Red Lobster. You know, they got a niche, man. They're doing well.
No, they popping in your area, but a lot of different areas they getting closed down
Yeah, because
it's too expensive. Shit.
Yeah, down here things
pay $50, $100 for a fucking lobster tail, man. Get the fuck out.
A black man don't own Red Lobster. You know, he might be the CEO.
I can't eat that shit anyway, so I wouldn't.
African don't own Red Lobster. He's probably just an executive CEO, man. Come on, you know. Come on, people.
Bunch of shrimp, biscuits, and pasta. Yeah, I'm tearing that up.
So it is what it is. But so concluding tonight's show, will the black people give the white man a race war? I think, you know, if people think
give them what they want.
A race war. I'm like this. I just think basically if white people keep this rhetoric up, right? They're like, well, this whole thing about Charlie Kirk.
Hey, they don't want it, man. They don't want it. They
well, hold up. But after this thing with Charlie Kirk, they were like, oh, that's it. We're going to race war or whatnot, you know?
Well, wasn't a white person that shot Charlie Kirk? Wasn't a white
person? Because Charlie Kirk was anti-black. He was saying all stuff. He was waging a war, a propaganda war amongst black people. Then he got killed, and they felt like we were smiling, you know?
Man, fuck all that.
Well, like I said, but the bottom line is you have to be ready.
They don't want no smoke, man.
I don't know, man.
Nagmeezy said they got the numbers. Me and Jonathan said they don't want that smoke, and you heard it live. FBA.
Why you tell Nagmeezy that? You know,
he heard me. He's still listening to the show. I said he had a point, but I'm still saying my money's on FBA all day.
FBA. They look. The only way black people are gonna win if we're fucking united. Man, FBA is a divisive shit that nobody wants to be. I don't want no FBA around me, you know. I don't trust them, you know. I don't trust FBA, you know. I don't trust the motherfucker. I think the FBA will be on. What do you think about your FBA movement linked with Tucker Carlson, Bantu?
Whoa, what about how is it linked with just because
you don't know? Tucker Carlson bigged up FBA, man. He just said, I like
yeah. I heard about that.
Tucker Carlson is a fucking white supremacist, man. You know? How you gonna fight a race war? How you gonna fight a race war? And you're fucking with the enemy, man. You know.
Now, why would a white T supremacy be talking about FBA?
You guys are doing their bidding. You guys are talking about Africans. They see you guys talking about Africans. Even Rico Miller said, "Man, I'm turning around my rhetoric because white people are picking up all this stuff like that and running with it." Saying us talking.
Rico Miller, what was Rico Miller, man?
In the chat room, you know, he said he's turning around his anti-African rhetoric. He's toning it down. And I said, that's good, Rico. You know, I promise
you. Well, that's bullshit because the FBA is not anti-African.
So the bottom of
you can kill that argument.
Bantu, man. I know if you went to
I'm
not
Nagmeezy, man.
Bantu, they will basically, if you went to New York, man, you're gonna get got. They're gonna sell you a deed to the Brooklyn Bridge.
Who do you think I am, Steve or something?
Yeah, you are Steve.
I'm not no fucking country bumpkin, man. I'm not no country
look at this guy. N1B1 says FBA is anti-African. Yep.
I don't care what N1B1 says. So what?
You know, N1B1. Everybody knows the truth, man. You know, you guys are rocking.
It's not no anti-African.
You guys are rocking with Tucker Carlson.
Every time I tell somebody to say name an FBA that's anti-African,
Tariq, you know,
just get quiet.
Alpha. Okay, hold up. Oh, all right. Let's say we got time, right? Let's go to the evidence, right?
All right, go to the evidence. Let's see.
On TikTok. Back to you. Love me.
No. You said Tariq. You said Alpha. Now go to Tariq and Alpha shit.
Okay. All right. I would do just that, right?
You ain't gonna find no anti-African shit in Greek.
No, we ain't gonna find no alpha shit either. All you gonna find is we defending our point. That's it. We defending our line. Ain't nothing. It ain't personal. You cross that line, you just get your head bust. That's it.
This clown right here, man.
This was not an ICE situation. This was a white supremacist situation. Soon as he's off duty, it ain't got nothing to do with ICE. Soon as he's not at work, it ain't got.
This clown, right? He goes, look.
No, let it play. Let it play.
Y'all know.
You like to make these claims when you just
the American the most. Ooh, let me ask y'all a question.
up.
Who wants black?
Now this clown right here is wearing fucking.
No. Just let it play. Just let it play.
Hold on, Beto. This is an easy one.
Nah,
Kyla, if you killed someone, are they going to say an insurance worker killed someone? Or are they going to say Kyla killed someone?
They understand they still got to get over here. Mexicans start with all that. Nobody is free on stolen land. We the originals. Fam, do y'all know notorious Latinos that have made videos talking all this anti-Black American rhetoric? Do you know now they're suspiciously getting behind iShowSpeed? Oh yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go there today, fam. You want to talk about receipts, fam?
So what you call this saying? Now he's saying,
nah, don't stop. Just let it play. You listen.
I done already showed you the roster said we need to leave. That moist man is crying saying we need to leave. Oh, girl needs some damn petrol oil for her lips. Now let me show you Mr. Burrito Man done showed up. And Mr. Burrito Man says he loves iShowSpeed. Wait. Hold on. Mr. Jorge Romero Estrada, who always has anti-Black American statements. He loves iShowSpeed. He said iShowSpeed is connecting Black folks. Why would a Mexican have some newfound interest in iShowSpeed and Black Americans? I asked that question to all of y'all. Taco Tuesday. Yep, Mr. Taco Tuesday. What is the reason behind Mexicans out of nowhere now taking an interest in iShowSpeed and Black Americans going back to Africa? Why? Why would they do that? Same exact reason everybody's doing what they do, to get us to put down the American flag. Let me tell you, if we put down the American flag, the first people that will pick it up.
This nigga's a coon fucking Captain America Negro.
Why you stop it? You know,
y'all notice that.
Yo, as soon as he said put down the American flag, anybody that rocks with the American flag, I can't talk to him.
Hold up, listen to what he said after that though.
No, he didn't say nothing. It was basically more cool.
Yeah, you see, you had to stop the video.
What Zelensky wants Donald Trump to do is the same thing that Joe Biden did. Joe Biden came out here and said, "Damn a ceasefire."
This nigga's a MAGA. Fight. He's hiding behind fucking.
Nah, stop trying to cut off the video.
You MAGA, man.
Stop trying to cut off.
That sexy Solon, that kind of came across like no bucking. Wasn't that what the Democrats was trying to push? Okay, a couple years ago. Wasn't that pretty much what the Democrats is doing? No vote, no buck with a V. Ain't that what they were doing, y'all? If I'm not mistaken, that's basically what that kind of came across as. And I appreciate the.
Now you guys want to talk about
Nowadays they just talk, but they talk about.
All right. All right, let's talk about the video. You want to talk about it now? The video that you just played.
Virginia. This white man is insanely obsessed over Black people.
Do you think if you eat watermelon and drink grape Kool-Aid, you're more likely to somebody?
I don't think that's a true statistic.
It's
Do not be like this blonde woman in red who is falling for such an obvious lie that even a 10-year-old can spot nonsense. Yes, a stereotypical classic, Black people eat watermelon and drink Kool-Aid, and somehow that relates to crime. How? I don't know. But let me guess, Black people make up 30% of the population and commit 50% of the crimes, but they always fail to tell you that Black people make up 50% of all exonerated crimes, meaning we're 10 times more likely to be convicted of a crime we didn't commit.
Your iPhone is,
Black people, we have this weird obsession with claiming everyone around us as Black.
Okay, Carla. So, where did you hear any
If anyone wants to go look up the stats right now, a black crime over around is down 40-something%. We are not leading the crime anymore.
Nah, of course not. But where was the
I'll never buy into
anti-African
Secret
in
again.
what you
You
just
probably
played? I
never
didn't
bother
hear.
me anyway. I'm white.
He said the Mexican. So,
I'm not English for that language.
For example,
no
let's say
voting,
Texas has
no
roughly about 2
fucking.
million. Because Florida has roughly about 3 million, right? So if you really were out and about
It's a
and trying to
Pan-African
nip
movement.
the illegal immigration in the bud, you would not be in Minnesota, right? It's just one of the has one. So
She's so fine, she ain't even got it out. Dice pineapples talking diamonds by the jar. She's so fine, she ain't even got it out. Dice pineapples talking diamonds.
You know what I'm saying? We was literally.
This ramen has a.
You seem a little triggered.
Don't worry about it, bro. I'm gonna get to you.
Your phone needs cleaning.
Oh, what are you looking for?
Your iPhone. Now.
Martin Luther King.
I don't think
Now that
Barbie pretty face perfect.
Damn, it usually is all these FBA people. Y'all must be tapping out, man, too.
Oh, you looking for FBA video?
Yeah, I'm looking for FBA stuff. Y'all tapped out, man.
All right. So anyway,
You want to advocate against oppression, but then also advocate against. She could have simply complied, and then if she felt her civil rights were being violated, she could have simply went to a civil rights attorney as a white teen woman.
Okay, so
and sued
we're
them.
acting like that. We're acting like ICE is actually following the law, right? They're following the law, are they?
Wow.
yeah, they did follow the law.
Virtue?
Why does this African country?
Man,
Why does this?
the Supreme Court said that shit that they were doing is okay.
Yeah, it was a straight protocol. I was on the panel. The black dude called in and said he was an ex-agent. He said the reason they shoot like that because they was trained to shoot like that.
Man. All your FBA people are hiding, man. What's up with that, man?
No, you're just making up stuff because
because
you can't find.
Man, why he can't find the video? He should be able to find the video just like that.
Ain't no anti-African FBA.
Okay,
It don't exist. It don't exist. It don't exist.
No, I can't find no FBA people because y'all hiding, man.
It don't exist. That's why you can't find it.
Hold on. No, look, I'm gonna put it FBA. See if I can do narrow search.
You can't find it. You just gonna find some bullshit.
Okay, I'm with lives. Okay, all the lives. Here we go.
See you later. Hi guys, have a good night.
Oh, somebody going live? Okay.
I'm gonna put all these lives on.
All right, let's see. FBA probably going live somewhere.
Guys, have a good night.
Yeah, sure.
Disagreement. You and I.
See, I can't even fucking process the thought. Like, oh my god. I'm like,
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I lost you, but host, what you're saying?
So what is black to you?
I mean, he's the one. He mentioned black.
No, I'm asking you.
Black isn't a thing to me. Like black isn't a. It's not.
Is this lie?
You can't. It's not a place. It's more of something that we didn't really create on ourselves. It's more. I don't know. I forgot the term of it.
Why
But
you keep saying we? Like you don't speak French no more.
He's correct so far.
I gotta tell you, Khaled, though, it's some Africans that agree with FBA, man. I'm telling you right now.
But if he's speaking for the collective, yeah, he could say
Even African goddess be agreeing with FBA.
yeah, I was just saying, you can't come from black. Like it's just an ideology of how they identified us. That's why.
us.
Yeah, it classified us. We all come from tribes. Obviously, it gets more technical. Comes from different backgrounds. You just can't. You can't just. I don't think someone can just.
Your new nephew.
I want to take some pictures on my bike, and then I want to take.
To be more respectful with that phrase, people need to understand that the beautiful people walking around now are these babies. When you understand why you look at all of the new world in front of you, most of us, we don't look at them in a nasty way. We actually amazed at how they look.
Share an admin user.
Yeah,
I don't have
Bantu. All your FBA people are fucking.
Man, all you got to do is let Afro Elite shit play, but you won't let it play because you know. Yeah, you know it does. It's not supporting your argument, not even a little bit.
Okay, hold on.
That's why you keep pausing and say, hold on, wait.
They show Black American.
You can play Afro Elite. You can play Black Alpha.
Black American. Put some
You can
respect
play.
on my name. Foundational, huh? That's funny. I must
Oh,
have
you
missed the part
playing
where George
AI
Washington and the rest of the
shit.
founding fathers were black guys. Keep joking. History got layers you never read. Man, listen, FBA doesn't flee. This is our homeland. We stood our ground through everything. Ain't no running. Yeah, so here's
Hey,
the thing.
Focus Dave want the link, Colin.
One-way ticket to Monrovia on me.
Oh, you got to end the show. Shit, Focus Dave want the link.
Man, all you know how to do is flee. FBA don't flee. You're welcome for the 600,000 white dudes that died to free you, by the way. Man, what?
You might want to give your cousins in Nova Scotia a call.
We never came on no ships.
Yeah,
We are the real
thanks.
Indians. My
We
grandmother
need
said,
another
and I'm saying it
600,000 to die for me, bitch.
Halloween came a little early, don't you think?
Hey, man.
Hi, Mr. Nasheed.
You come from a failed homeland, sir.
But you African too.
I'm American, sir. I had my ethnogenesis. Matter of fact, we had an ethno-exodus and exited out that failed place. We got it popping over here, sir. We are the blueprint. Everybody,
Gentlemen, they try to cosplay us. We will never let that happen. They not like us. Now come get your head feathers. We never cosplay.
Colin pay all this propaganda
Foundational Black
shit.
America. Put some respect on my name.
Nice try, Colin. Propaganda. Propagandize.
I'm taking a break from my usual.
Don't try to propagandize FBA.
Hold up.
But FBA is affiliated with the Heritage Foundation.
Blend in. There's no getting us out.
Yeah. FBA is not affiliated with no heritage, nothing, nigga. We just FBA.
just give me a sentence that sounds like us with our accent.
Phone them grave, I'll pull up on you.
Nigga, if you said that on the block, we'd run your ass up out of here. All right? Was that, what kind of accent was that?
Man, if y'all don't get these white people out of here.
That's you sounding like us?
You niggas are not hard to sound like.
Yeah, you think that sounded like us? Family, y'all know, y'all see how good I am with picking up accents.
I just need to know, for all the people who have had an issue with foundational Black Americans and have utilized the concept of flat blackness to rope us all in, well, I have two things to say about that. First of all, I'm only utilizing what the Somalis have said. They're not Black, they're Somali.
All roads lead to FBA, Dave.
Apparently, the Africans just don't.
You on your road. You on your road by yourself, bro. I ain't with you on that road.
All roads lead to the FBA.
Backgrounds in America.
You on your own.
What's up, Dave? What's going on, brother?
Yo, good evening, Kyla. Yo,
what do you think about the topic, man?
All good.
What a FBA, Dave.
Good, man.
FBA Dave.
If Bantu knew how corny that shit was, man, the FBA. That's just corny, man. God
yo,
damn,
Kyla, it's a right-wing organization now.
It's corny because you said so.
I want to hear Dave right now. I want to hear Dave now. Bantu just runs his fucking mouth. Dave, let me ask you a question, Dave. Did you see with Tucker Carlson?
Bruh, anytime you got Tucker Carlson,
you're doing something wrong.
Hold on. Anytime you got Tucker Carlson co-signing your movement, you got to just scrap your movement, just abandon ship, and regroup.
And Black Alpha talking about we got Tucker Carlson. Man, we're the big time.
Am I lying
about that shit?
Am I lying, Kyla? You doing something wrong.
You're doing something wrong. Yeah, I said that.
You're doing something wrong.
I said if you're doing something, you got Tucker Carlson.
They only got 2 mainstream cosigns: Ann Coulter and Tucker Carlson.
And the bottom line, what they do is they love.
That's all
you know what it is? They love something wrong, between Black America, the Caribbeans, and Africa. They love this shit. It's like watching a Mandingo.
Oh, man, it's entertaining.
It's a modern day Mandingo fight. You know.
Yeah. Like the Django.
You know?
Yeah, with the two bucks fighting. Yeah, like the Django.
They're 2 bucks out there fighting. That's what these fucking niggas look like. You know.
Yeah.
FBA. When that man fuck FBA, you know.
Well, I wouldn't even be surprised.
I'm not gonna fight another black man for a white man's amusement.
Carla, I wouldn't be surprised if white people betting on who gonna win and who not gonna win.
That's what I'm saying. They all say back. The white man sitting back having a good laugh. One thing about Dave, we're from New York, right?
Yeah.
Well, one thing we know in New York is you always got to watch your back, right? When you leave the block around the corner, you ever go around people around the corner and see what they're saying about you after you left, whatnot, you know, or whatever like that. You know what they say after I left, with that, you know, because you worry about your reputation. The FBA dudes are the type of dudes don't give a fuck about how they look, you know. They're clowns, you know. You say,
once
somebody
once you got those 2 cosigns, mainstream now, Ann Coulter and Tucker Carlson, you got it like, hold up, what's going on here?
And also, they're angry. You see how they're going at ISO speed? That's a 20-year-old kid.
20-year-old guy. 20-year-old kid.
Rick is trying to come after him saying that Mexicans like moving up.
This is crazy.
He's a 20-year-old kid, you know?
Yeah, 20-year-old kid, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
You got grown-ass men coming after this little kid, man.
40-year-old and 50-year-old men cursing the kid out.
That's sad, man. That's how pathetic the black man in America has become. The bottom line is this: they don't want. And also, every time look at Nagmeezy,
right? And they fighting him because he's in Africa, or why he's identifying with Africans. Why is he there?
Hey, Dave,
you hear him right now. You know people didn't even want him to go.
I know. Dave, you hear 1776 and Nagmeezy tonight. Oh, you can't talk about the white man. You ain't prepared, nigga. We're always fucking prepared, you know. I'm from a different breed. We ain't scared of these motherfuckers, you know? And part of like being a race war is knowing that ultimately our manifest destiny
black people can't win no race war. I don't want a race war.
And we don't want to, but the race war is going to be, first of all, you got to have an end game. If we can avoid conflict, right? You can fight a war without.
But Kyla, it's kind of starting already. The first thing
the race war starting, man.
Is destroy your image.
That's what I said. The propaganda of them demonize us. That's the first thing you do. You demonize the people, and then you can destroy them. You know, I'm trying to tell Nagmeezy that. Dude, do you understand? I don't give a damn what we believe, right? They already create this image in the minds of majority of white people.
Kyla, when the president of the United States,
I know,
on air. Hold up, comes on air a week before Martin Luther King Day and say civil rights made white people feel mistreated. You're doing something wrong.
You're doing something wrong, you know.
You're doing something wrong.
And when you got JD Vance talking about
everybody got to shut the fuck up, go in house, and regroup.
All right, we got to start really to say this thing, right? I'm glad I got you a soldier, Dave. You're a soldier, bro.
Yeah.
You know.
Who was that chick talking the other day on the live?
What happened?
Who was that chick you? Oh, know some chick you had.
Oh, Wildflower on Dynasty Show.
See, some recording you had. Shorty was going.
Oh, yeah, Vanessa. That was on Dynasty Show. Yeah.
Shorty was going.
Oh, that's that girl Vanessa. She's no joke, man. Yeah. She's no joke.
I was like, what FBA made her mad? It was like I said, FBA made you mad, sis.
These niggas are so fucking stupid.
Vanessa was contradicting herself every other sentence.
Oh, but hold up. But yeah, what she was saying right
One minute she's anti-immigrant, next minute she's anti-Trump, then she's pro-immigrant, then she's mad.
Sometimes I fucking take jabs at immigrants, but I know where to draw the line, you know? It's like when you got Tucker Carlson, all them fucking repeating, I'll fucking switch up in a
Carlson,
minute.
they supposed to co-sign my movement, bro.
They ain't gonna co-sign either. As soon as I start seeing white supremacists co-signing my movement,
Tucker Carlson's supposed to be against me on everything I'm saying. Then I know I'm doing something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that you know how, Dave, usually when it comes like to black nationalists, a lot of white racists like black. I'm the one black nationalist fucking they hate. You know, I'm the one they fucking hate.
I 100% believe that if you got your voice out there, there will be a whole bunch of racist people saying, I understand the idea. Get these niggas about it.
First of all, the reason why they don't like me because I'm not saying we got to get rid of all black people.
Tyler, isn't that how Liberia got started? They were trying to get rid of the black people.
No. Liberia was only started because a few white people said in order for America to become a white country, right? We have to remove these there's free black people in this country that was here for 200 years. That was here as long as some of them that live in New York were here longer than the white people were. They came with the Dutch, right? The people who create this illegal country right now, this illegal government called the United States, right? Created a country, right? And it's decided, right, that the black race does not belong here. That's why there was a political move to create or fund something that was started by black people, Paul Coffey and Finley and all these other people, to remove black people to their own colonies or their homeland. That's the only reason why it started. It had nothing to do with white people saying like this. They didn't give a fuck about it. They wanted us gone. You know, whether we went to
Kyle, in that very same sentence, I heard you saying this the other day, that you said they just want to make this country a white country.
Yes.
So with that being the case, do you believe that they will come out and say, yeah, we support Afghanistan?
I know. Hold on. Afghanistan is not going to give them that white country.
If that means black America leaving America, technically it does.
I don't think you understand what I'm talking about, right? If I talk about in Afghanistan, I'm only talking about at the maximum 10% of black America. That's it. About 10%. The majority of black people, I want black people to buy. Look, I want us to have like at least 4 or 5 major investment portfolios worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I want us to buy fucking shit in America. I want to buy their fucking golf courses. I want us to buy their casinos, their real estate. I want us to take over this fucking country. You know, they don't want that shit. You know, I'm not gonna just go to Africa and be an no. That's not me. If you think that's me, you listen to the wrong person. You know, I want to put my foot up their fucking ass. Well, in here, that's why I said I support. The reason why I'm angry with FBA because I don't think they're serious about building anything in America other than just fucking talking.
FBA is a reparations move.
It's not even that. The FBA have no fucking power.
No, I go back to the mission statement. The mission statement is to delineate so black immigrants
can't get a reparations check.
Or African, preferably, do not receive reparation checks. That's how it all started. That's how FBA started.
That right there, that's how the movement.
The mission statement is to acquire reparations, state, local, or federal.
That's a good idea.
It's not being acquired.
But look at this, Dave.
No,
I want you to be open-minded.
No, bro, let me finish talking. It's been 8 fucking years of fucking hate speech. We get it. It's about 3 million African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants combined that add up to black people in America, black America. Get it? And they ain't pestering us and talking shit. You know what I mean?
I said that can't be a.
It's a bigger problem than them.
I'm indigenous.
The only place black people are indigenous to is Africa.
Who taught you to hate yourself? Who told you was Indian?
My grandmother taught me this. Your grandmother learned it from the same ones that chained our grandfather. Indians enslaved our people. You better wait.
I'm not African. I'm indigenous.
The only place black people are.
FBA
Well, you ain't too much time on the stage.
Watch this video, like and share this video. All right, racists, we're going to address this again since the inferior people are struggling. Black Americans are the only indigenous people on this land. Melanated people are the only people around the world.
This was far too many African immigrants come and do when they get here. One, they have already come in with an anti-foundational Black American sentiment and culture. They already have a disdain. They claim that they learned it from the white man or from white supremacy when they get to the immigration office. That is false. They already have it. It's in their culture, especially we start talking about the continent, because that is the most disunified place probably on the planet. Now, there's multiple reasons why that is, but that doesn't stop that from being a true statement. But what happens is they come here and we see it, we've heard it. The same way in that meeting, they was talking about, oh, well, what about the African booty scratcher? And what about the term HBO that I never heard before? And I've grown up from Haitians and Caribbeans my entire life. I've never heard HBO, and supposedly it stood for Haitian body odor. Now, that's funny because from my personal experience, I ain't trying to throw no Afro group under the bus, but if I had to start judging body odors, Haitians don't make the top 10. If I'm talking about ones I'm going clown, for what to be HBO and not NBO, or let me not start naming countries, but you know, there's other companies that got a distinct smell that I can tell as soon as I smell it. Haitians ain't one of them. So I'll leave that alone. But the bottom line is they will talk about that, but they will pretend like saying, oh, y'all just lazy. Y'all don't want to work. They pretend those are not tropes. And so I'm glad my brother Tad said, when the brother brought up black on black crime to me, when I started talking about tribalism of the continent, my brother Tad said, oh, that sounds like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Why? Because they come here, assimilate, adopt white supremacist tropes, and speak them to our community like they're truths.
Right.
And here's where far too many Afro immigrants come.
Let's talk about why the whole FBA, Foundational Black American concept, is stupid. It's also divisive, toxic, and holding the entire Black community back. Yeah, I said it. At its core, FBA tries to gatekeep Blackness. In a nutshell, it basically says that only enslaved Black Americans and their descendants can reap the benefits of being Black because they built this country, and everyone else here
That's
is just
right,
white.
dumb bitch.
And here's the thing. All Black people have contributed to the struggle, the progress, and the culture.
Yep.
So what I gotta say in response? Oh, you still playing videos?
Or American born. When someone is anti-Black, they don't check your ancestry history before attacking you. FBA logic ignores how deeply connected our global Black history is. Pan-Africanism exists for a reason. The civil rights movement didn't just inspire people in America, it sparked a global movement. The South African anti-apartheid movement was inspired by the American civil rights movement. Civil rights leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. deeply influenced anti-apartheid leaders such as Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu. The nonviolent resistance tactics used by U.S. civil rights activists were studied in the African National Congress and employed by Nelson Mandela and others. The U.S. student-led protests and boycotts in the 1980s, like the divestment campaign that was created in order to demand companies in the U.S. to stop divesting in South Africa because of apartheid, those campaigns and protests also drew inspiration from the 1960s civil rights sit-ins. In the United Kingdom, there was a Black British movement. The British Black Panthers, who were founded in 1968, were directly inspired by the U.S. Black Panther Party. The Brixton uprisings in the 1980s were fueled by similar issues: police brutality, racial profiling, and economic inequality. Meanwhile, independence movements in both Africa and the Caribbean also lit fires under anti-racism efforts here in the US. The Haitian Revolution, which took place from 1791 to 1804, was the world's first successful Black republic. It had long inspired African Americans from the abolitionist period all the way through to modern Black nationalism. And then there's Marcus Garvey and Pan-Africanism. Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, based in Jamaica and Harlem, laid early foundations for global Black pride, influencing later leaders like Malcolm X and even the Nation of Islam. And Ghana's independence under Kwame Nkrumah energized the Pan-African movement. Martin Luther King even attended the independence ceremony and was inspired to push harder for full freedom in the US. Ghana even became a symbolic spiritual home for African Americans. W.E.B. Du Bois moved there in his final years. Not to mention, the global Black Power movement from Brazil to the UK to South Africa adopted symbols, styles, and ideologies that cross borders, like the afro, the raised fist, and radical liberation rhetoric. We've always fed off of each other's resistance and strength. Divide that up, and we lose power. Malcolm X, Caribbean roots. Shirley Chisholm, born to Caribbean immigrants. Nipsey Hussle, an Eritrean father. Rihanna, Bob Marley, Marcus Garvey. Y'all would have canceled them all under FBA rules. So please make that make sense. The real goal here should be dismantling white supremacy, not competing for trauma points. FBA ends up sounding a lot like the same anti-immigrant rhetoric we claim to hate. And ironically, it does the work for the oppressor. Keep Black folks distracted, arguing over lineage, while systematic racism keeps winning. As a people, we need unity, not purity tests. Your Blackness isn't invalid because your grandparents weren't born in Mississippi. And being pro-Black doesn't mean being anti-immigrant or anti-Black immigrant. FBA is not revolutionary. It's reactionary.
It's extremely revolutionary.
She was arguing about Jonathan. She just made the whole case for FBA, bro.
She did.
They don't even know what they're listening to.
Scholar, if you are watching Dinah's platform, everyone on that platform explain why the idea of these immigrants are a problem.
Everything she just made every point for FBA.
Everything she put. She talked about the history.
Said the niggas got everything from us.
You guys explain the
South Africa got from us.
Wait, hold on, Bantu. Kala, explain to me, how do the Somalians benefit Black
She didn't
immigrants?
mention the Somalians.
Are they not African? I thought they were Black immigrants.
No. When we talk about people, Black people, if you listen, right, she's talking about people linked to the struggle. Caribbeans, African Americans, but Somalis are not part of the struggle. She didn't mention nothing like Somalis. You know,
they're not a part of no struggle.
They're not a part of our struggle. You gotta know who the hell we are. First.
So now wait a minute. On one hand, be pro-Black immigrant, but on another hand, delineate from people that don't want to identify as Black.
Somalis are not Black, and they're not part of the struggle. What we're saying
are Ethiopians a part of the struggle?
Hold up. Ethiopians actually came to America, right? They built the Abyssinian Church in Harlem, and they've always been part of the Black community in America from early days.
Are they part of the struggle, Kala?
Well, no, they're not part of a struggle, but they
so they don't count either.
Haile Selassie came to America, right, and the UK and the Caribbean, right, when his country was invaded by Italy, right, and he broke bread with the Caribbeans and African Americans, right. Out of that came the Peace movement, right, which we joined the U.S. military to drive the Italians out of Ethiopia. And also, which we call during the war, the Tuskegee Airmen set up shop in Ethiopia and trained the Ethiopian Air Force. You know, we helped build Ethiopia's airline, you know?
Every time it's in our favor, Jonathan. You don't have to say nothing.
So the bottom line, so in other words, basically, according to FBA, John Robertson, the great Tuskegee Airmen and whatnot, he shouldn't have went to Ethiopia because they're not FBA. So how stupid you
wait, Colin.
No, nobody said that.
Hold on, but that's what
we know what I realize.
That's what you're that's what you're advocating for. That's
but Colin, if you make that argument, it falls
that's
apart.
What you're advocating. That's what you're advocating.
But Colin, it falls apart.
Hold on.
I go to Nigeria. It falls apart. Malcolm Megan goes to Nigeria, it falls apart. Tariq goes to Africa, it falls apart.
Let me ask you a question, Jonathan.
It's always
So John Robinson went there, took his best years of his life to train Ethiopia's pilots, and now he helped establish the Ethiopian airline. Should he have not done that because of Ethiopian?
He should have done that. What are you talking about?
So that kills your FBA argument, you know?
Wait.
FBA's
Hold on,
people
Kyla.
not have anything.
At what
to do
point?
with
At
Africa.
what point
Yo,
are
hold
those?
on. See, like I said, you guys talk out two sides.
That's not an argument. It doesn't even correlate with reality.
Sometimes I think these people just call my show.
Kyla, you're
that's not even an argument.
You are a very intelligent person. Did John Robertson immigrate to Ethiopia?
Hold on. Yo, he went over there.
Did he immigrate to Ethiopia?
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah.
And did he actively go against the people in Ethiopia?
He lived there for years.
Did he talk shit about the people in Ethiopia while being in Ethiopia?
No. What I'm saying is this: the majority of immigrants don't talk shit about Black Americans.
Kyla, you was on you was on the Telegram platform yesterday arguing with who? A bunch of Black immigrants.
James, you know? I told you, I deal with St. James. I don't deal with. Look, I know
St. James, Chukwu.
And Chukwu does not represent Nigerians because I got Nigerian peoples. You know, he don't represent.
All I want to say is that no FBA give a fuck about what no bitch ass Tuck Carlson say. So y'all can trash that bullshit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, look.
And you name me one FBA that.
Yo, Mantu Mandika, you're like, yeah, boy, Tucker. You're boying with Tucker and whatnot.
Hell yeah, boy.
You gotta realize when white people start saying and using our slangs, it becomes corny, man. So FBA is corny.
Every time.
Wait, hold on a second.
Hey, Jonathan, you know how stupid that sounds.
Wait, hold on, Bentu. I want to Dave. I got a question for y'all. I got a question for y'all. Wait a minute. I got a question for y'all. Dave.
It's corny.
According to Principe, the Hispanics are pushing Black Americans out and all over the place. So, with that being the case, should you be supporting? Should you be supporting illegal immigration?
Stop with the haterism, man. Y'all some haters, bro.
No, hold on, Bentu.
Wait, what was the question?
According to Principe, the Hispanics
Principe, man, hit
Black
the link,
Americans.
bro. I'm not dealing with that until you hit the link.
Bentu, wait a minute. I want to see how intelligent they are.
He's been talking in the chat for some days
the
now. I'm not dealing
Hispanics
with
are a problem, and everyone on this platform would agree with that. Why would you support immigration?
We're talking.
He just talking shit. Ain't nobody.
Wait, hold on. Why would you support if the Hispanics are a problem? Why would you support immigration?
Yeah, hit the link.
They align with white supremacy. That's been proven tonight on this platform. Why would you support immigration?
He just trying to start shit, man. That's
but like what I was saying, I kind of like that heritage American because it's more. It's more seamless.
FBA is not rocking with Tucker.
No, but do you understand what heritage is?
Fuck your heritage.
Just because they said our name don't mean shit. The whole world is gonna say our name before it's said and done.
But it's less
production. Believe it or not, it's a good thing that they say it because that's free advertisement. You ain't got to pay for that.
Free advertisement.
But listen, one at a time.
All right, one at a time. One at a time.
I gotta say this, man. I got these texts. I'll bring everybody back in a second. Look, we're from New York, right? When we was growing up, right? Anytime we had a style, right? And when a white boy did it or said it, we abandoned that style immediately. We had a slang. White boys start saying it, right? We like this. We gotta keep inventing ourselves in New York, right? The problem with California is y'all started off selling your culture and music to the white boys in the suburbs with the gangster rap and shit. So y'all used to that shit. We don't like in New York. We don't like white people coming into our spaces and knowing anything about us. That's us. So when I see the FBA and Tucker Carlson, I say, yeah, that's some Cali shit, you know? What say you did?
What I've been saying, Kyla, is from the West Coast. Phil Scott, O'Shea Duke Jackson.
All these other
shit is from the West Coast.
Phil Scott's from fucking
you know? I've been saying it. It's from the West Coast.
You don't see no New York people into that shit.
You don't see nobody up there doing that. It's from the West. Bringing that
corny as hell, man.
So you said just because somebody like that said something about FBA, now you trying to delegitimize?
Oh yeah, I know what I'm saying. Well, anytime white boys,
that's bullshit, man.
You know, Kyler, we from the city. We know the white boy started we started DJing. The white boy started DJing, doing techno. We said nah.
We got the
breakdancing. We was doing breakdancing, Kyler.
Right,
we was doing breakdancing. The white boy started doing it. We said nah.
But y'all got to stick on topic, man. What I was saying is Heritage American is less pernicious than FBA because you're saying
fuck Heritage American, man. It's FBA.
No.
It just means
if you don't say African heritage.
See, 76, he riding it.
Man, I don't want to hear
fuck that.
It sounds.
I'm here
like
to set the record straight,
bullshit, bro.
It sounds more academic.
Motherfucker.
Heritage, Black American. You know, you've been here 3-4 generations. It sounds more professional.
Shit, you know.
You hear it now, Kyler? You hear it now?
Yeah, very well.
Yeah, so now,
hey, 76. Fuck what these bitch ass pundits talking about. I'm not talking about Collar Day.
1776.
Let me say this.
Yesterday you were proven to be right.
Let me say something.
They say that we can't accomplish anything, we can't do anything, and Africa is no use. So at this point, we should embrace the United States of America and go all out with that.
Let me get
an annoying online movie.
But the best, I like it because you can use it all around the world. Like somebody in Liberia can say, "Are you heritage? Like, were you here like when the country was founded?
Hold on,
are you a heritage Liberian?"
Get it out before I forget.
Tyler, it's already started. Hold on.
One nigga at a time.
Let me just say something real quick. It's already starting, Kyler. You see it?
Yep.
Kyler, you see it? So now what's gonna happen now when FBA collapse and it start being more, because it's already a xenophobe, it already got the name, it already look like a xenophobic
like MAGA.
movement.
That black
xenophobic.
Hey, listen, Dave.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me lay my plan. So what's going to happen now? You see 1776 already saying heritage Black American. So they're going to switch. The FBA going to switch.
No.
Heritage Black American.
Never.
And it's going to be right wing and professional.
76, you're going to get in line. It's not happening.
That's
bad too.
Nope.
You got lost.
Nope.
Hey, Bantu. Nope. You gotta let Dave let his boy Max Aiden crash it.
Tyler, you already hearing it. You hear
76.
Oh,
fuck
Heritage
that.
Black American. It's better. It's more professional.
Nope.
It's cleaner.
Fuck
It's
76.
New. You know what I mean? You feel me?
You're on timeout, 76. You gotta get your mind right.
Why?
1776 got taken down.
You gotta get your mind right quick.
Switch up.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that, Dave. We're not doing that. Nope. That's 76 on. That's 76 on personal beliefs.
Bantu, at the end of the day, one thing we're going to acknowledge, right? That the more FBA gets mentioned, they just going to have more hate, but they can't stop it.
Yeah.
And that's usually what happens.
It's good because now you can't say, oh, it's just a small little bullshit. Like, nah. Everybody is trying to see what is FBA talking about now. And then they keep trying to paint this anti-immigrant, anti-African narrative. It ain't nothing but bullshit. It's a lie.
And the worst
every
thing
time,
is, right, if the liberals try to go and attack it, you look like you're attacking the black group. And then the second thing is you're trying to be pro-immigrant while attacking the black group. Majority of Black Americans are going to look at that and be like, wait a minute, these immigrants don't side with us anyway. Fuck them. So you can only promote them at this point, no matter which side you're on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it's a lose situation for the Democrats.
Every time Collar play a video, he just stabbing himself every time.
Every time. Well, hey, forget that.
Stop the video. Wait, no.
I would have never known what an FBA or ADOS was if it wasn't for people like Collar and Dynas. Y'all introduced me to this shit.
Shit, who
Y'all
introduced me to FBI? I don't
when you
even
a
know.
hater,
Shit.
you are the biggest promoter.
Because I sure the fuck wasn't thinking about Tariq.
Man, you got
It might have been you, Carla. I don't know.
you tell yo,
It was definitely Colin.
This came out of nowhere and hijack y'all movement, man. You know?
Who came out of nowhere?
No, man, it's not hate. It's a fucking.
I mean,
It's
look,
hate,
man. If
It's
that's
hate.
what
It's a joke, man.
what
The
everybody
movement.
want, that's what everybody
It's
want.
hate.
Fuck it.
You know?
That's what niggas want. That's what niggas want.
Hold on, you know what? Hold on. When I think of FBA, I just think of niggas with their pants sagging. Niggas living with their baby mama. You know, a bunch of look,
Carla, you falling for the propaganda, man.
No.
Run out of stores.
You fell for the
Benton, you should have
propaganda.
heard Kyler earlier talking on Dinah's platform about black crime and everything
I know
that he
Kyla
remembered.
be
Can you
sounding like a
imagine?
certain.
Can you
Hey,
imagine
Kyla
black
be
crime
sounding
at
like a
all
certain.
time year lows right now? And
But it
Kyler
makes it
talk about
so
black on black crime like it's really a huge problem.
Nah, that black on black
Because y'all
shit.
not hearing me.
Stop. It happens.
But
We're not gonna
but
act
that's
like it
Kyler.
don't happen,
He
bro.
has this trauma from the '80s because you know how it was in the '80s. They were
Yeah.
knocking shit down.
Hell yeah, nigga. You know how much trauma I got living in
but
Compton
it
in
makes
the 80s
so
and 90s.
easy because you can just ask somebody, "Are you heritage?" No disrespect.
So it's been a couple of days. There's been a lot
Nah,
going on this
76.
weekend. If
Get
you
your
guys
ass
are
out of
based
here till you get your mind
in
right.
reality. But I've been kind of just chilling, having like
Get
a
your
good
mind
time
right,
because
76.
so many
The Heritage American Foundation, you know?
But I would
Get
love
back.
to
Get back
make it
on
very
track. Don't
clear.
let these motherfuckers
I've been
sidetrack you with
foundational
no
to
side
the United
notes.
States of America for a very long time. And I know that you guys have this misunderstanding.
I'm trying to get 1776 on. Oh, my computer's crashing. Hey, fellas,
Yeah.
I might have to go ahead and end the show. Look, fellas. Hey, everybody.
That Liberia internet ain't shit, Kyler. You ain't in Virginia. You in Liberia. That's that Monrovian internet. You in Grand Jita right now.
All right. Salute. You haven't proved your point about FBA, but as far as
You
going to
can't prove this
war,
thing.
hey, it is what it is. We ready. Hey.
Hey, man. It is what it is.
Dave strictly support FBA. He just can't say it on this show.
I know. Dave is a FBA.
Okay,
He call her FBA too. He just don't want to say it. Kyler be sounding more FBA than a nigga I ever seen, man.
I don't even talk
Yo, it's
about it.
StreamYard.
I
They
don't
fucking
even,
suck, man.
I don't even talk about it.
I know Dave not really
Kyler
into it,
will
but
forever be known as the Snagalaga.
Well, I'm not.
Kyler has introduced the world to Snagalaga language. I told my wife I don't want to listen to Snagalaga. Shout out to Kyler.
Hell yeah, that's an FBA thing. You just make up something, then people run with it.
Hey, now promote that shit on TikTok and quote Kyler as the creator of that. And it's over with. Kyler about to be famous. Because all that big, like, how y'all Snagalaga bullshit language. That's what they going to start saying.
You better stay off TikTok, Kyler.
And y'all know it's a good one, though. Snagalaga. I don't want to hear your Snagalaga.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Kyler be snapping on immigrants like worse than Tariq. Shit. The fuck?
Tariq ain't came up with Tariq probably came up with Tether, but Snagalaga hits hard.
Yeah, calling motherfuckers a bastard ass,
That Tether
soulless
just means
ass
you a
savage.
copycat, but Snagalaga,
That
that's like
shit
saying
hit
fuck
way
your language.
harder than a tether. Shit. The fuck? Goddamn soulless savage people. That's Colin.
Oh yeah, that's Colin for sure. Damn, Tariq don't even talk like that. Ooh, wee.
Shit, Colin's a spokesperson.
I mean, you get Colin drunk. You get Colin drunk and let him go out for immigrants. I mean, we will have You will have a blast. Okay.
Have a fucking field day.
Fucking savages, uncivilized savage. Tariq ain't never went that hard. Tariq be like, y'all musty. Y'all can't do anything. Like, I'll come out of know. You savages, you uncivilized nigga, you snagger like a thing.
Oh yeah, shit. We need to have Carlo on the show to roast them niggas.
Oh man. Carlo be huge at that point. That'd be a wrap. Now Afghanistan really gonna take off. They're gonna change it from Afghanistan to FBA stand.
Yeah. Hell yeah, Carlo. Get on Tariq's show and roast the tether. You have Africa stand next day.
For sure.
Oh shit, he still got the show going.
Nah, that's his crappy ass internet connection.
Yeah,
he need a
He
better.
been having a horrible internet connection all night.
Yeah, he was breaking up. He was breaking up.
That's what happens when you're in Virginia Beach. That's how life is in Virginia Beach.
Nah, they say you need a better computer, right?
A better computer. He a businessman. He definitely got a good computer. I would hope so. As a businessman.
Look at African goddess. She says smagala. See, even African goddess support the FBA, Dave. She be like, yeah, that's a good thing, you know.
Well, African goddess, she got sense. That's why. She knows what the world is like. And as a Nigerian, she knows that other Nigerians can go to other countries and make Nigerians look bad. Which they tend to do, and it's not a good thing.
I told you how Nigerians think. You trying to ignore how I told you how they think.
What? How they think?
They think basically they're the most populated black people at 250 million. So they feel like
they think they got some clout.
They think they should be the boss of everybody and
fake ass giant
So
Africa.
having the most poorest people in your country makes you a flex.
No, I'm just saying that's how they subconsciously think. You understand me?
Oh, fake ass
they
pride they got, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? We should do it the Nigerian way. And it can't be.
God forbid.
Nigerian way, nigga. What?
Yeah, we could say do it the Nigerian way after the South splits and the North goes its own way. They're not going to agree with that. Until then, as long as KB states like to marry 11-year-old girls, we can't do it the Nigerian way. We got to wait. I want my daughter's 11. I want her. I want her to remain unmarried.
Way, whether you like it or
not.
not.
Do it their way. God damn, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, M1
that's how they
said,
think.
"What's
the Nigerian way?
It ain't no Nigerian way, motherfucker. It ain't no Nigerian way, nigga. It's only the FBA way.
That way ain't gonna work either.
That way ain't gonna work either. It's gonna work better than a fucking Nigerian way.